Are we live?
We are live. So we'll
Okay.
just wait a few minutes, see who shows up in the chat. I know Bianca was here. But anyway,
That's better.
just wait a few minutes to see who comes in. But anyway, all right. So we've had quite a few chats about this,
Mm-hmm.
Idaho 4 case, but I think it runs a lot deeper than what
Mm-hmm.
people know. So for me, I've always said that if you want to know what happens when things don't add up, follow the money. And
Mm-hmm.
before we go on with this live, I'm just saying to everybody that everything that we discuss in our live streams or in my live streams, my videos, is just my personal opinion. That's why I've listed it as entertainment purposes only. Always do your own research. As I said in the description, do your own research. But nothing in this case makes sense to me. And it does seem like a lot of money changed hands, meaning the question I have is how far would people go or what would they do for the right amount of money? Because I don't think people have limits when it comes to obtaining money, but money itself is pretty evil. And we're going to be talking about Juno, and that's why I have Rashid Dossett with me. He's
Mm-hmm.
going to be explaining a little bit about that.
Mm-hmm.
So welcome, Rashid.
Good. All right.
Had
Thanks
good
for having me.
experience before.
Mm-hmm.
So as I was saying before, it feels like there is some kind of money involved in this crime, especially when we spoke before about the university and the money involved there, demolishing the house, the financial problems that Moscow, Idaho was going through starting
Mm-hmm.
from 2020, and then when they tried to acquire the University of Phoenix. So there was also a lot of financial strain in this town. I mean, nobody heard of Moscow, Idaho. We did discuss this in our last live for any of you that didn't see that. But also, there seems to be a huge, almost cover up of the information that has been released to us. And then when we do try and get that information, we're asked to pay money for footage and records that basically should be public knowledge at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But when I say the money involved, I'm specifically referring to the crime itself because it is just my belief. Again, I'm not accusing anybody in specific of anything, is that these crimes were fueled by money. And I think you can explain a little bit how deep that goes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Oh, by the way, for those who don't know yet, my name is Rashid Dossett. I'm an anthropologist and a sociologist. I have 3 master degrees, two from Leiden University, from Erasmus University Rotterdam, both in the Old Belgian University in the Netherlands. I'm specialized in international relations, Latin American studies, and also migration um, policies, the governance of it. I'm also a novelist. I self-publish over 23 novels, so you can check it out for yourself. And I also look into cold cases to find out where the ritual crime is involved. Um, so I did a live stream before with Wendy, talk about the IDO 4 case, in which we discussed that this is probably a simply ritual. So it's a 4 hour live stream, so we explained a lot in it. You can watch it back. I think Wendy also made one video summarizing it also afterwards. Um, so for a month ago now. And remember, everything we say in this live stream is alleged. We have a right on international law to do our own investigation, come to our own conclusions. So anyone that wants to come with lawsuits, all I just gave a disclaimer. But for now, Wendy, I just want you to tell me all you found out about this entity, Juno Moneta, and I'll just catch on from that, and I'll also explain how it relates to criminal cases. But you go first.
So I looked into Juno Moneta, and this was the ancient Greek goddess, and they actually started printing the coin at her temple. Now, Juno came after during the Roman time. Before that was Hera. Hera was the Greek version of Juno, and so that is where the money system comes in as we know it today. But also with Juno, uh, she's considered a goddess of female fertility, if I'm correct. Just stop me if I'm incorrect on anything. So
Just keep talking, keep talking. I just mute
they
myself, and
also,
after you finish, I'll go in. Okay.
they would also have her um, and call upon her at weddings, festivals, women who are experiencing infertility, those kind of things. So I found it very interesting that money was originally made at the temple, at the very temple that is Juno's temple.
All right. Now, what you said is correct. Just a little twist. Hera was official goddess worshipped by the Greeks, and the people in Rome. Rome was a city, not a nation. There's no nation
Mhm.
called the Romans. It was a city that had a very tumultuous beginning, not glorious at all. All these vagabonds moved in there, formed this community called Roma, and later on, when it became militarily active, they adopted Greek culture, which was dominant at the time in the Mediterranean. But Greek culture at the time, first of all, the Greeks were not united, even though there was a Greek empire established, which many call the Macedonian Empire for political reasons today. The Greeks were quite divided. You had Athenians there, Thessalonic people in Thessalonica over there, the Spartans over here, you had Epirus people over there. So it was they weren't really that, they didn't get along quite well.
Mhm.
And there was a time in human history where the Greeks were obsessed with war and fighting. It almost became their end. That's why they became the end. The philosophers era became to use more philosophy and diplomacy. Now, Rome eventually was somewhere in the 5th century BC, 5th or 4th century BC. I'm not a classicist specialized in that field, but it's around that time that they fully absorbed Greek culture. But they did not want the raw Greek culture, which was quite harsh in your face.
Yes.
Think about old men, little boys. Think about how they viewed women. Because the Romans, again, Rome was not a nation, yet a pale skinned Greek elite there that
Hmm.
governed things, but you also had people from Africa, even people from India, even farther away, moving back and forth. So Rome was, you can say, multi-ethnic. It was a mixed city, so it was not a pale-skinned European quote unquote white city like many people claim it wasn't. So Rome had a very fragile unity as a city, also. So Rome wanted to compensate with that by being militarily active. Now with the Punic Wars, you read about it. Eventually, they quote unquote subdued the Carthaginians, which is debated. But anyway, on land, they wanted to appeal to the Celtic tribes. And one thing was that harsh Greek culture couldn't get along with that, so they refined it over time into Roman culture. They gave
Hmm.
Latin names to the deities, kind of softened the mythology a little bit, just in order for it to be more appealing. It's actually Greece
And
2.0, really, when you think about it.
and
So
kind of
that's why,
less shocking than
yeah, it's the
viewing those
for
things.
for example, in Rome, you have to shave yourself, similar to what I have right now. That's considered the norm for men. Ancient Greece, as a man, you better have a beard on, or else you're treated like a girl. And we know where that's going towards. So no, every man wants to have strong beard. In Rome, just shave it off. Then you're more civilized. Like you don't like do not that hairy. There were Roman emperors who thought, "F this, I'm going full Greek." But that the norm was be the softer version of Rome. Don't go full Greek. Even though Greek remained the main spoken language, especially in the east of the empire, even though many of the people in the city of Rome and also the Roman cities that were built all over the place wanted to hire Greek tutors to teach their children. You're not supposed to go full Greek. So Hera was worshipped in ancient Greece, became Juno, and also without the Moneta, Juno Moneta, that she became that in Rome eventually. And the slash also explained um, the financial system of ancient Rome, as before, they adopted Greek culture, they refined it. It was based on the worship to the gods, to the deities.
Hmm.
Um,
Which
the,
is,
the yeah,
would that be, sorry to ask you, so that would fall back to where Hera
hmm
was the
yes,
original god and she was married to Zeus.
yes. And
Okay.
one thing I want to explain about the Greek mythology. This actually comes from all mythology, especially Greek mythology and also Roman mythology, because they adopted almost not everything, almost a lot from the Greeks. In Greek mythology, you have a story, and the story is often exaggerated symbolically, or it's on purpose vague. Why? Because in mythology, the purpose is to excuse the violence from the public. Mankind in its fallen state is not that stable. Okay? But it's something a lot of people don't want to admit about themselves and those around them. So in mythology, you excuse the narcissism of the crowd. So you
Yes.
always come with a story where the victim is to blame for how upset the people are. And and so you make all these stories to actually hide the real history. And only those initiated on the inside are told the full explanation. So Hera being married to Zeus, and Zeus in Rome is Jupiter. And as we know, Zeus is the entity, biblically speaking, is called Satan, or for its real name, Hellel. Or wait, in the country Greece is called the Hellenic Republic, or Hellas, comes from Hellel. So, because Zeus was seen like a father figure in ancient times over there. And I'm not going to go too much into it, but the thing is, when you read Genesis chapter 6, and those other parts of scripture and other ancient texts, the word times angelic beings that became evil, that became reprobate, they did a hack with their essence to in order to fake being human males, and they molested females. Some of them had it led to pregnancies where you had non-human living physical infections that were born that
Hmm.
looked human
Hybrids,
weren't. Yes, they were called
basically, the
yes,
Nephilim, the hybrids.
yes, yes.
Before we go on, hi Bianca, hi Glenn. So nice to see you again. Welcome to
Okay,
the live. I hope you enjoy what Rashid is telling you. It's very, very fascinating. So
okay.
thank you,
So
Rashid.
So the thing is, in a time before Noah, for the flood, the Nephilim, the Nephal grew, because remember, they're not human beings, not part of God's creation, not even natural creatures. It's just that the wombs of these women began to form a fetus, but there was no actual human spirit matter. Because the humans, the male semen carries spirit matter in it. If it's intense, it becomes a boy. It's a low, it's a less, becomes a girl. But with these uh, evil angels, what grew in there was not a human because there was no human spirit matter. So there was some spirit essence left of the evil spirit, so it became a living spirit infection. Well, that's a Nephilim. Call them hybrids. It's a bit more. You give them too much credit. They're just infection shouldn't be alive. But okay,
Yes.
in the times of before time of Noah, these Nephilim were so bloodthirsty they began to eat the humans and destroy the whole earth. So there was a whole war between them. And this is what in the Greek mythology they call the War of the Titans. That's really what it symbolizes over there. The War of Titans is the Nephilim wars before that. After the flood of Noah, when the earth was genetically cleansed on land, Nephilim from the sea were still intact. Um, now, there were a few incursions of fallen angels molesting women again, and babies were born. And yet, Hallel, what we call Satan himself, who decided to do this act, even though he constant women, did the act just to have some leverage, and he brought forth 50 of these Nephilim, and those 50 are now processed in Greek mythology as the sons and daughters of Zeus. And some
Mhm.
of these human females were mainly Greek witches, were deified later also. And some that were confused with a Nephilim, so it's kind of a mess on purpose, just so that only those initiated figure out and could can decode it. Well, I just
So
decoded towards you.
about
Mhm,
about those goddesses.
mhm.
So they weren't real, because I mean, some of them were never human, right?
Okay.
So the Greek ones. Let's go back to the Greek ones.
Yes. For
The
example,
churches.
the quote unquote wives or brides that Satan or Zeus had, they were actual human females. So
Mhm.
I could call them women because they're actually real.
Even Hera, was she a
No,
real female or not Hera?
no.
Because they.
A female, because in Nephilim you can have male and female.
Mhm.
Angelic beings all male. So remember, a Nephilim, when their bodies expire, they just float around aimlessly. A human being, when you pass away, you're in Heavenly Father's archive, there till Christ comes and resurrects you. So for with us, when my body expires, I'm not around till I'm resurrected. A Nephilim, when it dies, the body expires, they keep lingering
Yeah.
around. Issue is they can't do anything. Angelic beings are actual real beings,
Yes.
legitimate existence, even though they became reprobate, that's their own fault. No pity on those guys. They still have some abilities to act. You know what I mean? A Nephilim can do nothing, and that's their power. So they're actually a real infection. So when we talk about evil spirits, most of the time people mean fallen angels because Nephilim are so irrelevant and so useless. They can't do anything, but they're used still by the fallen ones to keep a grip over the human species. So
Okay.
that's the
So they're kind of
difference.
like the tool, the in
Yes,
between
yes.
of
And
that.
um and the thing is, Hera was a Nephilim, so she was some. I listen. I don't want to call her a woman because it would be a little bit insult to the Heavenly Father or to human females, but it was a female figure, a female entity. Okay,
Mhm.
that lived.
Well, something I was looking at when I was reading that, sorry to keep
Yeah.
interrupting you, is she represents as female, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, and what was the reason for this? So that other women could look up to her and that she's relatable, especially since she's considered the god of female
Okay.
fertility
Okay.
and
Okay. It's better for me to give a straight explanation of how this went. For example, Jezebel. You have heard of the name Jezebel before? Likely
yes.
did. There was a human female, actually in the Bible, actual princess, American King Ahab, was named Jezebel. She was named after a Nephilim.
Yes.
I don't know what her father was thinking by naming her daughter that way, but hey, people do some weird things sometimes. You know what I mean? The thing is, the actual real Jezebel name was Aphrodite. She was a Nephilim. There was that uh, Hallel brought forth with a Greek witch. Why? Because Hallel in his diminished state looks like an old grumpy European man. So based on that, he wants to have a group of people kind of look like him, and the Greeks were kind of only ones willing to deal with him. The other Europeans at the time thought, "F off, we don't deal with you." So he went to the Greek witches, not because he likes women, he can't say women at all, but he wanted to have his own hybrid offspring to be the middleman, the middle women, of course.
Mhm.
So he brought forth Aphrodite, which he never raised. I mean, he's a deadbeat father, just disappears. And this female entity, I say female entity because I'm gonna call her a woman, because if you're not from the seed of Adam, you're not a man or a woman. I don't recognize you like that. This female entity had a female figure, had female body parts, everything, but the DNA and the entity, the spirit being, was just a Nephilim. Aphrodite
Hi,
lived
Blue
around.
Rain.
Yeah.
Hi,
Uh,
love. I'm sorry. Yes,
okay.
Blue Rain. I think, sorry, Rashid, before you go on. Hi, Blue. Nice to see
Mm.
you here. Everybody's loving you, so please go on, Rashid.
So again, when I talk about a human female, I say woman. If I talk about a female Nephilim, I call it a female entity. Just so you know from now on. So this female entity lived amongst actual women, the descendants of Adam and Eve. She lived amongst them, but everyone can figure out she's not the same. She was hyper unstable, extremely sexual, always want to drain men, and because she's a Nephilim, she has some paranormal abilities that human beings don't have. She, for example, could, for example, if you would like to change your hair color, when do you have to actually put paint in it, wash it, or whatever? You cannot just meditate and change the coding of the fat that forms your hair, and so you have different hair color. You can't do
Yeah.
that. Aphrodite could. She would change her color, even morph her face, her shape sometimes. So if there were men from Tamaro, the ancient name of ancient Egypt, they were more dark skinned. If they came around, she would morph into what we consider, quote unquote, a black woman, light skinned black woman to appease them. If were men from ancient Scandinavia coming, more blonde hair, all that, she would morph into this cute looking blonde woman. She would just morph all the time just to get human male attention, and just being around her physically could drain the life source from your body. You get sick or die. She
Mm-hmm.
would hump on men, not for sex, because what does she know about sex? She's not even a human being. She would just drain the men and they would die. Bodies everywhere. So eventually, the human beings that lived there had enough and said, okay, this entity is a Nephilim. We're going to kill her. They killed her also. However, there were human females, so actual
Mm-hmm.
women, who were inspired by this abomination. Uh, and and of course, when they killed her body, she's still floating around. So what happened was some of the warlocks and the people who were following cult at the time, they made a deal with the fallen angel. Listen, um, Aphrodite is gone. Her dad, Hellel, was nothing to do with her, whatever. What do we do now? Because a lot of these our women kind of look up to this abomination. So they installed a service of worshiping her. Then
Mm-hmm.
they changed her name over regions, and that's how the worship began. So you have an actual female entity that reside in a body. Body either expires naturally or is shut down by the human beings. And when they fling around, you have human beings making this field um, relevant by installing servers towards them. Okay, and that's how Aphrodite became this symbol for beauty or whatever. That's all what they made afterwards. That's what they did with
Mm-hmm.
every female entity there was. There were male entities too. For example, Dionysus, also known as Bacchus, who was also spawned by Hellel. He was sad all the time, drink all the time, suicide all the time, and based on him, they made a suicide cult where they worshipped getting drunk or almost risking dying. And because a lot of people were suicidal back then in ancient times, this cult became so dangerous. Even Rome decided we're going to shut this down. It's too dangerous. But they revived the Bacchus cult in the Greek fraternities, universities in the 19th century. Is where the big drinking comes from. Only thing they're not allowed to do is to spice the drinks and risk actually dying.
Mm-hmm. Is
That's
this
why,
the,
yeah,
why the fraternities
mhm,
still look up to these ancient
yes.
Greek cultures even to this day?
And don't get me wrong, ancient Greeks back then, they were not all into these Nephilim, all of that. They had cuisine, they had textiles, they had actual human culture.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them even worshiped Heavenly Father eventually. Today, most Greeks, I would say, don't even want anything to do with any of that. They say, okay, this is something of the far past. Our Greek language today is even different a little bit than ancient Greek, so keep it over there. A lot of them are Orthodox Christian. But the thing is, when they talk about Greek culture, they talk about this satanic filth that they did in ancient times. So they don't care about the Greeks alive today. As a matter of fact, the Greeks alive today, they don't even care about them at all. They're overlooked, and actually, they're looked down upon even in Europe. In 2008, when there was a financial crisis, they all began to blame Greece. They threw Greece on the bus. Oh, those Greeks are so this and that. And I'm thinking about, guys, your whole system is based on Greek mythology, but now you talk crap about the actual Greek people. What's wrong with you? You don't honor your origins, but hey,
Yeah.
that's inconsistency they have. But actually, no. So when we say Greek, when we talk about actual Greek people today, we talk about these entities that worship in
Mm-hmm.
ancient Greece and also ancient Rome, which was a nation. And for example,
Mm-hmm.
Bacchus, you had the Bacchanalia, and you had another type of celebration. Yes, celebrations were forbidden, but now because a lot of people didn't have therapy at the time, and even today, a lot of people don't have access to therapy. You have this Bacchus cult that was reintroduced, but in not all Greek fraternities are part of this, but in many Greek fraternities, you have this tradition of being drinking, and that is actually to reenact the Bacchus festivals, which if you would do that today, you'd be arrested because you're not supposed to support people to commit suicide. But that's what this Bacchus celebration were all about. If even ancient Rome before Christ didn't want that, neither should we today.
Good
So
question.
mhm,
That was so the Jews as they celebrate Hanukkah today, right? this ancient Greek traditions were there in the original temple when the Greeks pre-Christ time, and they tried to Hellenize them
Hmm.
to worship these deities. Am I saying
Okay.
that correctly?
So in the case of these Nephilim after the flood, they were there. They were more on the ancient Greeks. They died, and later they were canonized as deities.
Hmm.
And one thing to understand, the Greek Empire, I won't say Macedonian Empire because the Greek language was spread around. You know what I mean? So it was the Greek Empire when it was established by Alexander of Macedonia,
Hmm.
and his generals. What happened was that they made a common Greek culture for the world with deities and all that. They made a standard Greek language. Greek had dialects also, many of them. So what happens is that when Rome took over the Greek world, they kind of reshaped it again to make
Hmm.
Rome more relevant. So ancient Greek culture was not a constant; they stayed the same. But eventually was standardized with the conquest of the Persian Empire, and it was also standardized again in with Emperor Augustus, the first Roman emperor. So those two time periods when it was actually formalized. This is Greek culture. This is how we worship, how we do things, and so these entities were incorporated. And the idea was that in in Rome, but also outside of Rome, every leader in the world ought to be part of this Apollo cult, where because the main deity in ancient Greece, and also ancient Rome was Apollo, also as the sun god, known as Helios also. And Apollo is it's the one quote quote unquote son of Hellel or Satan that got the throne of rule over all the evil spirits. Now, a lot of fallen angels aren't happy with that. Why should we let this living physical infection govern us? It's not even an angelic being. But Apollo was the Nephilim that was crowned with governing the occult, really. Then you
Yes.
have his half brother, Hermes, whose human name was Lagos, also, that became the second one. And you could read about it in the book of Revelation, also talk about the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. The dragon refers to Hellel, Satan, the beast to Apollo, and the false prophet is to Hermes, we know as the measure of the gods. So, so that's how it's standardized. But the thing is, in the world in ancient times, whether you were in the Roman Empire or not, you're supposed to speak Greek and be part of this Apollo cult. And when you're part of Apollo cult, it went like this: to make sure the human population they don't go fighting for survival like they did before. You just make warfare a ritual. So you trigger conflicts that are real. The human population thinks the conflicts are real, so they end up volunteering to fight to defend their homeland. But the thing is, you guys already decided how the end is going to be, how the board is going to be afterwards, all of that. But that's you use that to release tension from amongst the public. So war became a hoax. Not that nothing actually happened, it's a hoax that the conflict is prearranged. Now, again, there were times that this Apollo cult had fractions in it. You hear me? It was on the rise of
Hmm.
Christianity, brought a big problems towards it. And there are times in history afterwards that there were actual civil wars that had to were surprised by. But overall, war since the Greek Empire, especially when Rome's positioned itself as the successor of the Greeks, it
Hmm.
became a hoax, a organized ritual. Now, when after the Council of Nicaea, when um, when the Roman Empire became quote unquote Christian, they established this actually when Catholicism was actually established
Hmm.
at the time. There were a lot of conflicts, but they established it. What happened was that these priest classes worldwide all worship these deities, not just Nephilim, also actually fallen angels directly. They could not do blood sacrifice in the open. It went like this: anytime the public had unrest, psychologically, emotionally, they would conduct the victimization just to keep the public in check. This is what they used to do. So crucifixion again is a plus. So it's an X. Helios was a tribute to Apollo also. You crucify three people amongst next to one another. It's XXX. or 666 Helios, Helios, Helios. All
So
right.
that's
So
very interesting because
mhm,
so go back to that. That's the X as we just described it. We'll discuss that in another video, the
mhm,
numerology, if any of you are
mhm,
interested in that. But now that you mention it, that was a pattern that I found very disturbing
mhm.
during crucifixion.
Mhm.
Why always crucifying three? It
Because
comes to number 666, correct?
okay, because the human being is a spirit being in a physical body. As spirit
Mhm.
beings, are we as spirit beings we need harmony. Three is a number that brings harmony. Okay, it's common. So when you divide things in three, the mind gets a bit more at ease with it naturally, or call this notice also. So but the thing is, they want to misuse our design to take still away worship of the Heavenly Father and give worship to these deities. So, for example, Alexander from Macedonia, who's founded the Greek Empire, who's actually the Nephilim that we call Apollo, really, just so you know.
Mhm. Okay.
His body expired, but as you know, Nephilim flow around. Still today, they're caught in the lake of fire. But anyway, you want people to get an attachment emotionally because that emotional attachment affects their nerve system, their physical body. You want to get this nerve attachment to these deities. So you need to install um, customs and traditions that will keep people locked into what they call the matrix, which is this paranormal structure they built
And it's also
for
like
the human
a
species.
state of fear.
Yes. So in ancient times, when they would, when the Greeks or later, let's say Romans, when they would honor their leader Apollo, I don't know how you can call this field a leader, but anyway, when they do that, they would do the greet like. By the way, the Hell Hitler greet is the Apollo greet from ancient times. They copied it. They would do the greet and say Helios, Helios, Helios. They would do it 3 times, and the
Mhm.
H has its origin in the X.
Yes.
So that's why the X also used to pronounce the H sound. The
Yes.
X was also pronounced as an H often. So if you put 3 times an X, it's XXX. And the thing is, the Greeks also established Greek magic. One of the founders was Pythagoras, this philosopher,
Mhm.
mathematician. The idea is you use math to trigger nerve connections in people through rituals, often through trauma. Not always, but often through trauma. You can use it in music. That's Greek magic in music. It's also used by many record labels today. But the idea is that you make sure you have a mathematical formula you apply worldwide in every ritual so that the traumas are standardized. You want standard trauma. If you okay, there is common trauma happening. For example, a loved one passed away by an accident out of the blue. Accidents not random, but anyway, that happens is also trauma. Or
Mhm.
someone fell off the stairs, that's a trauma. Okay? So you can't have random trauma. Random trauma is random. Your body
Yes.
can easily just process it and move on. But a trauma is imposed on you in a mathematical way over and over again. That's a nerve connection. And that makes your body accessible for evil spirits also. And
Yes.
because your nerve system is affected like that, it's harder for you to get out of a negative cycle. It's harder for
Mhm.
you to get over addictions and to improve. So it serves multiple purposes. So you already
Hi,
had,
how
yeah,
are
okay.
you? Sorry, he's from Austria. Hi, Spooky. How are you? Welcome to the live
Mm,
chats. Rashid, so also when this type of trauma is put on and
mhm,
calculated in that way,
mhm.
it also gathers momentum because people
Yes.
can't seem to get out of that cycle. It's almost like they're brainwashed because they've been told something and they get told it repeatedly.
Hmm.
So they find other people
Hmm.
that experience the same thing, and you
Hmm.
see this whole thing, and they start to bond together,
Yes.
and they believe it's even if it's blatantly in their face that, for example, as we go back to the Idaho 4, we'll do that later.
Hmm.
The story of stalking, right? It was put there,
Hmm.
and they reported it a certain number of
Hmm.
times. The numerology in that is
Hmm.
fascinating. We'll talk about it in another video. So that
Hmm.
story caught wild, and
Hmm.
people to today, you can go on any forum, people will still tell you these victims were stalked because
Yeah.
they're made to believe it's a pattern.
Yes, that's correct. And the thing is, let's say now somewhere in Athens, 6 men beat to death a young boy. Okay, then somewhere in ancient Japan, there were 6 women brutally raped. Okay, and then in somewhere in Britain, there was a 12-year-old that was killed by her dad, whatever. What do all these stories have in common? 6. So 12-year-old is 2 times 6. So what happens is when you hear, oh, when the Apollo cult enforce all these traumas, all codified mathematically, and anytime you hear these traumas, the data of the trauma, your subconscious mind will pick up it immediately, and that's what they need. So in Greek magic, they have this yeah, they have Greek numerology, which is the mathematical formula you have to use for your rituals and for the trauma you induce. You already had the Babylonian mathematical formula, which they want to replace, but till this day the place won't hold on to it. And as you know, the Babylonian and the Egyptian one are identically the same. So
Mm.
you still have that, but main one is the Greek numerology. And the idea is you want the traumas that are most known to all be rituals. You don't want actual real sudden trauma, actual sudden tragedy to be spread around. You want whatever trauma is spread around are the ones you organize in a mathematical way so that if someone traveled all the way from Vietnam to Cuba, for example, they would feel at home in Cuba, not because they're familiar with Cuban culture, but because of the trauma that they share with the people there. So it's binding to trauma. That's what the Apollonians really want. Now,
Yeah.
that's
And
why
just for
after,
anybody who doesn't know, explain what do they get out of this trauma bonding? Because we do see this every day in today's life. I mean,
mhm,
people bond very easily when they share an experience. It's like they are very easy targets.
okay,
People like very easy target because somebody would say, "I experienced this." Oh, hey, what do you know? I also experienced this, and it's not the same, but they bond over this trauma.
okay.
Correct.
Let me explain why they do this mathematical trauma bonding and what they get out of it and why it works so effectively. Because Mr. Rashid, if you know about it, why can't people just stop it? Listen, you need to understand why it works. Okay, as human beings, we're made as vulnerable and fragile creatures. All of us were. Adam was vulnerable and fragile, Eve too, both of us. The thing is, our first parents didn't care at all because they weren't even aware of it. When they
Mhm.
became self conscious after eating from the forbidden fruit, what happened was that they became conscious of how vulnerable and fragile they were. And because now they were self occupied, not focused on their Heavenly Father, they became, for the first time, fear crept in, this sense of threat. They didn't have this before. So now they began to hide from God and hide from one another. Listen, there's nothing wrong with wearing clothes. Wearing clothes is fine. But they didn't feel the need to make clothes yet because, hey, who cares? We're so vulnerable. So the fall of men caused sexual disharmony in us that all of us inherit by birth. Now, this sexual disharmony is because we have a difficult time embracing our vulnerability and fragility. Mankind, in its always wants to compensate by controlling one another. And the worst type of control is sexual control, which is quite
Mhm.
common. That's why the world made institutions to regulate sexual behavior because human beings have a tendency to control others sexually. And often this goes wrong. And the most extreme version of it is children, pedophilia, which was
Mhm.
been a widespread problem in our human history also. And the thing is, but this sexual harmony is something human beings are prone to, whether you like it or not. The thing is, because this sexual harmony itself must be there for community to function. But if there's sexual disharmony, that brings forth waste. There's this negative tension. But the thing is, evil spirits feed off this negative tension to actually become more powerful and active in the earth. And
Mhm.
these wizards who are discussing with both Heavenly Father and how the human design, they want to assist these demons to feed all of us. Now they become the quote unquote demigods over us. And then you have wasteful human beings who just join these wizards just to get a paycheck at the expense of the masses. That's really how the game goes. So the the tendency to sexual harm is ready in all of us. Only when someone is born again and serving Christ does this tendency disappears completely, because you fully embrace how God designed you.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they don't want you to have full sexual harmony. That's the one thing they don't want. And also, these fallen angels, they hate females because they are jealous and envious of the woman's design. Listen, human beings are the most advanced beings that are made, the most advanced ones. Okay, and the human females, women, have advanced abilities too, and their advanced abilities are more than abilities that the angelic beings have. So some of these angelic kings thought, why did the Heavenly Father make this weak, emotional creature that bleeds every month to have so much abilities? What is this? They became envious and jealous. And that resentment is what all fallen angels have. One thing they all agree upon is that you women should not exist. They all, some of them are more extreme in it, want to actually harm women as much as possible. Others think, well, whatever. Um, Ik rede auch Deutsch. Spooky Ed. I speak German too. But I speak Dutch. Ik spreek ook Nederlands. I speak
Do you
both
speak
Dutch
Dutch?
and German.
I know you Dutch, so I didn't know if you understand
I,
German,
I,
but
I learned German in middle school. What do you call middle school and all of that? So I speak German well, and of course Dutch.
little bit in school, but it's fine. Sorry, Spooky.
German is
But
quite close to me, across the border here. So, but anyway,
when you
um,
said they hate women,
mhm,
that's very interesting.
mhm.
Why do they hate women? What is the reason?
Okay. Um, let's go to the very beginning. Before the earth was established, you only had the heavens, which are made from the fire of the Heavenly Father's presence. All angelic beings are fire beings. We were all men. There was no sexuality, none of that. God decided to extend what we call the universe with another dimension, and in this there would be there would be physical living decoration we call animals. But apart from this thing called animals, we have divided vision into. You also have another species, which is a union species of heaven and earth, spirit beings, physical bodies, called human beings, who would govern everything. And these beings will be the most advanced ones. They even look like God Himself. So God made Adam based on His own image, and to match Adam, He made the woman. So
Mhm.
femininity is God's design. He has the author. He has the how to call it. He has the authorship of it. You know what I mean? Because
Mm.
femininity is actually a creation from God. In animals you have the female part, but it's just a female part. But femininity is actually a spirit domain that God made, which is actually something new. And masculinity is all derived from God directly. So, but this thing of femininity, the advanced abilities God gave to women, besides the physical ability to bring forth more life, giving birth, they have a softening impact over the men also. And Hillel, who was the number one angelic being out there, most richest and all that, he was already corrupt, thinking it must be about him, comparing all of that. It is corruption. He looked at the human species and thought, "Hold on a minute, why am I not managing Adam? What is this being over here? What is she?" So he developed resentment. As we know, he did his effort to corrupt Eve to make her fall. After this, he was still in heaven. God didn't kick him out, but Hillel was kind of still bitter, complaining about it. And other high-ranking angelic beings were of the king class. Some of the angelic kings heard Hillel, seen as a leader, and they thought, well, Hillel is the wisest of all of us, the most powerful one, so he must be right about something, right? So
Mhm.
eventually, it was, I don't know, maybe 1,200 years later, whatever. Anyway, a while later, some of these angelic kings thought, you know what? Let's go down to earth ourselves. We're not allowed to, but let's just disobey God, go to earth ourselves to figure out what this thing, the human species, really is. So they came down thinking, well, this thing called the woman, Hillel's upset about all the time. What is it? So they came down and they realized, hold on a minute, this is quite advanced over here, but hold on a minute. Why are these beings called women all over the place like this? Why do they have so much leverage? Why do they outrank us in abilities? So they became upset, thinking, what is this? We are the kings over here in heaven, y'all. And these beings are in a fallen state. They can die. And why they get so much attention, whatever? So they developed this resentment. Now, there was not all the angelic kings, just a portion of them. When they went back to heaven, they spread their gospel of misogyny. And there were other angelic beings thought, you know what? I'm with you guys. You guys know best. That's how you had this whole division happening where they began to resent God's design. Now, eventually, some of these angelic kings thought, we need to step in. We can't handle this. So one of them, I believe his name was Azazel, I believe, he came down and thought, you know what? These men and women do the thing called intercourse. What the heck is that? So he, because things angelic beings, they're made of fire, heavenly fire, but they have the ability to tune down their essence. And when they're in the earth, they can withdraw electromagnetic substances from the earth over themselves and create this hard electric shield that appears almost physical. It's not physical, but it looks like it. But that ability is limited. So one of them thought, you know what? Let me try this a little bit further. Let me just go against my design a little bit. And he actually began to assault human males, drink their blood, all of that. And he realized by me doing that, by my extracting the strength from the males, I can advance my abilities a little bit more, be more flexible. And he was able to morph himself, actually appear like an actual human male. You won't even see the difference. And they thought, hey, I have the body parts now, which are artificially formed for a moment. Let me do this thing with a woman, what these men are doing. He did, and one of the women actually conceived. Was actual an
The
infection. It was a
first,
corruption. So he reported his success in the heavens, and some of these angelic kings thought, you know what? If we have put up with these creatures called women, because Heavenly Father keeps talking about the earth all the time, you know what? Let us take control of these women to show them their place. So out of bitter hate and jealousy, they came down to earth. There were some human males that assisted them. We'll not even talk about those. And they began to actually physically began to assault, drink human male blood, shave themselves like human males, and began to rape the women. It was a mass invasion of rape all over the place. Those were the original rape spirits who did that. And they are the main ones worshipped as deities today. The other inhabitants in heaven were divided about it, think, what the heck is this? Eventually, long story short, there was a big civil war in the heavens. It lasted over 500 years. There were actually three big rebellions that happened. And eventually, it became clear that, okay, you guys can be reinstated, but give up the past. They don't want to do that. They didn't want some of the Nephilim offspring to be equated to the human beings. So eventually, they were kicked. When they were totally weakened, they were kicked out of heaven to the earth, and they're all deformed now. There are like 500 million of them. Not all of them raped women. It was maybe around 3,000 of them, maybe. But yet, one third of the angelic beings being banned from heaven, which is like 500 million or almost, and the majority of them just followed them.
these where they refer to them as the Watchers.
Well, watchers, there's a term that's used for
What is
some
a
of these
better
angelic
term
beings.
for that? What is a better term for that?
Um, listen, practically speaking, they were just angelic kings, is really what they were. They used them watchers because some of them allegedly, I said, had to watch over human species. Say allegedly, because there was no need for them to do that. God Himself could look over human species perfectly fine. You know what I mean? So,
Okay.
but anyway, uh, yet around 3,000 rape spirits were former angelic kings, were banned from heaven. You had a population of around 500 million that was kicked out with them, one third of them all. And now they're in a state of decay forever, none takes responsibility. A portion of them follows Beelzebub, another
Wait.
former king.
500 million.
Yes, around that's kind of how much they are.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So right after they were banned from heaven, they began to accuse one another. Beelzebub, one of the former angelic kings, said, "Listen, I was not that bad. I was actually a good guy." So they have a big portion of the fallen angels following Beelzebub. Now they're the good guy demons for some reason. The rest is with Satan, and then there's the fish over there too. So it's a big mental asylum, them fighting each other all the time with weapons because they can't actually die. It's an ongoing civil war forever. And then you have some of these fallen angels forming militias to protect the angelic, the demon kings, as you call them right now. They're not kings to me, but to protect them. and those militia called legions. So you have a militia class of fallen angels protecting their quote unquote leaders from the population who wants to harm them all the time. And some of these militia members get tired and they just begin to wander the earth and become wandering spirits. And they just appear from time to time to get sympathy. Think about Sasquatch, what we call Bigfoot, or Wendigo. Those are all wandering spirits that just want to get feed of a human affection before they're dumped in the lake of fire. So
Mhm.
that's really paranormal. There's nothing interesting, nothing wholesome about it. It's just that some of our species want to take advantage of these fallen angels. And the way to do that is to keep us human species in this state of unrest. Now, I already explained the human species has a tendency to sexual disharmony. What they want, what these Apollonians want, is to keep this sexual disharmony going as much as possible, because that's the easiest way for us to remain in low vibration and for demons to have a hold over us. So that's why they have these pornographic rituals like crucifixion or many others to bring sexual trauma to the masses. Think about the crucifixion. Let's say now you have three men naked hanging there after they were molested, beaten, therefore you hang them over there. Everyone walks and sees these men. Oh my God, they were molested. They were bones are broken. They're hanging there until they died, thirsty, all of that. Naked, this sexual trauma, it kind of builds into you. And because you see three crosses, three axes, it kind of binds you to the Apollo worship immediately. So sometimes we even hang crucified children. Yes, they did. And
Really?
then, yes, there were times they crucified children too.
Wow,
So
wow.
then, at
Yeah, I
first, you
never
think,
wanted
"Oh
to
my
that.
God, no, 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 no! Don't talk bad about the system, y'all, because
Yes.
these men they wear red because red is a color that triggers sexual enticement, also just base urges in human beings. Because the military wears red and they will do that, you think, you know what? Let's just get along. So
Why would they do
pornography.
that? Why did they do that with children? I've actually never heard that before.
Well, it wasn't a common thing, but there were times they did it. The thing
Mhm.
is, children are quite fresh. And if you can brutalize its freshness, the type of strength you can withdraw from children are quite. It's like getting sweetness out of grapes to these demons. And you can also use the fresh of the children to bail yourself out physically if you don't want to look after yourself. Because a lot of these people don't look after themselves. They think it's a burden to look after yourself every day. So anytime they decline too much, they just want to molest and sacrifice a child and withdraw paranormally from the child's life's essence, just so that they can look good and be physically built up a little bit. Yeah, that's
Mm.
why they molest and even eat children. That's why they do
Ugh,
it.
it's
Because
horrible.
they don't want to do the natural work that they have to do, so they just want to have a cheap bill out. Sorry, that's really
Pretty
what
bad. No,
our
no, no,
species have
no.
into. Yeah.
No, that's pretty bad. Okay. Sorry, I'm just sharing the StreamYard link if anybody wants to share it. Before we go on. Okay, blues here. Blah blah. All right. So yeah, that's pretty bad. I had never heard of that till this day. And I just okay. That's some more research for me to go and do. Um, but yeah, it is very triggering. All
Mm.
right. Does anybody have any questions so far? I have like a ton of questions, but
Okay, let me
I'm going to
continue a
let
little
you
bit
talk
now.
first.
Hold on. You want to wait or you want me to continue?
No, I want you to continue. If there's any questions, just pop it in the chat. I've shared the link. If you want to share it, any of you, or anything like that. But no, no, please continue. If
So,
there's
so,
questions,
so this is a
yeah, I'm
formula.
also I'm sitting back. I'm just listening to Rashid
Okay.
because
So this,
he knows what he's saying.
so this is a formula. You understand male nature how God built women, how God built men, and you understand female nature how God built women. So male nature, female nature, you understand both. Understand how to keep them in a low vibration so that the demons are fed. And because the human population itself is not really looking for solutions, want to escape, you can use their own escapism against them. So they're using the public's escapism against the public through these rituals. And because if the public wanted solutions, it would be over immediately. But a lot of species don't want solutions, just want to escape. This escape is what the Bible calls sin. But anyway, As long as people don't outgrow escapism when they walk by faith, they're still part of the actual problem in the long term. It doesn't matter. They don't automatically bad people, but they're part of it. So you want to keep people in a state of escapism, and that's why you do trauma over and over again, followed by festivities. So if there was for example, if there was a loose booty ritual when a bunch of grown men molested another man, or God forbid, a boy, publicly, uh, if that happened, you do a big celebration afterwards with a big banquet, everything. So now you have the trauma, the sexual trauma happened, and then you have the celebration. Why? Because the celebration now overshadows the sense of threat you feel, so you don't notice how damaged you are. That's how you install
Mhm.
holidays. I do it every year after one of these trauma rituals so that people get used to it. And once they get used to it, it becomes normalized. Everyone thinks it's just the way it is.
Mhm.
Um, for example, that's why it was common for husbands to beat their wives. It was common for husbands even to kill some of their children up to some ages at a time. Why? Because that's what those people were used to. So that's just the way it goes. Thing is, the gospel Christianity really exposed all of this in a quite intrusive way. So the cultural stability they had, the Apollonians began to decrease. By the time of the 4th century AD, we come with Emperor Constantine, the Roman Empire was crashing. Also, the other kingdoms on the earth had difficulty, so they had to find a way to survive. So what they did was, okay, we need to make a mixed religion over here where we contain the Apollonian elements, but we need to put Jesus in it too. So they formed this religion, which is called Catholicism, that they installed. It was with the Council of Nicaea, and from they put a church structure in place that had to be followed worldwide. Also, other religions followed this structure too. So that's how the Apollonians were able to hide on a political level. But now, on a social level, human beings still developed unrest and still looked for victims. So now the priest class can just come in and say we're going to deal with it. Why? Because because Christianity make people, the idea that human beings have inherent individual value became a common thing to Christianity. So how are you going to sacrifice people if you also believe that God came in human form, died for us, rose again? So it doesn't mix. So now the priest class who did the bloodletting had to go underground. And that's how you develop the criminal world. Just because you stole from a shop, you are called the criminal on paper, but that's when you're part of the criminal world. The criminal world itself is a cult that worships Hermes, who's known as the god of the thieves. Yes. So it works like this. If you, for example, are selling drugs, drugs comes from the ancient Greek pharmakia, which also a discipline the warlocks used to do. So if you're not a warlock, so you have to be a man because men become warlocks, women become witches. If you're doing pharmakia today, and you're not part of the criminal world, you're not inaugurated, even if the police doesn't catch you, the criminal world will take you out, unless you actually join and are inaugurated. So that's why you have this difference between an outlaw and a criminal. An outlaw is someone who just breaks the law, doesn't care about it. A criminal is someone who is inaugurated into these mixed religions of the underworld. That's the big difference. Now, in a courthouse, we call both them criminals. But in fact, it's a difference. Criminals are actually inaugurated into the worship of Hermes and also some of the other deities. And the outlaw just someone who just breaks the law here and there. For example, when it comes to molesting children, if you do it according to the rules of what we call the underworld or the criminal world, they have your back. If it's just loosely want to empower children like that, man, even they will take you out in prison. So
Yeah.
so the criminal world today, also as the underworld, are the ancient priest class who continue throughout generations underground. And so they have trillions of all currencies. They lack no cash whatsoever because all the cash of ancient times are stacked up and they've known how to withdraw riches from the people throughout the century. So there's no debt, cash is sufficient. They still have to keep the cash flowing. That's why they have decoy businesses, decoy institutions. It's not like they have endless cash and can do anything they want. Of course, there's a limit, but they have trillions. And what they do is they make sure they have fake businesses or decoy banks, all of that, just so they can keep the cash flowing. And they
Mhm.
themselves will finance any enterprise that will generate revenue for the demons. So if you have a business plan and they can see, oh, there's going to be a tragedy out of this, how much do you need? 10, 20 million, whatever, you get it immediately. You come with a business plan, it's actually going to lead to a solution, they want to talk to you. You're going to turn around to not over here.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's how it is. So you have bankers from the formal banking world. We have to go through legal procedures. We also have underworld bankers. Some will also infiltrate the common banking world also. But the thing is, they're underworld bankers, so they are there to make sure trauma, the sexual disharmony remains. So they will fund anything that will can assist that. They fund
Mm-hmm.
the Playboy Mansion. They are funding all these pornography websites. Oh,
What
use
about
the
that
reference, right?
that cult? I think it's the 769 cult. Um, I might have that a little bit wrong. I think it's a 769 where they're targeting children on Discord and
Yeah,
thinking
listen,
about that.
that's these honorable bankers. They're all about it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so, for example, in the Netherlands,
Stephen.
a lot of times there are men caught for trading child pornography. They're caught. It happens a lot. By the way, around 20,000 men leave Netherlands every year to go on vacation just unless children are brought. And this has been going on for, I would say, a long time, maybe even decades. Why? Because these men, they know which travel agent to go to, was funded by the underworld. They know who to talk to. They know which resort to go to in Thailand or Brazil, whatever, where they arrange these things. So these type of things are funded by these underworld bankers. But the thing is, there's no police investigation on underworld bankers ever. They don't even know
Never.
what that is. I'm sorry, did you know what it is? So when someone like me who knows about the occult tells us, listen, these underworld bankers, yeah, this conspiracy theory, yeah, there are groups who do worship Satan, do deities, but just a little thing here and there, they're complete denial. Well, hey, that's why they miss out solving the problem because those are underworld bankers who are doing funding all of this, and because they have all these, because they have hundreds of thousands, even millions of fake businesses, they
Mm-hmm.
know how to bring the cash down. For example, let's say there's trafficking happening in South Africa now, okay, amongst the European population there, people of European descent. In this
Mm-hmm.
case, it's going to be those worship Odin are involved because they want to be jealous over their own people. Okay, so imagine you have so let's say now you have a guy from Britain that wants to earn cash by trafficking European girls. Yes, actual underage girls. He will go to one of these warlock meetings and they tell him, listen, we're going to make a few phone calls for you. Then they will send them a list. Listen, these are the bakeries in Cape Town you have to go to because these bakeries are decoys that we fund. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
this a lawyer over here. This lawyer over here is part of us. He knows the law how to bend everything. This judge over here is also part of us. So if you commit a crime, make sure it happens in this district and you fall under this judge. This prison over here, this
They
prison
all
warden over
are.
there, is all that.
They
Okay.
all part. There was one here. Sorry to interrupt you. There was one here,
Mm-hmm.
roughly when I was at the courts about. I'm talking about 20 years ago, roughly in my area.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy,
Mm-hmm.
married man. He had a lot of money, had a lot
Mm-hmm.
of connections. The dockets went to the
Mm-hmm.
courts, pretty much where I stayed. So it's supposed to be a big case, but
Mm-hmm.
police made this disappear. Law enforcement here
Mm-hmm.
disappeared. Um, Case was never taken to trial.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're saying, because there was an incident like that here,
Yes.
and people
Oh,
knew and
I
looked
I
the other
just
way.
I just use South Africa as an example, but Antop, a case like that. So they'll tell this guy in Britain, the police officers
The
involved, the
other way.
judges,
Because
the prisons.
the whole docket disappeared, and we're talking about millions. They
Yes.
made it disappear.
And after the guy gets all of it, tell him, okay, listen, were you inaugurated? Yeah, man, my booty hole was bust. Okay, 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 okay. You're inaugurated, so you're part of it. Okay, okay. Then, okay, how much you need? You need 20 million to do this, right? Okay. So somewhere there are maybe five businesses somewhere in Australia, maybe. And from these businesses, they transfer 20 million to South Africa. And they make fake invoicing. Well, we're just purchasing some beer from Australia, whatever. Yeah, but when does the beer arrive in South Africa? It never arrives. But hey, they have the invoice, so when the tax tourists come, hey, we just sold some beer. So there's no beer, but just make the fake invoice. We sold beer, we bought beer to South Africa. They send, and then 20 million is somehow transferred to South Africa. From South Africa, a million is transferred to Britain as so-called investment capital for a guy who wants to do maybe a law firm, whatever. So they hide behind all these legal codes, so they can push the cash around. Then the guy actually are told, listen, you want to traffic them, you're the bakeries, you're all the churches involved. This is how we do it. So that's how the underworld operates. And
Hmm.
just make sure from time to time you go to the rituals. Make sure from time to time you help us to recruit victims to be killed, and that's ready to go. So the thing is, underworld bankers, y'all, they're always all over the internet, all over the streets, finding where they can hide behind. They may not even want you to join the underworld. They just wanna help you out financially, just use you as a front. Oh, this Wendy over here on YouTube, man. We supported business, y'all. Listen, we doing something good here. We supported her business. And legally, you're not the criminal. You did nothing wrong. They did. But because they laundered the cash multiple times, legally, how can you say it's dirty money? Dirty cash. I mean, you can't say it anymore. So they would sometimes they look for actual legitimate people to support financially, just use
Yes.
them as a decoy for what they're doing. And
Hmm.
that's why people want to start their own business and go ahead, they need to watch very well what they get involved with. On the road,
Hmm.
bankers always have to warn you what they're involved in through symbolism, color codes, or the logos they're using. They're under obligation to do this, or else they're taken out in behind the scenes. Why? Because the evil spirits don't want angelic beings to harass them for unnecessary endangering human population. So
They
that's
don't
how it
use
goes.
this, like if let's say you have a company and they want to back you, one of these cults,
Hmm.
they're going to want you to use their symbols in your
Hmm.
branding.
Hmm.
They kind of like to show off what they're doing, correct?
Yes. Thing is, they have to show you. They don't tell you, they show you what they're all about. Look,
Hmm.
if I'm in Korea and I see some dragon symbol, whatever, yeah, it's Korean culture related to Chinese culture in the past. So I expect to see some Chinese influence over there, no problem. If I'm in Saudi Arabia or I'm in Qatar or whatever, I expect to see Arab letters and I expect to see some dates or some fruit that the Arabs eat often. There's nothing wrong with that. But if I go
Hmm.
somewhere to Britain and there's a shop over there, I see this female figure, which is Minerva, and the whole logo surrounds around Minerva. Even the name of the shop is Greek, but the visual is neither Greek nor from Greek descent. Yo, what goes on over here? Why are you doing that? But the thing is, the underworld also has specific codes how the logo has to be,
Hmm.
so they can realize, oh, you're one of us, or you're willing to join. If your company logo, listen, if you're Greek, you already have a Greek name as an advantage. The thing is,
Hmm.
even if you don't want to be part of nothing criminal or whatever that, if the logo has to somehow be in harmony with their Greek magic, and they're all over you. So a guy
And so
from
this
Greece,
is this their way of communicating with each other? Like we know who
yeah,
you are, you know who are, because they always use signs,
yes,
signals, symbolism to
okay,
show off what they're doing, correct?
yes. For example, if you have someone from Italy or Greece, or maybe from Macedonia, North Macedonia, I mean, if you have one of those individuals and they make a shop named Alexandros or Alexis based on the name, well, Alexis, that's the name of the god they worship, Apollo. So based on that alone, they may think, I just sponsor this guy. Yeah, but he's not a criminal. He's not even in agreement of doing. No, no, no. Just the fact the name Alexander goes more public, that will benefit our religion. So please back him up. Make sure he gets cash. You know what I mean? They may
Mm.
even send people on purpose to buy from your shop. They may tell people go to that shop, spend his cash over there. I don't care if you want nothing from that shop. You go there because why? Because the logo and the name of the shop, it kind of reflects the deities they worship. You are not in deity worship, just use your own Greek name or whatever. But hey, because it's similar, they go for it. So either they do that, or you have to be part of what they're doing, and your logo must symbolize it like that. The logo has to be divided in three. It must contain some mathematical code that refers to Helios, or it must have uh, a Greek deity process into it. Those three things. If your logo
Mhm.
has at least one of them, they may consider you. If not if your logo is too organic, too natural, they're not interested. So so that's how. But the thing is, a lot of corporations people work for the 9 to 5 are part of this at the top. The workers are not. So if I go to a shop to buy something and I see that the logo is actually an underworld emblem, I'm not going to be upset with people there because they don't even know what goes on. They just need to pay bills. You know what I mean?
No,
If
they
you're the if
don't.
you're if you're the manager, I need to respect you. Sorry, I need to respect you. You're the CEO. Oh my God. Okay. No, 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 no. We're not going to do this. But so that's why I need to just distinct. You have to distinguish the level of people aware of it. You can work for a company that's funded by the underworld, and you never did any crime. You're not involved in any trafficking. You were just there working to fight for your family, and that's it. But the moment you want to become a manager, they kind of turns you down. You had no idea, but now you know why. Because to become a manager, you have to be in agreement. If you're not in
Mhm.
agreement, you can't be there. So that's kind of how it goes. Most political parties are funded this way, especially the far right are funded by the underworld bankers too. And you also have some left wing political fractions also. So they do it on both sides. But just so you know, they want to put their dirty cash behind everything that can appeal to the public, just to make sure
Mhm.
the public's in this constant state of sexual disharmony. So they will never listen. If they have to tolerate you being happily married, they'll do that. But they don't want that. They don't want happily married people, or not, especially not men who are sexually stable, who are able to discipline themselves sexually. They don't want that because that will destroy the negative flow that they need to stay at the top.
Mhm.
So is it clear to you now? Because I know it's a lot of information
Very
shared. Is it
clear.
clear to you
We
now?
actually did speak about this the other night briefly in our
Mm-hmm,
chats. You know,
mm-hmm,
people and anybody watching this, you'll see
mm-hmm,
when somebody tries to infiltrate that system, you can know exactly where
mm-hmm,
they're coming from because they don't want happiness. They try and break it up, and you can actually feel that. You feel it. You know, if
mm-hmm,
you're alert to it, you can feel. So even if you don't know about any of this stuff, guys, it's just like pay attention to what you're feeling because sometimes it's there. You don't really know what it is. Rashid very clued up with this stuff, but it is a feeling you get when you
mm-hmm,
encounter these people. So sometimes I don't know if anybody's experienced this. You might be doing business with a company, and you don't know what it is that's wrong. Or you might work for a place where you're being exploited or something like that, and you don't really know
mm-hmm,
about this, but you
mm-hmm,
do get that feeling that something is very off.
mm-hmm.
And they get people to do things that they wouldn't normally do because they're desperate for money.
Yes,
And that's why I think people are exploited a lot.
yes. And remember, the tendency to sexual harmony is something all human beings need to overcome. There's no human being who says, "Oh, I don't have it." Sorry, you're from Adam and Eve, right? Then you have it. You need to overcome it, especially if you're with a partner. Okay, don't think just because you have a partner available to you, it's going to become because it's not to do with sexual intercourse, to do with your mind. Human sexuality is something spiritual that results in the physical. So it's mental first. So the sexual harmony
Mm.
starts in the mind. So that's why you have men, because of sexual disharmony, they think the more women they have sex with, the better off they're going to be. No, it's going to increase sexual disharmony, and eventually they're going to crash mentally, emotionally, and physically. And by the way, their nerve system begins to get overwhelmed because your nerve system is not built to encounter so much female DNA that many they're doing. After 50, your nerve system already going to get some issues. Men are a bit more flexible with that how we're built, but even then, you're not supposed to put it into every woman that walks around there. But men would do that. They think that this inner infertility is going to disappear. It's not disappear. It's going to get worse. Something I need to get a lot of cash.
You say men over 50?
No, no. I said over
Sorry?
50 as a body count. I mean,
Oh, okay, sorry.
because as a spirit being, during intercourse, your physical body, your nervous system picks up the other individual. Obviously, you know what I mean. Now, women are only designed to have one partner at a time. That's it. That's how the woman is built. One do an accident with and her brain, and it doesn't go well. Most men can only handle one, woman also because they don't have a high sex drive, a high life force. They don't have that. But even then, they have a bit more flexibility. They can move quicker from a partner. However, your nerve system remembers the encounter, even if you forget about it. Don't think you get drunk and don't remember it. The nerve system remembers it.
Mm-hmm.
So after 50 different female DNA, your nerve system gets overwhelmed from what is this? It's not built for it. So even men in cultures that are polygynous, where they have multiple wives in a household, they can't just add wife after wife like that because eventually the nerve system is overwhelmed and it's going to affect them in their health. Some men go far beyond 50, their body counts 100, 200, 300, think they're scoring. Then later, when in the 40s and 50s, have all these health issues afflicting them. And they don't know why. Because you overwhelmed your nerve system for something you're not supposed to do. And now you have your lifelong to deal with the backfire. And often such men, psychologically also, they kind of become disgusted with themselves. So when they have a daughter and the daughter wants to start dating, they're hyper protective of their daughter, right? To kill the boyfriend and even show them guns and all of that. Where it's coming from is a paranoia that they built up by misusing their own male sexuality. So, so sexual
I
harmony
think
must
in
always
this
start in the
case,
mind.
for any of these people following this case, they can immediately think of somebody. uh, Tell me if I'm right. I'm not mentioning names, but Rashid just hit a very big nerve regarding this case for that. Um, it does make sense. It makes a lot of sense what you're saying.
And the reason I address the men now, because often we talk about women who were damaged. We don't talk about the men that were damaged. And a lot of men, they're not well up here. Absolutely not. I'm just saying you, just listen to them. I'm talking about older men too. Listen to them speaking and you think, what? Well, the aspect. So a lot of men have this Egyptian sex magic doctrine they follow, which comes down to that the right vagina will give you prosperity and ease for life. It will make cash come easy. After this magical Egyptian spell they believe in. So they want to find the specific woman that they think, oh, sex with her is going to make everything smooth for me for life. And you think, but dude, this is work for the ancient Egyptians. Then their dynasties collapse over and over again. There was ancient Egypt conquered by the Assyrians, then the Babylonians attacked them, then the Medo Persians, then the Greeks, then the Romans. So no, it obviously does work. And weren't some of the pharaohs even assassinated for this? But hey, they have this thinking, so they become hyper obsessed with a specific woman. Because in this Egyptian sex magic thing, think that this intercourse, this woman is going to make me prosperous for life.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it doesn't happen because I'm sorry, but no woman is built to just bring you, no woman can trigger lifelong prosperity just by having intercourse with them. It does not exist.
But
But they believe
there are
this.
people who believe this. They
Yeah,
do.
on top of the men, too many men believe this. And they always get disappointed. Yeah, of course you get disappointed, dudes. When the cash doesn't come or prosperity doesn't happen, eventually they now become parent thinking the woman's against them. And now they end up killing their wives or the spouse, or they end up wanting to punish them, stalking them, and they have a lot of other problems. But it comes in the mind, why do you believe you need some magical vagina to make your life good? That means you're not stable on the inside. So you as a man, you lack inner confidence, and you want to use sexual intercourse with women to compensate the lack of confidence you have. And in Egyptian sex magic, your thought just find the right vagina and just use the spell, it's going to work out. No, it doesn't. So, but this type of thinking of the men are seldom criticized, which I'm doing right now because it's quite detrimental, even quite pathetic to say. But a lot of men are firmly believing in this. And that makes them even dangerous to be around as a woman because, listen, they don't see an actual woman, they see a creature to either worship. So either you match the goddess that they worship or you don't exist. So we,
About this in Egyptian magic. How
mhm.
would this come about that these men do this? If you
What
don't
do you mean?
mind, go back. Um, what is driving them to do this?
Okay. Okay,
Sorry,
okay.
sorry for the
No, no, no. Okay, let
questions.
me let me let me explain it because I talked about these things for over 13 years on my YouTube channel. With caution, of course. So
Rams,
some people,
please go. I'm going to tag Rashid at the end of the video, and then
yeah,
please go have a look. He's written a lot of books, and I've watched. as many of your videos as I can. So please go watch his videos. They're great.
Okay. First thing first, Egyptian sex magic from ancient times is still practiced today.
Of course.
Not, for example, a woman that's been racially traumatized amongst the what we call the African American population, which should be Afro-Moorish population. But anyway, when I say African American, you know what I'm talking about. Amongst them, you have a thing called a Thoth. Now, Thoth is the name of the Egyptian deity. Why do you call a woman who sexually lose a Thoth? Because those are women who have been ritually exploited. And that's why they got the name of this deity, to celebrate the deity. So even in the slurs used for women, you can see the deities they're worshiping. And one more thing about sex magic was primarily men on men. Women were not even considered that much. Later, it also felt that it was also used on women for the low-ranking men who somehow were compensating their lack of inner confidence by sleeping with excess of women.
Yes.
So this is not polygyny where you have one household where multiple wives join one man. That's not a thing. This actually just overcompensating because you're not certain of yourself, of your own value and insight. Now, in Egyptian sex magic, we still practice a lot worldwide. It's not Greek because in the Greek magic, women aren't even a thing because they
Yes.
follow the fallen angels. Women are actually wasting all of that. That's how they think. In Egyptian sex magic, it goes like this: a group of men, they feel low, they vibrate low, and they now want to get quality from another man. That's really what they're looking for because they lack psychological, emotional quality as a man on the inside. They lack it. Instead of admitting this and processing this, they want to get the quality from another man. So they hang out with other men all the time. Just hang out with the bros. Even tell their wife, I'm with the boys tonight. Boys, you're grown men, but anyway. So you have this high fixation hanging out with other men. And it's nothing wrong with men hanging out with other men. But men are built to invest. If you hang out with other men because you're both doing something for the community, good, hang out with them. But don't just hang out with men just because they're men to be around, because that means you're lack on the inside. So you have a bunch of men who lack on the inside, they want quality from another man. But the thing is, they also have their natural attraction to the female. But because they lack on the inside, the female is scary. Yeah, they think the female is too overwhelming, too scary. So now they want another man to approve of a woman before they want to talk to this woman to begin with. So if a woman is a virgin, have had sex before, say, oh, okay, okay, just protect her, blah, blah, whatever. If a woman has sex with one man in life, okay, whatever. If she has sex with 5 men in a short period of time, ooh, a lot of men are giving her value. A lot of men making effort. That means these men are leaving behind some of their quality in this woman. So let me go after this woman right now. This is the origin of a goddess worship. With goddess, I don't mean these Nephilim entities right now. I'm talking about actual goddess worship. In goddess worship, men seek value from other men by going after women whom men have chosen sexually. They don't care about the women. It's actually the other men's quality they want. But hey, you leave it inside of her, I want to go there too. So in goddess worship, it's not just prostitution. In prostitution, the women are, God forbid, people below 18. Like in the past, you also a lot of girls below 18 part of it. But anyway, the girl or the woman is community good to give sexual relief to the masses. That's prostitution. In prostitution, woman is taken care of. A harlot, by the way, harlots were mainly used for men, but there's also women. A harlot is someone who's sexually escaping all the time, just having sex all the time just to escape psychologically. That's a harlot. Okay? And a goddess is a woman that so many men had sex with that she's seen as supernatural by these dudes. And most of the time, these goddesses are witches themselves, so they play along with it. And in the goddess worship, men, they believe, have intercourse with this street goddess who offers a body count of maybe 500, 800, sometimes 2,000 or whatever. Yes, that happens. Some of these street goddesses have relations 4 or 5 men at the same time. Men think I need to be in line with them because I'm missing out on quality. So they don't see a woman with value. They don't see someone's daughter, someone's mom, whatever. They only see an image. I need it to be part of that image. And goddess worship's also big business worldwide till this day. And you wouldn't believe how much men are willing to pay just to have one encounter with one of these street goddesses. They pay hundreds of thousands. Some offer their loft. Some even say, here's my bank, my debit card number. Do it, buy whatever you want. Yes. A lot of these men are men who are highly educated with good paying jobs, with business go well. So yes, goddess worship's also something big in the world, everywhere.
Mhm.
It's Egyptian, not Greek, because the Greek thing doesn't want to even deal with that. The Greeks more about molesting little boys through Ganymedes, this other deity you have. But Egyptian sex magic is a common practice. And the sad thing is, it's practiced undercover so that when it actually happens, people don't identify it. Now, unless you grow up in a culture where these things are talked about and they're out there, they know it's happening. There's specific spells that you put on the women. Famous one is the Lolita spell they have. It's a common thing they use to overwhelm the woman psychologically, so the woman is more willing to just open up towards them. Yet, what types of spells they're using just to get the woman to act in their behalf. Now, pimps are chief warlocks who do this all the time, and they specialize in it. And the lover boys are more the low-ranking warlocks who just try to attend it on their own. But because a lot of women don't understand it's spiritual violence, they look on the sexual part, the exploitation, as spiritual violence, really what it is. Because in the spirit world, there's no such thing as consent in the spirit world. It's just the energy pressure that's insisted upon that happens. That's spirit world. Consent, whether it's with finance, sex, whatever, something we human beings invent to regulate human behavior. In the spirit world, there's no such thing. The energy pressure, good or bad, that's insisted upon, that works out. And a lot of people aren't even willing to accept that, but that's the reality. So these warlocks, they understand this, so they want to insist on this sexual misfortune so that it happens to the public never grip over it. Now, in the
Mhm.
Ida 4 case, I'm not sure how far, because I dare to say, it's alleged, I dare to say there was Egyptian sex match happening around the campus and in those places too. It's Greek fraternities, but love to sneak around a little bit with Egyptian magic too, like all of them do. And the thing is, if a woman becomes a street goddess, she's often taken care of financially. She doesn't have to worry about paying bills. All the men frontally do it towards her. Some of them become single moms. You see their children having the best toys, the best everything. But where's it coming from?
Mhm.
Well, it's dudes doing that. There's always men ready to jump for them and rescue them from bad situations. So the regular decent woman is neglected. She can starve, but the goddess never lacks anything. So, and in the Western world, you see the same thing happening right now, but a lot of people don't realize it. The decent
Yeah.
common woman is neglected, she is a burden, but the street goddess, if her body counts above 500, they want to go. It's above 1,000, they want to fly out to meet her. Yes, that's what goes on. But okay, a lot of the men who worship goddesses, within this
Yeah.
Egyptian sex magic thing, they act like, no, I'm Christian, man. A woman needs to be a virgin, low body count, man. This woman has been with too many men. They're lying. The
Yeah.
more higher body counts, the more innocent they are because, hey, it's sex magic, right? You're about to get some value from other men. So actually, what you want is you want to develop all these other men and end it there because they like value for themselves on the inside. So just a little thing on sex magic to explain to you. These things happen too, and there are times women, unfortunately, teenage girls, they kind of imitate these street goddesses because they think that's what men want. And there are a lot of men
Yeah.
that want street goddesses, but those are not healthy men. So if
Yeah.
let's say you have a 15-year-old girl who dressed like a street goddess, not just in wearing a short skirt, also the way she behaves, the way she talks, she imitates a street goddess. She may go out there and some of these goddess worship think she's an actual goddess. When the men actually want to get the things, oh no, I'm not 18 yet, whatever. Now most men think I have this, I want to get the rest, I'm gone. But some men get so disappointed and tricked because listen, in ancient times there was no 18 years of age. I mean, you could have a 12-year-old in street goddess, a 40-year-old,
Mhm.
whatever. Some men get so disappointed and hurt that they plan to take that girl's life or that woman's life. So imitating a street goddess is quite dangerous to do.
It is.
But
But we
hey,
do see this, we see this happening a lot
mhm,
with young girls today. I mean, very young, especially, and I think some of these cults, they infiltrate like the pageant industry
mhm,
with children. young girls. So
I'm
um,
sorry. I
I
don't
don't know.
even know what I don't even know what is a passion for children. I don't know what this even exists.
I,
Sorry,
I
I don't.
I've become very disturbed when I watch that. I don't know if any of you in the field have watched it, but it's something I never allowed with my child, entering puberty
Thank
before
God you didn't, man. Because I'll be calling you
anything,
out on it. Yeah, absolutely.
because there's big, it's big money, and our family never believed in any of that, because you see what they do to these children. I don't know if any of you watched what was it called, Toddlers and Tiaras,
What?
and it was called Toddlers and Tiaras. I don't know if Blue Rain is in America, but this
Oh,
was a big
why
show.
toddlers?
Yes, Toddlers
I'm
and Tiaras.
sorry.
Big
Call,
money,
call the
big
cops.
money,
Call the cops. Have them arrested. Check all their hard drives. Check all their finance immediately.
big money. Hey, Rashid, I'm actually gonna, after this, just remind me. I'll send you a video link, and
Mhm.
I've watched several of these things over the years, and you wonder to yourself, why do these parents allow this? Um, it's insane. And I mean, what they do to these children is they dress them up, they make them look like adults, they traumatize them so badly. I mean, they even let them wear lashes, false teeth. I
Mhm.
mean, these are children that they make look like grown adults. So it's wild. It's wild. It's huge. And yes, so if you have kids, please don't. Just don't do it.
One more thing I want to say: human males are built to be attracted to healthy, shaped women who are fully matured. That's
Mhm.
it. If a woman even talks like a child, it kind of disturbs us. We kind of think, yuck. You hear me? So you take an actual child like Jean Benet Ramsey, make her dress like she's a 25-year-old
Yeah.
sex symbol. I'm sorry. What was her father thinking? What was her mother thinking? In some countries that you do that, the public will beat you up as a parent, and the police will let it happen.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know where I'm from, Curacao, or where my people are. They hear you do that, you may not even survive it, y'all. People rather go to prison for that. They go, no, 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 not over here. And the thing is, about why are parents allowing this happen to children? Some parents are just quite mentally slow. That's it. That's why they take advantage of them. Oh, it's just a little girl dressed up nice. They don't think, why do I want one little girl dressed up nice? She's not a teenager. She's not about to have a boyfriend. She's not a grown woman. Why? Because here's the thing: the underworld, they need fresh supply of victims.
Yes.
So the a beauty pageant, just a community thing, can happen. Nothing wrong with that. But beauty pageants are often politicized to find out who's the next
Yeah.
victim.
So
Okay.
there's political parties and there's government organizations that fund these things. Actually, before we quickly go on, I just want to say there's a very big difference between little girls just, oh, hi, inside your bones. I did send you a message, but we'll chat. It's good to see you. So there's a very big difference between little girls who are just at home playing dress up, all of that kind of thing. It's pretty
Mhm.
natural. They're not being
Yes.
forced to do it. And shows like that, Toddlers and Tiaras, where
Oh my God.
these organizations are forcing parents, and they say, okay, whoever's winning in this competition, we're going to pay this little
Mhm.
girl $10,000. And I mean, this was like 20 years ago, even. And I watched it and I thought, why are these parents not in prison? It's
No.
crazy. Why? Why would you force your child to do
Some
these
of
kind of things?
some of these parents are part of cults that are funded by the underworld. So this is their duty they're doing, to the cult at least. Yo, there are even parents that rent out their teenage daughters to these older men just to get business deals or just to so they don't have to pay rent or whatever, yo. I'm telling you. So yes, it goes down like that.
Sadly.
But we want to talk about Juno Moneta over here. So I
Before we
wanted
go
to.
on, we're going to go to Juno. Can I have a 2-minute break? Nadia, how are you? Your
Okay.
friend from Holland is here. Rashid, Nadia is here.
Mhm.
And sorry, guys, I've been a bit quiet. But do you have any questions for Rashid? Can I quickly take a 1 minute break? Okay.
Okay. Let's see if there are any
Guys,
questions.
Nadia's here. Nadia is also from Netherlands. So ask Rashid some questions, and then we're going to go um, to the next part. I'll be with you guys in a sec. Sorry about this.
Okay, don't worry. Are there any questions? Goed om te zien, Nadia. Goed om je te zien. Mhm. For those that noticed, I had a haircut because my afro became too hard. My type of hair gets hard very quickly. So I thought, you know what, I can't comb it very well. Let me just shave it off. If the afro will grow back again. I always did it in my life. I let the afro grow, cut it, let it grow again. So I'm about to get a new afro soon, within like maybe 2 months or whatever, which is much better maintained. So that's why my hair is a bit different now. So, but anyway, if you have any questions, just ask them. We're about to talk about the origins of money, or not currency. Currency is what you use to pay for goods and services. All right. Currency comes from current, the flow of the river. It's what you use to pay, whether it's gold, silver, coins, banknotes. Today you use debit cards for it. That's currency. Money is something completely different. A lot of people use the word money when they should use currency. Even when they use the word money often, I'm about to explain soon when she's back why you should as much as possible avoid the word money. But I'll wait till she's back.
Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone. Okay, so where were you? Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nadia is very happy to have you
Mm-hmm.
back. Love to all of you. I'm so glad. Inside, go back to the beginning, but it's fine. You can watch from the beginning. Nadia loves Rashid's content, so we were talking about the show of that toddlers and tiaras, and Rashid was explaining Egyptian magic. So we're gonna. Um, if any of you had any questions regarding that.
Okay.
None? None? Okay. All right. So we move on from that.
Okay. When we talk about finance, we have to understand finance today has undergone a transformation by the colonial era, pushed by the former Dutch Empire. What is an economy? Let me explain it first. What is an economy? An economy is sexual motivation of a population in action. A population sexual motivation in action, that's an economy. That's why people become active, look after one another. That's why people look after the children, all of that. That's all sexual motivation in action. It's not sexual motivation want to do intercourse. Sexual motivation just to use your sexual nature, being wanted to look after one another. That's an economy. So sexual motivation is what brings forth an economy. So finance are all about the emotional well-being of the population. Whether it's gold, silver, or use bartering, you do barter like cows for chicken, whatever. It's all about the emotional well-being of the public. It's always been throughout human history. That's why if you traveled, let's say from ancient Mesopotamia to ancient Egypt, you came to the border of ancient Egypt, you're expected to pay some tribute to Pharaoh to honor the population is over. Now, taxes were only contributions based on community effort. Okay, well, still community based. The Dutch Empire in the early 1600s, they were involved against Spain. There were rivalries, back and forth, political murders here. There were a lot of pagans over here that worshipped Baal Ammon, whom in Monsieur Magdalene is known as Wodan, or in Scandinavia as Odin. It's same fallen angel. He looks like he's shaped like a dirty old man with wrinkles and all that. Also look angry. That's kind of what he is. By the way, Santa Claus, Sinterklaas, Father Christmas, Father Time are all Baal Amun, all what we call Odin or Woden. Wednesday comes from Woden. Wodansdag, Wodansday, Wednesday. In Dutch is Woensdag. So just so you know that. So the worshippers of Odin, they wanted to gain leverage worldwide. Now in the Netherlands, since ancient they worshipped nekkers or nikkers, which are swamp monsters, swamp demons. And the population is afraid of swamp demons a lot. So there were a lot of ritual murders done in honor of these swamp demons too over here. So in the population there exists this fear of swamp demons. So a bunch of warlocks wanted to take over the spice trade worldwide. Because spice is necessary for your physical health. So want to take over the spice trade from the Portuguese Empire and all of that. So, but the thing is, they didn't have many ships. There were preachers of churches who began to preach Calvinism. Calvinism is a doctrine from Jean Calvin, I believe from France or Switzerland, one or two. In Dutch, it's called Johannes Calvin. That's a Dutch name he had. But Calvinism is all about you have to work till the day you die because you don't deserve any enjoyment. That's really what Calvinism comes down to. You have to work so you can only enjoy when you're in heaven. So it's complete distortion of the gospel because it appears Christian. People think it's Christianity. Calvinism is not Christianity, y'all. It's codified like it. I'm not saying that people who call Calvinists cannot be believers, but Calvinism is a pagan, toxic doctrine. And some of these preachers made Calvinism popular in the Netherlands at the time. You have to work, 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 work. Time is money. Work, work, work. So a lot of the people began to work very hard, cutting down many trees, destroyed a lot of forests in the country. If some of their own sacred forests they sacrificed, yes, the big sacrifice on sacred forests for this, to build all these ships. So you had a giant fleet at some point for pirates to go over the world. But they wanted to back up. So you had this lawyer called, his name was Jan van Oldenbarneveld. He lived here in The Hague. He studied at multiple universities in Europe. He was a well-known figure. He founded legally the Dutch East India Company, also known as the VOC. VOC, Verenigd Oost-Indisch Company. That's Dutch for Dutch East India Company. And if the logo is referring to Apollo, I may explain to it later, but he founded it together with a bunch of other warlocks who were the heads of families.
Yes.
So the thing is, this is the part they don't put in history books. But when you do such stuff, you need to make a pact with a chief demon. So in the province of Zeeland, another part of the Netherlands, they worship Neptune. Okay, so they went to this fallen angel Neptune to make a pact, which they did. But the thing is, they needed to have a victim population to transfer this happiness onto they would bring forth. So the swamp demons they worship look like dark-skinned Africans or dark-skinned indigenous people from the Americas. And the dark-skinned people from the Americas were from Africa centuries before anyway. But so anyway, dark-skinned Africans looked like the swamp demons they worshipped. So they now began to call people like my ancestors or people like me who are light-skinned neckers or niggers. In England, it became nigger. They call us swamp monsters all the time. Treat us like we're this crazy, stinking swamp monsters shouldn't exist. By doing this, they built a mythology, and the public believed it also. Later, other nations adopted it also. That's where the whole anti-black racism came from. It was King Louis XIV of France. He did not want to openly introduce the swamp monster thing because it was quite ridiculous. So he came with the black codes, Code Noir. That's where the term black people came from. It's to codify those who are associated with swamp monsters. In Britain, in England, a few years before 1681, they came with the term white people, which was a poetic term from the theater they took and said everyone was financially approved, no matter your background, is allowed to settle in our English colonies. So the term white people meant financially approved for settlement, and the term black people became these people that have you sexually and financially restricted at all costs. So that's where the terms came from. And with that, the Dutch established this worldwide banking system, which is partly derived from ancient Rome and ancient Greece based on the Greek temple. However, they put a racial twist to it based on a swamp monster mythology. But for them to do that, they would have to come up with a system that's totally inhuman and unsustainable. That even other pagans were saying, don't do this. This is insanity. They did it anyway. They decided finances are just these coins and banknotes you have nothing to do with the emotional being of the community. Economy simply means goods and services floating around. Sexual motivation, emotions of the public, totally forgotten, don't they? Doesn't exist. As a matter of fact, you are an individual human being, don't separate from anyone else. We only deal with you. We don't care about your family. That's the financial structure they established, which goes against our human design, which is illogical, which even sociopathic and criminal when you think about it. But
It
that's
is.
the financial system they put on worldwide. And they founded New Amsterdam. There was already a community living there on Mannahatta. Mannahatta, Manna refers to the provision from Heavenly Father to the Israelites in the desert. You find the book of Exodus. So Mannahatta. Next to it, you had Senemahaka, which they would call Brooklyn. So they went over there, established New Amsterdam as a paranormal gateway for these marine spirits they were worshiping. The English later became jealous, had a competition on sea, a few sea wars, and then they agreed Britain, England, you take over that. They call it New York. So
Mhm.
they built a bit more from these sea portals all over the world for their financial system. So over time, people got used to the idea that business means no emotions, no care for your well-being, just cash flowing. So, so that's how the worship of Juno Moneta became normalized again. In ancient times, Juno Moneta, which the Greeks called Hera, this Nephilim was worshipped just for just to put sexual chains on people. Let me explain. So I explained sexual harmony is something we're all prone to do the fall of Adam. We all need to be managed in it, and only believers can outgrow it. Now, ancients, they don't follow Heavenly Father, could not solve sexual harmony. Impossible. But they could only manage it. So Juno Moneta, or Hera, as we called ancient Greece, was the entity they used to keep sexual chains on people in the economic behavior. That's how it was in ancient times. What the Dutch did said, no, 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 no. We don't care about sexual chains to manage any population. We don't give a damn about no population, y'all. Just make sure all the cash, all the gold, silver flows our ways. So they went full sexualist harmony, and your value was determined by this thing they called money. Currency was now called money after Juno Moneta. In England, it went very fast because in England, the word for money is directly derived from Juno Moneta. While in Dutch, the word used for currency, the word used for money is geld.
Yeah.
Geld is totally different from Moneta, completely
So
different.
in Afrikaans, they call it geld.
Yeah, it's from Dutch. It's totally different. So the magic doesn't work well in Dutch, works well in English. In English, the magic then they said, you know what? We're going to use this name of this entity, money, because money is actually the English version of Juno Moneta. We're going to use this English entity for daily expenses. But then they begin to treat people as they don't belong to a family. Even in legislation, they put this late on in the 1800s. So this is beyond the Dutch Empire now. Now you have the world join into this pedophilic um, financial system where you are split psychologically between, hey, I'm at home, this is my family, I'm at work, it's professional. There was no professional world before the 1800s. It was just, you want to do business, get to know the people. What do you do for the people? It's always community based. The imperial system of the Dutch and also the British, because the Spanish and Portuguese still want to keep community at the center. But when the Spanish Empire collapsed completely, 1826,
Mhm.
Britain now said, we're going to follow the Dutch example. We are going to put this system worldwide, and this is our white man's burden to make sure everyone is socialized into this. This is a new way to go. And because a lot of people believe them, they went along with it. So money is an entity. It's a Nephilim. When you pray for
Good
money,
evil.
someone's calling me right now, but okay, I'm not going to
Take
pick
a
up.
call. I can do
No, no,
the.
no,
I
no,
can
no, no,
do
no.
too.
I told before you call me, check whether I'm live or not. So I tell you before, so they can call back later, no problem. But anyway, I'm just mentioning quite important. Money is an entity.
It's a. It's
It's a
a.
it's not a fallen angel. It's a Nephilim. So
Yes.
anytime you pray and you mention money, you're calling for that goddess.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, money in practice, apart from the entity Juno Moneta, money is sexual fear in motion. That's what money is. It's a vibration. It's sexual fear in motion. And
Mm-hmm.
this sexual fear now is carrying people into compliance, and now you can take advantage of them materially. You know what I mean?
Yes. It's
That's
definitely.
that's the monetary system we talk about. This is why there's a difference in a financial system and a monetary system. The monetary system of the world, it could call monetary from money, Juno Moneta. It's to generate sexual fear in the masses, and with that, the masses are drained throughout their life.
Nadia is asking a question now. Does it carry energy?
What's actually the banknotes? She means the coins. What exactly?
The coins, or what do you mean, Nadia?
Okay, okay, I'll continue meanwhile. So
Continue.
okay, again,
Money.
if you take some coins,
Asking does money itself
if you take a coin, it's just a coin.
energy?
If you take a coin, that's currency. It becomes money by the paranormal value you put on it.
Yes.
Okay, for example, if I take a Japanese banknote, a yen, in Japan, it's considered money because I can use it over there. I go with the yen to Europe over here, to the Netherlands, it's just currency, but not money. I have to exchange it for euros, the currency that's used over here. So in
Mm-hmm.
public speech, money is currency in use. However, we should even use the term money because money is sexual fear that vibrates in the population. That's what money actually means. So when you want to talk about finances, use banknotes, coins. You can use euros. I believe so. I've used the rand. Am I correct? Or what's the
Rand.
currency of the
Yes.
rand?
South
Okay.
African rand.
Use the name of the currency or mention banknotes or coins or capital. Capital is a neutral term you can use also. Don't
Mm-hmm.
say money. At time say money, you are the ether because the earth's like a living eye. It triggers this entity because you're actually calling for her. Now you can use the word, but the thing is, don't call upon money, especially not in prayer, because the natural abundance, according to the Heavenly Father, is when the people are sexually motivated in a healthy way, and that leads to economic activity. And that's how this prosperity flowing to the population. That's how it should be. And riches belong to the people, and the managers of the riches are quote unquote rich folks, but only managers of the population's riches. It's not that, hey, this is our cash, we do whatever we want with it, like the United States. No. So the community is rich, the individuals are wealthy. That's a big difference. An individual is never rich, they are wealthy. The community is rich. Okay? In this system in the monetary system, I don't talk about finance, I talk about the monetary system. It's all about keeping people sexually afraid, and this vibration of sexual fear. It's the same. It's like it's like you're afraid you're about to be molested at any time, or something bad would happen to you sexually. This sexual fear, they want to artificially keep it in the population, so that people now their brains are damaged because of that. They can't really function properly. At this disadvantage, take over population to exploit them in labor and in resources. And then they tell you you need this currency to confirm your value, especially if you're a man. They tell you that. Get a
Mm-hmm.
job, work. You're a grown man, whatever. Get the paper coming in. So I'm
They do.
okay. I'm okay with capital currency. I will do all of that. I have nothing to do with money because I don't deal with this bitchy entity over there. Sorry for my language. I don't want to do anything with
No,
her.
no, no, go wild. We
No,
don't
sorry,
have
but
patience for
listen.
these things.
I listen. Money should be a cuss word, really. it should be a cuss word because contrary to words like, for example, you have defecate and taking a shit. You mean the same thing. But one is Germanic, so it's a bad word. We look down upon it. Other is from Latin, so it's high word. This nonsense. Munch actually be a cuss word because it actually refer to a nasty entity, and that the purpose is to keep us in sexual fear. I don't know, but that's actually criminal when you think about it. So if you want money, then you need to join the paranormal or join the underworld, and you need to be willing to make yourself into a harlot. And listen, there are witches who actually pray to Juno Moneta. They pray to her.
Okay, you guys
She
heard
can,
that.
she
So,
can listen.
and this is where they started at the temple producing the
Yeah.
Roman mints. So these witches, they worship her.
They actually pray to her. The thing is,
Pray.
they're not the Heavenly Father. Okay, the Heavenly Father is omnipresent. Entities are not. If Juno Moneta is somewhere in O'Brien's eyes right now, she's nowhere else in the entire universe. Okay, so someone in Japan is praying Juno Moneta, and Juno Moneta is somewhere floating around in Buenos Aires. She can't hear them. Okay, what happens is they have specific temples they built in the world where you go, and there are the demons there also. So when you pray to money right over there, the demons quickly will shoot throughout the earth and tell her there's a witch praying towards you over there. She wants some extra cash or whatever. There are men praying to money too, but men do it far less because men understand that they have to become a harlot in order to harvest this sexual fear also in their own bodies. And men, for men, it means being taken from the behind, and they're not really fond of that overall. So warlocks, I'm not talking about those who are actually sold out into demonic contracts. Warlocks in general think, you know what, my sexual quality already decreased because I'm a warlock. I don't want to decrease more by becoming a loose booty sensation everywhere. But that's why you have a lot of these witches who are sexually loose like that, because they, to get the quote unquote blessings of money, they have to make their bodies filthy and polluted with sexual stress. That's why there's always a boyfriend that treats them bad. They choose these toxic men on purpose, or there's always some accusation, someone molested me, whatever. It's always going on because that's the climate they want to generate inside the body and around, so that this pollution can work on their behalf. They can take advantage financially from other people.
Think about fraternities, for example. This would also be what they refer to as old money, because it's generational, this money. So a lot of the fraternities, you'll see the father or mother was in the fraternity, the grandparents were in the fraternity, and it goes back generations. Does this also tie into when they call it very old money? So some of these people that are in fraternities, for example,
The term old money should scare you. Old
it's
money. That means they've been involved in this Juno Moneta worship for generations. What I mean.
for ages, because whenever you hear that, you hear that saying people come from old money, it actually is very triggering. It's very scary. Like these people have had money for generations and generations. It's not something they earned, it's something they inherited.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with earning a lot of finance and being successful as long as there's a community purpose
This is
to
different.
it.
This is different when you talk about earning money that you earned honestly and old money that is passed down through generations.
Old means old means outdated, decaying. And use the word money with that entity. So actually already they're telling on themselves over there. Let me explain like this. Finance can flow to you naturally in a state of joy when you actually are in an economy active, or finance can flow to you paranormally. It's two ways.
Okay. Inside your bones and coins and money having people on it pictured. Yes. Okay, so that's something Rashid's going to discuss, because that was done deliberately. With Juno, I mean, they actually imprinted these gods on the coins, correct?
Yes. The idea behind putting a ruler on a coin, whether it was a king, emperor, whatever, is the idea that this man, and the idea, there's nothing wrong with the idea itself, but it can become quite perverted. The idea is this man is for life dedicated to the population. That's why anything that happens financially is under his responsibility. That's why he put his face on the coin. That's the idea behind it.
Mm-hmm.
However, in Greco-Roman times, they began to worship these leaders, and that goes way too far. You know what I mean? So when they
Mm-hmm.
asked Jesus, is it right for us to pay taxes? Jesus said, give me a coin. They gave him a coin, asked, whose face on this? Say Caesar's. Give back
Caesar.
to what Caesar's, and give to God what's God's. So what Christ was saying is, listen, the currency is just a method you use for your daily life. It's not what you should be relying on. Caesar is desperate to be worshipped. So it's not that you put him on the coin because Caesar's responsible for the economy, because Caesar ain't doing much anyway. They just
Mm-hmm.
want you to worship this guy as a god. You don't want to worship this guy? Then guess what? You just use the coins just as an exchange. Get rid of the emotional garbage. If you want some tax, give back some of those coins. God will provide for you otherwise. You know what I mean? Pay your
That was a
tax.
fascinating point of Jesus actually saying to them, give back to Rome, because people actually misunderstood. They misinterpreted it, if I'm correct, saying, no, you must pay taxes. But he was saying, give to Rome what is Rome's, and we keep what is ours.
And the thing is, let me say
It was a very big moment for
another
me.
time. And the thing is, who asked Jesus questions? It were the people abusing the public for financially. Those were asking. It was not a common asking Jesus is going to pay taxes. It were the people who were exploiting, harming the people. Those that worship Juno Moneta were asking him. So why are you guys all involved in this monetary system, financial exploiting the people, and asking you as okay to participate in the system that you chose to participate in? You just want to argue. So by his thing, one time the Apostle Peter came home, and because people were bothering Apostle Peter, is your master paying the taxes? Peter said, of course he does. He arrived and Jesus asked him, Peter, from whom do the kings of earth demand taxes? From the children or from strangers? Peter said, from strangers. And Jesus said, then the children are exempt, right? But because we don't take any offense, go to the lake, a fish will come out with a golden coin, go and pay for me and you. What Christ was saying is, listen, these people in the world who run the world are wicked. Their children are involved in their wickedness. That's why they don't charge their own children. You, because they're not involved with you, they charge you as
Mhm.
parasites. Okay? But the problem is, do you want to be involved with these people? No, right? So if they ask for the contribution, pay the contribution, you did your part. If you do your part and they have to complain about you, now they explain what's all about. Why are you complaining? I paid the tax, right? Well, as a matter of fact, I paid the tax. How come the roads aren't working? How come this ain't working? You are the one threatening me to pay, right? So I paid. What else you want from me? What do you want? Now they have to explain what they want from you. And now it gets very quiet because they can't explain to you that they're actually like parasites want to feed off of your energy. You can't say that towards you. So then they're going to shut up. They're going to leave you alone. So pay the tax. So at least for the public, do you do your contribution? Because if others pay tax and you don't say, they're going to look down
Uh,
at you. Why do we have to pay?
Gold on Rashid, gold on. I've got somebody like here wanting to attack you in the comments, saying, what did she say? Yeah, don't believe him. Well, actually, maybe go read Rashid's book, my love. But I'm actually going to ban you and your comments. I don't have time for negativity. Anyway, go on, Rashid. Sorry about that.
So you still didn't remove the highlight.
I'm going to remove her
You can
because
highlight another picture. So the thing is,
yeah.
um, if if human beings are like this, if they go through some misery and you're not in a misery, they kind of feel like, why aren't you miserable like us? So if everyone is burdened with taxes and you're not, they want a good reason. If you can't find a good reason, they come for you. So by you paying the taxes, you both calm down the people around you, and you did your contribution. And now, if the authorities want more from you, they have to give a full explanation. They won't be able to give it towards you. So it's a way for you to um, it's a way for you to deal with the world in a practical way. You follow me? So that's really what it was all about. But the thing is, I want you to understand the difference between a financial structure and a monetary system. A monetary system is paranormal, is mainly focused on keeping sexual fear in the population. That's it.
Yeah.
So even though they both deal with coins and banknotes, and because in both cases they're coins and banknotes, everything is the same thing. It's not the same thing. That's why they're called differently.
Yes.
That's why in country you have a Minister of Finance and a Minister of Economy. Why they're not just one? Why the Minister of Economy and Minister of Finance? Why? Because financial system of the world is incorporating this global monetary system, which is meant to keep people in this vibration of sexual fear. That's what it's meant to do. An economy are the people sexually motivated to look after one another. While the thing is, the world has no economy. The world has a financial bubble. There's a big difference. A financial bubble is when cash is flowing around and it's just floating around based on the pattern people are in. An economy is actually people produce and reproduce one another to make sure that the needs are met in the population, whether luxurious needs or basic needs.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference. So when people say follow the money, what it actually means is that it's not just finding out where who paid for what's the intention behind it? Who are the people paying for it and why people paying? What's their motivation?
Yeah.
So understand this. People in the world, because they're often illiterate and they're not really looking for solutions, they just take things for granted. Well, if you don't pay rent, you're out of house anyway, so get the money, whatever. They don't sit down and think what's goes on over here. Why is this happening? And once you do that, you start asking questions, things that's very vague, nobody can explain. Okay, so nobody can explain, but we still have to comply. If we don't comply, we're homeless. What? You start asking more questions, then you figure out, this is in this. Someone asks, so she can you explain the sexual fear? I don't get that part completely. What is this?
Um, it's kind of like in the little beginning, but if you want to do a recap, Rashid, you're welcome.
It's like we as human beings are sexual beings. Sexuality starts in the mind, not in the body. The body is you are a spirit being, so sexuality is a spirit thing that plays out in your physical body eventually. But it also plays out in behavior related to other people. And not just intercourse, but also how you relate to other people. Sexual fear is this constant insecurity concerning your safety, hinting that you may be overtaken and brutalized at any time. That's the low vibration they want to keep in the human species. Because that's a vibration that's actually called money. And that's vibration they want you on so that the demons can easily have advantage over you. And these evil people easily exploit you further because you don't think clearly in their vibration.
Okay, good. Yeah, 100% right. So you remember what you have to also do is that a lot of people kind of make money their god, which is not a thing that we say lightly because people do. They worship money even in today, not even in secret anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's so blatantly obvious how people do that. Money is everything to them. They will they will trade their time, their soul, their energy, anything for it. And it also makes people, like I said in the beginning, it makes people do things that they wouldn't normally
And
do.
this is why they make housing expensive. This is why they make sure that access to finances is limited to a select few of people. And what do you know? The select few of people are all related to some cult eventually. So, but the thing is, you can break through this monetary system, but you'll face resistance from people around you, more from the system itself. And because a lot of people around you just want to get it over with and they don't even ask questions. You can win against the monetary system, but it has to happen spiritually. And you need to be willing to lose some relationships for it. A lot of people want to win the world. They want this complete confined of ease, never bothered. But for you to do that, you have to get along with the violence in the world now. And that's what a lot of people do. And that's how they quote unquote sell their soul. Sell your soul is symbolic for you pledge to be available to whatever evil spirit wants a body to work through or a mind to work through. That's what selling your soul means. A lot of people sell their souls just to get easy financial access.
Mhm.
And the thing is, anytime you sell your soul like that, there's going to be some plague where some disease or mental disorder afflicting you in the long run. So those that don't want to deal with much of these plagues, they become warlocks and witches themselves. The witches, they go full harlot mode sexually with their bodies. And then when the pollution builds up, they will look for a specific man to have sex with, and then they do some sex ritual to transfer their heaviness onto the men. Now the man gets all the pollution, and diseases, and they're built out for at least a few months. There are men doing this too towards women. They start dating a woman, acting so fun, suddenly they cut the woman off or scream at her, it's over. The woman's left behind traumatized, and that's how his heavy pollution, what he was been doing, is onto the woman. It's a soul for a soul. They do that. So understand this. People that are involved in money, they're involved in violence. Because fear is unacceptable on every level. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You could be involved in finance and not be involved in money. So that's why in financial districts they barely use the word money. Rarely. I used to wonder why can't you just say money? Why is it always capital? Or why all these fancy terms? Because they don't want to trigger this goddess. Because if you want actual money, then you have to become a harlot, and you have to be willing to put this sexual fear on people around you too, to make a circle. You have to be willing to do all of that. You're not willing to do that, you don't get the blessings of money, as you call it. There's no blessing, but that's what they call it. So, but
And
yeah,
and
tell me.
before money, obviously we had, sorry about that. Before money, there wasn't, there wasn't coins and currency. People used to barter
The,
and,
the thing is, there
you
were coins around, but these coins were privately made from gold. It was available, and they were not regulated by governments all the time. Sometimes, not always. Big transactions were just golden bars and silver bars between the states, between kings,
Mhm.
all of that. Local rich people take some coins, put some logo on it, and to show off. Because you have
Yes.
bartering was locally, you couldn't do it on a big distance. So currency existed.
Yeah.
Money did not, that monetary system. And for a lot of people, they can't distinguish currency from money. And that's why I've been teaching my channel also to make the distinction between money and currency. I used to use the term money just to highlight currency because a lot of people do that. And eventually I said, no, I need to stop doing that because it confuses people too. That's why I've used the word capital, not the M word. And things that's why in churches, when you talk about we need to pray for money, we need for money, people get uncomfortable. Oh, you can't pray for God for money. You have to pray for this. I'm thinking, why can't we just pray about the finances? Why? Because money is not finance. You think money equals finance, but it's not the case. Money is a type of divination that's being used. So you
Mhm.
can't pray to God about it because it's something satanic. You want to talk about money, you have to go to the red light district, or you have to go to some forest ceremony. You have to read some of these dark books. You know what to do then. You want to have wealth and riches. Now you can go to the Bible. Now you can go and talk with fellow believers. Now you can get things done. But too many believers are incorporated in a monetary system. And that's why they never have financial breakthroughs in their lives. Because the Heavenly Father is not going to sponsor a fallen angel nor a Nephilim. God's not about to sponsor something that's going to harm you in the long run.
Yeah.
So that's why the Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil. Thing is, money is just this frequency of sexual fear. But a lot of people love what this frequency can bring them exploitation of others. And it's really you want to be God over other people. And that's the root of all evil. So
It brings
it,
control, it
it
brings
surprises
control,
it
power
surprises
over
me.
people, everything.
It surprises me. I mean, I'm not looking down on people. Okay. When I began my YouTube channel, it was just me individually doing my own initiative. I had no team, none of that supporting me. I have a team now that helps me from time to time, but I have nobody else. You know what I mean? Well, now you have pastors, politicians, people with whole teams investigating things, and they keep using the word money. That makes me think, hold on a minute. Why are you using the word money? Are you a preacher? I need to look into you a little bit more. What goes on over here? If a local individual Western who's been miseducated by the education system use word money, what I can't expect better. But you of high rank with the whole team behind you, what's your team doing? What goes on over here? So that's the thing. And when it comes to ritual crime that we discussed about, the worship of Juno Moneta is key. As a matter of fact, Juno Moneta is the main entity venerated in the world, but they hide the fact it's an entity.
Mhm.
They hide it because the moment you find out it's an entity and you begin to pray against this entity, you're going to start seeing a lot of financial crashes happening around you. Any
Is that
corporation, any
is that
business.
all happening in Idaho back in the day? All
Mhm,
this financial pressure,
mhm.
because
Um,
remember I've spoken about this university, the financial troubles, um, all of that going on in the town. So there was a lot of pressure financially on this town.
Look, as I mentioned before, a simply ritual. The underworld does it to bring sympathy to the locals, to overlook the scandals. So the monetary system was not working properly over there, and it brought the scandals out. So to hide the scandals and to bring sympathy to the locals, you need a sympathy ritual. And it's still alleged, okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but that's what they did with the Idol 4 thing. And but the thing is, they were so overconfident in what they did, they couldn't keep their mouth shut about it. Because normally you do the criminal sympathy ritual, the people get traumatized, people keep fermenting it in their minds. You keep your mouth shut. There's a conviction. You move on. A few years later, you do it again to keep the cycle going. But in this time, it's like they were so proud of what they achieved that eventually them run their mouth when people question, okay, not much adds up in this case. And now it's all over the internet. People want to know what really happened. And now, even some of the families wonder, how come we didn't see all the crime scene photos before? What is this? So they actually messed up big time. And the worst thing is you have the internet as a witness now. You can't silence millions of people worldwide who've seen
No,
this.
and I think they didn't anticipate that. Sorry, Nadia, I put it in the chat. I'm going to put the thumbnail after the video. Sorry, I had a bit of a technical issue. I think what Rashid's saying is 100% right. They got a little bit overconfident when they did this. I firmly believe this was ritualistic. And it wasn't something that I just only felt when I met Rashid. I think that's when when you contacted me, because something felt very evil about this crime. It didn't feel right. It didn't make sense. There's certain triggering words that were used during the victim impact statements.
Mhm,
I believe they used the media to push the story out.
mhm.
These are all people that are involved
Yeah.
to trigger us into having a lot of sympathy
Hmm.
for crime. Now, I'm not somebody who's going to say it didn't happen, there weren't victims. I fully stick to the facts. There were real victims in this crime. But I'm also very cautious in what I'm saying. I don't want to be struck down by YouTube. But I believe that they were so arrogant that they were actually showing off what they did. Maybe that was after the one video you contacted me, and I said in the one video that this didn't happen even inside the house because they were showing it off. That's how arrogant they got. And people were paid. People were paid. Remember that story in the beginning where
Hmm.
they said that there were videos taken of this crime and that people actually paid. I don't know if you guys remember, maybe Rashid doesn't know about this. They paid to watch this happen. And I've always found that story very fascinating. Why would people, they specifically, I don't know if you know about this, Rashid, there was a story very early with the 4chan post, I haven't covered this yet, where people said that they actually paid about $6. 400 and something people paid $6 to
Six?
watch, $6 to watch
Okay.
the play out in real time. Yeah, Nadia's typed it in. And there were a lot of shady landlords in that area. So I felt just even looking at this whole crime that why so many people covering things up.
Yeah.
It felt I without even having any proof, it felt very ritualistic to me.
Yeah.
It
And,
really did.
and the thing is, I
Then
want.
the
I'm sorry.
says it all, like Nadia says, yeah, the
Yes.
numbers. They
In
kept going with the story, like people paid $6. Just a strange amount. Like why would
yes.
you pay
And
$6?
and
Six
remember, 6 in Greek magic is to replace the X that refers to Helios. So, and remember, the Greek magic is the main one we want to use worldwide. Chaldean Egyptian magic kind of push to the background a little bit, but people kind of switch between the two. When it comes to such things, they want to use Greek magic. So you have to find your sixes, your X's, or your thousands in it. They have to codify it like that so that your body builds up a pattern with it. And
Wow.
and listen, some of these symptom rituals are hoaxes. Nobody died, nobody got injured. Just the effect they want on the public. You know what I mean? The problem is
Exactly.
with a hoax, they almost always go over the top because you have to fake the grief. And I'm telling you,
So
it's
that's
very
why
hard to
I
fake grief.
actually named my series Ida Hoax, because what they do,
Mhm.
that's how I perceived it. That's why I named it Ida Hoax. But in your Sergeant Bones, don't be scared. This is what they want. They want you to be terrified of what they did. But it's so in your face. Um,
Okay.
it's yeah, it's crazy.
Okay.
And
There
no,
are
don't
two.
worry, money.
There are
It's
two.
fine. In my opinion, I
There,
don't care if they demonetize my video.
okay. There are two types of hoaxes. You have a hoax where nothing actually happened, just made up a whole story.
Mhm.
The problem is if you do that, locals can easily say, "What are you talking about?" If someone claims that there was a multiple stabbing here in my street over here, and talk about social media, I just walk around and say, "Guys, where are the police cars? Where's everything?" I can make a short video on TikTok, whatever, and it's totally gone. Maybe 200 years ago, you could have done something like that, and people could have fell for it because people couldn't get close themselves to look at it. But to just make up a traumatic story like that, people naturally want some proof. So, and today with social media, with the internet, people can notice very quickly, that the woman's fake crying, or why's so many police cars there, this or that. So hoax rituals are very costly and most likely to fail. What they do is they actually kill real people and they make up an extra story to it that never happened, like stalking or whatever. So they make a combination of it. So as you get confused what's real, what's not real. And that confusion alone also keeps you in a low vibration that they need.
And that's
So
honestly what they've done. They've created not only confusion, but they've created a lot of division. Because if you see online, you have two sides of this community. So people are actually arguing with each other as if they are personally involved in this
mhm.
and fighting. And this is what they want. They want people fighting. So, I mean, when you see these comments online, you just got to like force yourself to scroll by. That's my point. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. You don't
No, no,
have to
no,
agree with me.
no.
But they deliberately caused um, division between people because you have your guilters and you have what they refer to us as pro
Pro
burgers.
burgers. And this type of division also one is divide et impere. Like say in Latin, divide and rule. So they want the people divided in toxicity because it's easier than to exploit the people when you do that. And and thing is, once you understand the occult, you understand how voodoo works, you understand how Greek magic works, all of that, you also understand a lot of the political happenings in history too. For example, you have someone from Australia right now, right? Inside your bones, she's from Australia, right?
Inside your bones, Australia. Yeah, I think she
Okay.
is.
For example, Britain at the time in 1707, England and Scotland united. 1801, the United with Scotland became United Kingdom. Britain had a big ghetto problem. Big one. A lot of children were abandoned. Because they were doing a lot of rituals with these children. And this was actually embarrassing the British Empire. And the thing is, Britain was a rival with the Spanish Empire, but the Spanish Empire still had a community focus by law. So now Britain had a problem. You have a lot of orphans all over the place, a lot of children abandoned. Which nation that's self-honoring does things like that? And the Scottish were getting in saying, "Listen, we were forced into a union with you guys, like almost 70 years ago. We never want. We want to separate from Great Britain, become Scotland again." And if that would have happened, the whole British Empire would have been a big failure. So they wanted
Mhm.
to rescue the empire. The thing is, they needed to give up territory, and thank God Benjamin Franklin, some British politicians suddenly said independence. Oh, good for us. Oh, take Canada too, please. No. We don't want Canada. Oh shit. Okay, we have to take Canada. Canada over there. The thing is, they needed a colonial project to prove to the Scottish the Union is worth its worth to be British. You know what I mean? Because until this day, you have Scottish have their own team, English team, Wales team. Because one of being British is a real thing. So they want all the Scottish men to be involved in a new project. That's why this guy James Cook sailed to the area called Australia. The Spanish didn't want to colonize. Spain had their hands full with the Americas, and there was a big area with wilderness also. So, but James Cook said, I'm gonna do it. Let me just finish that place." He did, and later the later British government decided, you know what, a lot of these orphans, let's convict them in a court of law to label them as convicts. Maybe hear convict, we have less sympathy, and we drop all these children there somewhere in that thing we call Port Arthur, this prison colony over there.
Mhm.
They thought this going to convince the Scottish people. We got rid of the ghettos. We're good. So then there was a failure. So immediately a lot of Scottish men through London began active in building towns or other that around Port Arthur. Port Arthur later named Sydney. I believe it was. I'm not sure if that was a Scottish nobleman or whatever. Anyway, they named Sydney afterwards. May not be Scottish, maybe North England, whatever. Anyway, so they decided we're going to build a new country to prove that Scotland and England can work together, build something good. And don't worry about the ghettos. We'll drop all those abandoned children right over there. And that was the beginning of the colony of New South Wales, which later, when the population there demanded equal treatment to Britain, there were a lot of riots. The British Parliament decided, oh shit, we can't have, they're meant to be the throwaway children. They shouldn't be talking back, wanting equal rights in the British Empire. There were some people calling for independence. So Britain was, oh, you call for independence. Independence. Okay, here's your constitution, Commonwealth of Australia. You're still part of the British Empire, but you're not British anymore. You're Australian. So the exploitation remained. You're part of the British Empire, but you're still independent. Similar to Canada. Canada in 1867 became a confederate kingdom. It was called Kingdom of Canada, but it removed kingdom. Oh, just called it Canada. But it also did a Commonwealth. They made of it a federal kingdom. New Zealand said, well, not to do with this. Make us our own kingdom then, which it did a few years later. So when people ask, why were the British even there? They had an orphan problem because they had a big child abuse problem. And they wanted to dump all their damaged children over there. So if they turn out into monsters, let Aboriginals deal with them. But then that made Britain look worse. So now they had to do actual investments there and said, we're going to build a new country right now. So that's why Australia and New Zealand exist as independent countries. Not the
And like
countries alive today, but now you know the history of why they were there. They were trying to escape ritually from their community obligations.
yeah, and she responded, yeah, inside your bone said we were meant to be a prison, like second class.
Yes. And the thing is, when they do things like this, listen, that Port Arthur itself was a paranormal gateway they built over there. To have all these traumatized children, now, they were not all children, all these traumatized children dropped over there, that brings a lot of negativity into the earth, which then they can use again. So I often check Australia to see how high the crime rate's over there. And I keep seeing crime rate is low in Australia. Crime rate is low. Australia's doing very well. Crime rate is low. And I'm thinking, based on the history of this place, sorry, but listen, I know Australian people, some even believers, great people, but that history of the country is satanic. Not only the Aboriginal, also the Europeans were dropped over there. You know what I mean? So with all the ritual violence it did to our generations, I don't believe the crime in Australia is that low, y'all. So if you're from Australia, pay close attention because they're doing these rituals regularly around you. And so for you from Australia, that's what I'm going to say, because this low crime rate doing so well, sorry, If I'm wrong, prove me wrong, please. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know how it is. I've also always heard that story that crime is so low in Australia. Um, um, Skull, how are you? Inside your bones, is the crime rate? What do you guys experience? I mean, look, there could be a high crime rate which average people on the street don't really experience
Mhm.
anyway. It's just kind of happening behind the scenes. It's very much happening behind the scenes. So we're not taking a shot at anybody's country. We're just telling you. She's
And
saying,
also, the thing is,
uh,
Britain was not that good towards its subjects, never has been. Britain is known to abandon its own people regularly. I'm okay with Commonwealth kingdoms. A kingdom psychologically work better for a community than a republic. I'm all fine with that. But I don't want the kingdom to have a roots in ritual murder, all of that. I'm not okay with that. So if you're from Australia watching this, I support you. Not around you, whether you are Aboriginal Australian or you are from a European descent or Chinese descent. Listen, if you think there's racial crime happening, go into prayer and fasting and shut that thing down spiritually immediately, y'all. Because I have the feeling, I hope I'm wrong, that a lot is going down over there, but because it's such a big landmass, they get away with it.
Skomka asked, isn't China taking over Australia?
They would wish. China goes through collapse itself right now at the moment, y'all, demographically and in relevancy. So they don't have the time to take over other places, y'all. But no, there are Chinese cults from the underworld that want to expand to Australia. So watch out with those because
Those
they.
different when you say Chinese cults from the underworld, because we've been discussing these
Mhm,
Greek
mhm.
and Roman deities, but where do the Chinese cults fit in? I know you've got to probably go in
Yeah.
a little bit, but anyway, if
No,
you
no,
have
no,
a
no, no,
bit.
no. It's fine. Listen, in the world, there are two types of magic people do. I don't talk about illusionism, card tricks, all that. I talk about actual real black magic. There are two types: the Egyptian or Babylonian one, which is more emotional, sex based, and the Greek one was mathematical, structures based. The Chinese Empire was an administration that modeled the ideals of the ancient Greeks. The idea, to some extent. To some extent, I say, because also had their own philosophies, also so the Confucianism and all of that. But the Chinese underworld cults had their origins in Hong Kong. They were led by the Li dynasty. By the way, many Chinese people are called Li today because the last name became copied on the population over time. But back in the day, if you were called Li, that's written like a tree and little child. This is the Chinese character for it. You were part of this um, satanic bloodline or quote unquote wizard family that ran the underworld in Asia. They're still around. You have people from this Li dynasty are still all over Asia. You have them in China, Korea, Malaysia, all over the place. They they want to keep the Asian population in this sexual fear thing. So they're just as Greek as these other psychos around here, but they need to come with Asian imagery so that people think, oh, they're all about Asian culture. But Hong
Okay.
Kong is their headquarters. That's why Britain wanted to have Hong Kong from the Chinese Empire because, A, they're on good terms with the people over there. But the thing is, the Chinese underworld is the one running all of Asia, including Japan and all other places. If their base is Hong Kong, the thing is, you can even look up who the actual members are of this dynasty now, which I'm not going to do now. You can do it for yourself. They don't look that masculine whatsoever. How can they be? But it's still around, and they are not all of them. Some of them leave the family, want to live a normal human life, but there are psycho sick families that are portals for these entities. And in Asia, they want to keep Christianity at the minimum. And but the thing is, these groups from the Lee dynasty, they're under pressure now. So now they want to move away and go elsewhere to retain their leverage. And Australia is the easiest target because, well, if the Australian government had more concern for their own citizens, they would check these Chinese group and check them, where you're from, what are you doing here, what do you want. But apparently they can just go in and out when they show the cash. Because remember, a lot of the people in Australia at high position also worship money, this goddess. So if the Chinese underworld comes with money, the same goddess they worship, of course they're going to say, "Oh, go ahead." And that's how you have Chinese underworld groups becoming dominant in Australia now. Hey, and a lot of these people that are in administration of Australia were also part of the underworld. They don't care about local population. I mean, especially not for the women. So if they can find their quote unquote brothers from China to make the demons relevant over there, they gladly do it. But that's a concerning thing with Australia right now that the believers there have to tackle. But anyway, I'm all the way over here in the Netherlands. I never mentioned visit Australia yet. I do want in the future. But just know that there's an underworld infestation going on down there that is seldom discussed.
Wow.
And but now you know.
Yeah. That same thing that Britain did with Australia, I wonder if that applied with the Netherlands and South Africa back in that time.
That they built the Cape Colony to prove that the Dutch Republic was worth it. That's what you mean? Well, the Dutch Republic wasn't really a republic because the House of Orange that governed most of the provinces except three. So it wasn't really a republic, but it was a republic in style. And the thing is, a lot of Dutch people wanted to flee because life was harsh over here, quite harsh. So there were empty plots of land, big plots of land in part of Africa. They went all the way to the Cape because to sail around the Cape was quite dangerous. A lot of ships perished over there. So they thought if we go to the Cape, more land inwards towards the Zulu people and other people, and built their own towns over there, we're left alone from the States General in the Hague. The Netherlands, the government is called the States General, which is a war term. It's a war regime that was left over throughout and became culturally ingrained. So they want to be away from the States General, away from all the pirates. So they built their own small Dutch communities down there. And later the British, being jealous, said we're going to take it over, and they came with the Cape Colony, which became the Union of South Africa.
Yeah.
So yes, it often happens that they want to prove we're still worth it while things don't even work out that well.
No. And you see what's happening, like, they just, okay, she's staying here now. They're scaring Australians with the story as well, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. You see what they're doing? They say fear. It's kind of like, okay, going back to the Idaho 4 case quickly. This worship of money and Juno specifically was done, I think, to make people afraid.
Afraid of missing out on a partner, a mate, afraid to miss out on your children, afraid to miss out on family. So when the temple priest came and said, listen, you need to pay, and you didn't have the coins, well, your daughter may become a prostitute now to pay it off, or your behind may be busted as a man. So there's always this sexual fright that was going around over there. They could just make the coins, spread them around so people can trade with it, over with, but no. They wanted a paranormal grip, and that's why they came with the worship of this Nephilim Hera, also meant Juno Moneta. And later, the Dutch Empire built a whole monetary system of it far later in history. And the world was so eager to join them because, hey, if these dark-skinned Africans are swamp monsters, 3 parts human, blah, 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 we're not like them, so we have to join the quote-unquote white men, that's financial approved people from Europe, so we are civilized. So that's why the world went along with this anti-black racism. So
the people that are part of this cult, I mean, it's only the people driving it that actually still would pray to her, not the people that are in today's life. I mean, they don't have these little dark rooms where they go in and they pray to her. No, that's not what's actually happening at all.
Only the people at the top actually have encounters with this entity.
Yes.
There are witches that go to specific rooms to pray to her, but she's not there. She ain't there. So who are you praying to? Other demons who may be laughing at you, thinking, what the heck are you trusting us for? And you're a woman and you trust us demons? So, but yeah, their witch is praying to money and they believe she hears them. No, she
Explain a little bit when they do this, because that was something I was also looking up. When they are worshipping
doesn't.
Juno or asking favors, or as you say, praying to her,
Hmm.
there is nobody there, obviously. In their mind, they believe there is.
Hmm.
They believe that she's
Hmm.
there
Hmm.
because I don't know, my mind
Hmm.
doesn't comprehend that.
Hmm.
But what would they pray? For example, like would they ask her directly, her not being there, would they ask her, you know, what kind of prayer would they do?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Our brain consists of brain waves. Okay, in the physical, we have heart waves too. The heart waves overtake the brain waves. This are physical emissions. As spirit beings, we also have spirit emissions, radiation from our energy field. So we have a big output we give into the whole earth. When you have a thought in your mind, nobody can reach your mind. But the quality of your thoughts, good or bad, that vibration is shot throughout the earth at an intense speed. Within a seventh of a second, that vibration, that radiation throughout the whole, is just going out throughout the whole earth. Within 20 kilometers from you is the most strongest, but it also echoes out of it, the 20 kilometers from around you. 20 kilometers are 13 miles, I believe. Now, so when they're praying to those deities, the deity ain't there, but the filthy emission they give off is picked up by the demons anywhere. So let's say you have a witch somewhere in South Africa that she may be meditating, doing some dance moves, whatever, and singing to money. Yeah, they even have songs they sing to her. Let's say she's
Really?
singing a song to this entity, and she's so concentrating. That stinking, filthy pollution she gets out of her energy field is picked up by the evil spirits throughout the earth. So there may be demons somewhere in Zimbabwe picking up. So what is this? It's likely some witch doing some chant somewhere. Where's it coming from? It's from the direction of Cape Town. So these demons may fly all the way to Cape Town within a few minutes and then see, oh, is she dancing for Juno Moneta? Oh man, my God, she's stupid, y'all. What do we do with this? Oh, you know what? Juno is somewhere in Italy. She'll pick it up too at some point. She's a Nephilim. She'll pick it up. And what does she want? She wants $2 million to live in a fancy loft. You know what? We're gonna ask some demons to push things around for her for it to happen. So she thinks that Juno
Mhm.
answered their prayer. This dumb bitch will continue, and then we got this how demons talk. They really talk down, very nasty about women, y'all. I'm just imitating it a
Yes.
little bit, but that's how they do it. Then say you don't want just to give her whatever. If it's a man will not be praying to Juno Moneta that quickly because he knows that he has to become a sexual train wreck for it to work. You get me?
Yeah.
And a lot of men think, hell no, 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 leave my asshole alone. But our men would do it. And but these men know I need to be active. So they'll go to nightclubs where they get drunk and bent over with other men to get into them, all of that. They'll beg men to suck them off, all of that. They'll do all this polluting stuff. And that's their quote unquote meditation with Juno Moneta. And then the actual demons will wait and see, and then the demons will push things around in their favor. That's really
Mhm.
how it works. Because that entity, even if she hears you, she still needs to follow angels to act on her behalf because she's a Nephilim. She's not really that capable. You know what I mean?
Not female, not male, just
Mm-hmm. What you saying?
so the Nephilim itself, I mean, she doesn't hear you, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say when a Nephilim dies, their dark energy is still around, obviously.
The being, are still around in spirit form, but the body is perished. So
Yes,
they
the
just
body's
float around. So a Nephilim can float around, think, do all of that, but they can't actually make things move. They can't send electric shocks. They can't do anything. They have no abilities.
no.
They can, but so Juno Moneta as a Nephilim, if she's somewhere in Rome, she can get all these signals. People, let's say there are 1 million people praying to her right now. 1 million wish are praying to money right now. She'll get all these signals in that people are praying to her, but what's she going to do with it? She can't do nothing. She's just a placeholder. It's
Mhm.
actual fallen angels now to go out and say, you know what? We're going to do something right now. But this witch think, oh, it's the God herself that loves me. And well, no, no, no. The goddess doesn't even know who you are. Even if she knew who you are, she doesn't even care who you are. I mean, it's not even a natural creature there. Okay?
Yeah.
And the fallen angel can't give it all about who you are because it just won't be relevant to your expense. But that's the thing, y'all. There are even spells that you can use to money. There are even witches on YouTube teach you how to pray to money, how to manifest her presence in your life. They're very open about it. In the past, you had to go to special libraries, ask special people to get those books. It was quite hidden. Right now, they're just putting it all over the internet. Like it's like it's an exciting thing to do.
I have seen somebody like that when I was on YouTube long ago, but I can't remember what she was doing because I just scrolled past and I thought that was pretty weird. She was showing people how to generate money. It was freaky actually. Um,
Look,
I don't know what she was doing.
generating wealth and finances is natural. Okay, you can even pray about it, make about it. All that is fine. But you have to be in a state of joy, considering the community. Only that will Father bless. On that will Father empower. God will empower a human being wants to escape and be relieved all the time. For that, you have to go to money, to Juno Moneta. That you can get that. But to do that, you have to sacrifice your sexual integrity for you to do that. And unfortunately, a lot of people willing to do that, Joe.
So there was, in my opinion, there was some kind of sexual component with this because they kept pushing that story of
Hmm.
stalking, and you know that was their narrative. These people
By
are
the
being
way,
stalked
the,
because of their
Im-
youth.
the image of the stalking man comes from the god Pan. That
Huh.
deity that's half human, half goat, by the way,
Good.
who's chasing
Yes.
all these women turn into flutes. The serial killer stalking men is right from the Greek god Pan. So when they
So
mention stalker, they're giving credit to Pan too.
so for those of you that don't know, with Pan, in the times of Christ, he actually took them to Caesarea Philippi to the gates of hell, and this
Hmm.
is where they used to worship Pan, and they used to do some horrific things there. I'm not going to
Hmm.
mention them on here.
Hmm.
Um, they used to worship Pan,
Hmm.
and and that's where he took these apostles or disciples, however you say it
Hmm.
in America, I don't know. And he said, at the gates of hell, when they asked, why are you bringing us here to this place specifically? Because it was a horrific place.
Hmm.
It was like the worst of the worst. And there's several places like this on earth, actually, as well. But he took them right there to the gates of hell. I think
Hmm.
that site is open now as well, still to today. It's still open. And this was like a pagan site. And this is where they used to do some weird, I'm not going to mention the name, think for yourself, animals,
Hmm.
woman, um, throwing things down there. And
Hmm.
yeah, so this is where you get that image of Pan, half goat,
Hmm.
half human.
Yes. So the thing is, in the United States, you have a lot of people worshiping Juno Moneta. They know who she is, they know she's a Nephilim, and they know that praying to her may bring some financial results. So there are a lot of people praying to her. Some even are open about it, some aren't. So Idaho, I'm sure there are a lot of people worshiping Juno Moneta right over there. It's actually one of the main deities Europeans are holding on to, besides Apollo and Pan, those other ones. But of course, always give credit to Apollo, whom Hallel appointed as the ruler of the paranormal. For those who, not everyone is okay with that, but this is how it goes. So anytime you see a case where they emphasize sexual predation so much, even when there's no proof of the sexual predation, I have not seen any proof provided by neither prosecution nor by these web sleuths online that this Mr. Koberger was stalking them over and over again. I haven't seen it, but they keep putting it out there. Why? Because that is part of the spell. They want to put sexual fear into people.
That's what they wanted to do because they even had these stories and said, these kids went out and they used their golf clubs and they had, all these stories. Oh, they saw somebody in the bushes. And there's groups today on TikTok, right? You won't believe this. There are girls that have Coburger proofed their bedrooms, young students. So they'll take a rod or something and prop it up against the door handle of their room. And they will say, we're protecting our homes from people like Coburger. We're
Mm.
Coburger proofing our homes. So I was so shocked. This one video on TikTok had about 3,000 views, and these girls were all afraid. And they also said something else very strange. They called him the boogeyman. And I was, what? They have these thousands of girls that are afraid now because they say they're young college students. There's
Mm.
so much fear. Meanwhile,
Yes,
there was no evidence, but that is there. And I mean, that was just one video I saw. Lord knows how many videos there are like that,
yes,
where they're calling him the boogeyman.
yes.
It's,
And
it's
that's what I'm telling you. That's why this ritual was Germanic. If it was fully only Greek, they would only go after Ethan and maybe some other men. Because the Greek is men proving themselves against other men. So that they would keep growing masculine. The fact they went for three women also means that, and they're all from European descent,
yeah.
including the guy they put in prison is from European descent, is Germanic, because they want to keep it jealousy within the Germanic group. And also, they want to give leeway to also the worship of Juno Moneta, because a lot of people there also want to make revenue off of this suffering. That's why. So it all goes hand in hand. But one thing to
Mm.
remember is that people that worship this worship money, they'll always hide themselves behind a Christian mosque or advice of noble cause, because what they actually want is quite horrific. They want to keep the public sexually afraid so they can obtain resources through that.
Mhm.
That is not anything you can ever justify. So
No.
they had framed, oh, we have an orphanage over here to help out the orphans, but the orphans being trafficked sexually. Oh, we have a church over here, but the church used as a front for being a brothel. So they'll always do these things to hide the true intent. In ancient times, you could have worshipped Juno Moneta in the open, and people say, well, it's holy prostitution or whatever, sacred prostitution, whatever you could call it. But now you can't openly do that. But if you look well, you realize, oh, these people worship this entity, yo. And let me tell you, New York City is a main place where they worship this entity. Remember, New York was established as a sea portal where the Dutch worshipped Juno Moneta. There are more these
Mhm.
portals. Well, listen, if you live in New York City, you can live there. It's not wrong to live in New York City, okay? Just know the history of the place, and there's still specific temple locations in New York City where they meet with these demons. Just so you know.
So where
So
would they do that? In any city where they're going to do this?
it
Typically,
has
it
to
would
be it
be
has to be
like,
at water. It has to be at the
does this
shores
have to
or
do
at the
with
big river.
Neptune? We spoke about Neptune the other night.
Yeah. Yes. Because the thing is, it has to be around water or around the river. That's one thing.
Mhm.
And also the city where they do it, it must have some relevancy in trade. Because that's how they gain the leverage over the people. They're not going to build some meeting spot somewhere in the desert of Arizona out of the blue, or some Australian desert where nobody comes. It has to be, if they would build a meeting spot for Juno Moneta in Australia, it would be in Sydney, or it would be in Melbourne or Perth. Those places they likely do it. Canberra, the capital, is way too obvious, so they'll avoid that. If they want to do it, for example, in South Africa, they want to do it somewhere close to Swaziland, for example, or Lesotho. They'll do it in Johannesburg, in Cape Town, anywhere where there's a lot of population and there's access to water.
So it's got to be
So,
close to the water.
yes. Well, now, for example, in Hungary, the country Hungary has no access to the shores, but you have the Danube River flowing through it, so they may do it around the Danube River, for example.
Mhm.
Um, the thing is, you ride around water because sometimes, not the Nephilim, sometimes these fallen angels want to materialize and walk around like common humans. But for them to do that, they need to consume a lot of water to keep their fake human appearance. A lot of water they have to consume because they don't have natural moisture running through them like our human bodies do, and they don't have any body. So when they fake a human shape, these fallen angels, they intake a lot of water to keep this appearance around. That's why when they build these meeting
What happens
spots,
if
there's
he
enough water.
doesn't? Sorry. What happens if he doesn't? Thanks, Cole. I'll definitely have a look at the link that you sent me. Um, what do you mean? Like if they don't do it around water, will will they not have that appearance or human appearance? What happens if it's not done around water?
Okay, if if a fallen angel, some nasty demon, was been banned from heaven, he's been roaming the earth for 4,000 years. If he would appear in your town, just like that, first of all, you wouldn't see him directly because our human eyes don't pick up these low frequencies. But
Mhm.
sometimes there is a malfunction in the Earth's electromagnetic field, and you see them. If you would see him, you see this ugly, rotten man there with totally deformed. You think, ew, what is this? So, and you know what? Evil fallen angels want to be relevant. So what they sometimes do is they go to specific locations built by humans for them. Yes, the people building apartments, even old mansions for evil spirits to dwell in. By the way, hell used to have residencies all over Europe in ancient times. Now he has a mansion in Britain somewhere. I won't mention where, but yes, what they call
Mhm.
Satan, he has a mansion in Britain that they maintain him for, while their human beings were homeless. But anyway, this stinking demon, just I'll call this fallen angel, stinking demon, would go to one of these places. There, the warlocks have kidnapped some men. They cut the body. The fallen angel absorbs some of the blood. Then the fallen angel ship begins to mutate, and then quickly also drinks a lot of water in, and that's how he makes this counterfeit physical shape, and he can walk around like an actual man out there. And then this stinking
Wow.
demon in this shape, this is what you call a skinwalker, will walk around that town. He has to put some clothes on, of course, so he can walk around, because else he was arrested by the police. So this Andy will walk around. You think just a regular dude or a cleaner or a homeless dude, but actually is a stinking demon over there. That's what you call a skinwalker. If they're not around a lot of water, they'll become very dry and ugly looking, and they may crash back into the original spirit shape. That's what happened. So for them to remain convincing without being found out, they need to have a lot of unnatural lot of water in them.
Okay. Okay. That's
So that's what you call a
makes sense.
skinwalker.
But
And
sometimes when you see these demons, so like some people actually do see them, but they can like as we spoke the other night, I mentioned the story to where somebody saw a spirit, but it's not actually a spirit; it was a demon because they can take different forms.
yeah, the thing is, let's talk about fallen angel now. Nephilim can't do anything. A fallen angel is an angelic being. He can
Yeah. So
morph his
like,
shape. Hold on. You have a question or?
yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So this Nephilim
Mhm.
doesn't change shape too much.
They can morph shapes, but they can't do anything really.
They can't really do
They,
anything.
they, they
But
they are they are alive, floating around, but there's nothing coming from them. And if they do get abilities, it's powered by human waste.
yes,
This is what it is.
but the ones you're talking about would be like a fallen angel, actually, that
Yeah,
can
a band angelic being. They can morph all of that by
they
just
can.
concentrating with your mind. They can do that temporarily, not for long. Remember, they don't fall and say they're decaying forever. They're decaying forever with disease, all of that. So it takes a lot of effort to morph, but to become semi-physical by generating this electric shield that makes them appear physical, all of that takes effort. They have to suck human blood for that, get a lot of water and all that. It takes a lot to do it. And even when they do that, the shape has to be maintained over and over again. So they can't do it for long. It's not like in these movies just appear boom out of the blue like that. No, they have to go through a whole transformation for it. And they lose some of their abilities while they're in that state also. You know what I mean? So they can never die. So can always eventually they will always go back to spirit shape. But once in the metaphysical shape, they are more vulnerable, and that's why only in certain locations. And the thing is, normally fallen angels don't do that. Only if they're on a mission or they're really bored and really want to get sympathy. Like you have this Sasquatch creature called Bigfoot. It's just a wandering spirit that wants to get noticed. You have the Loch Ness monster in some lake in Scotland. There's another wandering spirit doing that. You know what I mean? Chupacabra, Mexico, another wandering spirit. That's all it is. Now, what happens if you encounter a skinwalker in real life? First of all, you feel an emptiness like, where's the content? There's no content there. You know what I mean? If they would touch you, grab you, you actually feel their hand or whatever, but you'll notice that your brain will go crazy like, what is this? What's touching me? It's not actual real matter that's touching you. On
Hmm.
camera, you can see them like they're physical because the light waves bend on their electric shield. But it's going to, even the camera may glitch sometimes and see you, hold on a minute, what is this? They can eat and drink, but you never see them go to a bathroom or whatever because it's just being consumed and dissolved on the inside. They have no bloodstream, which you have to find some way to fake visually also. So as skinwalker, you identify very quickly, this ain't no human, y'all. Get away from me. Now, if you're a believer, with the spirit inside of you, it begins to burn very hard. The presence of God burns very hard on them, so they're out of there. That's if you walk in the power of Christ, at least. If you're a believer, but you're just in darkness, it won't burn them. But what I'm saying is, skinwalkers are a phenomenon. They do walk around, not to be afraid of just some stinking, stupid demon who thought he could take up arms against God, who's now in a state of decay forever, awaiting the lake of fire to his spontaneous mystery forever. That's all he is. You just want to be relevant for now. So it's nothing big to be afraid of, whatever. Nothing to be innocent in, but just explain the science very quickly of what they are. And yeah, they are them walking around in big urban areas. But the thing is, sometimes these cults provide identities for these. I call them skinwalkers, these fallen angels in metaphysical shape. They gave them fake university diplomas, fake IDs, gave them a uniform at work. Yes, there are cults housing these skinwalkers around
Hmm.
just because sometimes it's the actual fallen angel they worship. You know what I mean? For example, Odin or also called Woden or Baal Amon may be walking around in Amsterdam right now, looking like a businessman, and people think just a business walk around, but it's actually a stinking demon walking around for a moment, or whatever. So, but the thing is people from these cults will know that he is actually not one of us. And do they take female shapes? Rarely, because first of all, they hate women. They can't stand females at all.
So
It's
they wouldn't typically take a female shape.
the thing is they can take a female shape, but it costs extra effort because the woman's design is so complex for them. For them to imitate that is quite mentally exhausting. Some of them
Okay.
do when they're desperate for male attention, but it's not in fact. Mostly just they're being like a man also. And the thing is, well, if
It's
you
like,
encounter them, y'all, you don't have to be afraid. None. Just don't think,
sorry,
oh,
I'm not laughing at you, but that's so ridiculous. Good, like slimy little things. And the thing is, you can't be afraid of them. I mean, I'm not. If anybody here is, Nadia's having a good laugh because, sorry, Nadia, I just like as Rashid was describing it, I thought, what a slimy little bastards.
the thing is, um, a skinwalker can never stay for too long in the same place because people are gonna notice, why aren't you blinking enough? Why don't you blush when you smile, whatever? Or why when you walk kind of robotic like that? Why when you talk, it's like we hear extra tones in your voice. They cannot hide it for long. Okay,
Mhm.
so the what happens is that some of these skinwalkers, they have to be hidden by these cults. The actual human beings have to hide them also. They have to provide IDs for them and all of that. And some of them even arrange apartments for them that they can so-called recite all of that just to because there are people that worship these deities and they want to make them at home on the earth. Yeah. So they'll kidnap people to slash their bodies so that the entity can drink that blood, morph themselves, and then they make sure they waste all that cash, all that finance on making a fake human life to this entity for X couple of years. And sometimes there are witches willing to become the quote unquote sex partners of these entities also. hoping they can bring forth a Nephilim, which 9 out of 10 times never happens. Yes, you have women on a date spirits, even coming out now in the open.
It does happen. I've heard
Yes.
of something in here. I'm not going to go too wild on this case because you know, here, like the culture in this country, people have, they'll tell you a story, and you know if somebody's telling you a story and it's not true.
Hmm.
But and I don't know if if this one was 100%, but I kind of had a feel for it because this woman apparently ended her own daughter's life because you know
Yeah.
she she wanted to offer it to
Mm.
this demonic spirit, right? Now, as these women told me the story, I had been, near this woman about just 2 weeks before that. And the minute she got into the room, it was so weird because she didn't do anything wrong. And she appears like such a nice person. But the minute she entered that room, I was out. I
Mhm.
could not be around her, I wasn't scared of her, but I just knew I had to get out. Now, it's so weird that you mentioned that because I was wondering if she indeed did do that because she confessed to doing it. She said that she did it, which was also very strange. Why would you confess to it? But I think they do sometimes. And so do you think in a case like that, normal person would sacrifice somebody from their own family, even their own child,
Yeah, they do it.
entity, and then actually talk about it?
Yeah, in their own circles, it's normal to maintain the ease in the group. They do that. Um, but
I
just
think
know
they
that,
asked me about a gin here. Here is that the same thing, Nadia? I'm not sure if it is. You'd have to ask Rashid.
a jinn is what we would call a foul spirit. Just a
Yeah.
loudmouth demon won't keep his mouth shut and keeps cause trouble every day. That's what we would call it.
Okay. No, no. I was just they were just asking that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just weird that they would actually do that and then tell people this is what I
Yeah,
did.
because they have to let you know what you're dealing with. Because they
Mhm.
are accursed by what they've done, so they carry misfortune with them. So you have to warn you for the misfortune and will befall you if you hang around them. So, but just so you know, in case people wonder why she's concerned about spirit boyfriend, spirit, this and that. Well, there are witches who think it's an upgrade to be quote unquote sexual. It's not really sexual. You need both men and women for it, but to be uh, have quote unquote intercourse with one of these deities. They think they kind of upgraded or whatever. Absolutely not. But it happens out there. And I can identify such case very quickly. I don't spend much time on it because it's not something very wholesome or honorable to even discuss, but it happens. And if you're watching this and you consider that, you need a psychiatrist very quickly, y'all. There are enough human males around to be a partner. Well, what the hell? But just know there are people that are so involved in this devil worship that, they're just far gone. They're just lunatics. You hear me? Um, but now you know kind of how far these people go with these
Mhm.
entities. And now you also know why they keep trying to convince the people these entities don't exist. They keep saying that so that you want to know this is symptoms on when they're active. But anyway, in this
That's
case,
true.
concerning
And
Idaho
that
4, I don't pick up any skinwalker vibes, absolutely not, just human beings doing stupid stuff. But there are enough cases out there where it's a bit too paranormal. I noticed that that's why the case is closed because we want to go into it. But anyway, about Juno Moneta
that's
still, it's not much more to talk about that weird entity. Just know the way to get out of this monetary system is to just conform yourself to Christ, the real Christ. I'm not talking about to conform yourself to Christ and his sacrifice, Calvary for you. Conform to him, his finished work, walk in full trust in the Heavenly Father, full trust, not seeking any emotional payment from anybody. Then we can have real prosperity flow into your life on God's timing. If you're
Yes.
seeking any emotional payment, you're actually escaping, seeking compensation. You will fall sooner or later on this monetary system.
You're so right. And this is a nice comment from Skamaka. You got into dark practices till these spirits, entities,
Mm.
chanted Jesus and prayer snapped me out of it. Well, I'm really, really, really happy to hear that. He's comparing himself to you, Rashid, because Skolmakar also has like these facial expressions. He gets very excited when he talks, which pretty good. So that's a good thing. But I'm glad because yeah, if you do trust in Jesus, then
Okay, and apart from this, I want you to understand the following. These entities are not powerful.
they're not.
Even if they're fallen angels, even Hallel, when conscience is not powerful. We human beings give them power by generating all this unrest in our lives.
Hmm.
We do. Just cut the supply and they will wither. They're already withering away anyway, but it will wither without us withering with them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Keep yourself happy and stay
Stay
away
in
from.
a high vibration.
Mhm.
Internally, stay happy and joyful from the inside. Feel the happiness and joy in your body. Stay in high vibration. That shuts them down. Especially you're a woman, it shuts them down. Because this world, what they want to do is they want to keep women in the sexual fear, because when women are like that, women's energy fields are sticky by nature. It kind of keeps a lot of negative waste on the ground that makes it easier for demons to function down here. So they want to
Mhm.
turn women into batteries that feed the presence of demons. This is what they want to do. That's why all these rituals, that's why all these misogynist attacks also, that's why also femicide. Most femicide cases are nothing but rituals.
That's true. Um, what did he say now? Oh, this guy. That's good. I'm glad people are starting to open up to it. And you'll see this with people that you're around because you even have to just walk into a room and you can see this kind of low energy. And this is what I also picked up with the case, right? The reason this is causing and creating so much confusion is because I do believe there are people in the community that are actually, how can I say, they're actually creating a lot of negative energy around this case, trying to
Mhm.
confuse us or
Yes,
divide us or make us upset. Almost like a deliberate attempt.
yes. And one more thing, because you have a lot of women watching right now. One thing I want you to understand is demons don't want to be around women. They're disgusted by females. They think women should even exist. That's their political view. But the thing is, they're obsessed with men, especially with male bodies. Yes, fallen angels are obsessed with male bodies. They're sodomites. That's what they are. They want to be all over us, the human males. The way for them to get us to males through women. So what happens is these wizards, these human wizards and warlocks, they do all these rituals, cause the women to be sexually fearful. When all these women are fearful and emitting all this pollution, demons get close to them, especially python spirits. Python spirits are a type of demons that wrap themselves around the woman like a snake, morph themselves like that. And they now want to use the woman as a jumping point to jump on the men in order to suck life force out of men. Python spirits, they are wild. They don't care about anything. So our demons have to keep in check. They're just addicts. When they see a man, they don't care what the man is, hands, whatever. Just see a man with they see the male body walking around. They get excited, and then they want to use any female around to as a jumping point towards them. For
Do you
example,
think, sorry, quick question. Do you think this has anything to do with the way um, maybe Brian was framed?
mhm, what do you mean?
Just in my alleged opinion, when they framed Brian for this crime, do you think there was a hatred towards him?
No.
No?
To these people, it's an honor if you're the fall guy. They see it as an honor. They should make the ritual easier. Now, for you, it's not an honor if you're framed. Absolutely not. But for them, it's an honor.
Oh, for
Uh,
them.
and the thing is, but the reason I mentioned this about the women is because you have quite some women, because they're in a low vibration, they have entities stuck to them. especially Pi. They have tragedy spirits, which are very small dwarf-like entities. They have fear spirits attached to them, which are very tall, slender demons that keep screaming all the time. Yes, fear spirits scream all the time, y'all. They may run around scream throughout the whole street. That's how they are. You also have Python spirits always wrapped around them, ready to jump on every man nearby. So women were not aware. They may be carrying demons around with them. And the thing is, even if other people don't see the demons, they can feel the heaviness around them. And one thing, when a Python spirit is wrapped around a woman, the woman gets drained very quickly, fatigued very quickly. And these type of women often have a lot of men staring at them. Why? Because if a woman walks around with a python demon wrapped around her, she's being suffocated by the demon. When the demon looks at the men, he begins to shoot his claws at the man's energy fields to pull them close. So you as a man walk by and you feel like something just scratched you and think, huh, what? You look around and you see this woman there that looks like she's in need. So you tend to give the woman
Oh,
more attention. Or you see a woman and it's like you're magnetically overtaken, like you can't stop looking at her. It's like you're being pulled. A lot of men think, whoa, she's the one. She's sent by God. No, bro, that is a Python spirit that's excited about sucking life out of you. She's just a tool being used. So I always teach men when you get this weird sexual overwhelmed around a woman like that, that's not healthy. It's unnatural. You're not built like that. That's a Python spirit. It's a demon that's lustful for you. She's just a tool. And the thing is, some men don't recognize this. They get involved with the woman, and then before you know it, they either die quickly, get a disease, or big tragedy happens towards them, because that's the purpose of the Python spirit. Just suck the life out of you till you die. Other demons get upset because they want the men to stay alive to keep feeding off of them. So that's why Python spirits often kept in check with other demons. But just so you know, women can often carry demons around them because they have a traumatized state, because they were traumatized, and because demons want to use them as a jumping point towards men. Because for some reason, the demons don't dare to go after men directly because they're afraid of rejection. Because men, if a man would know that some fallen angel wants to be around all the time, ew, we would go up and get off, dude. No, but if it's a woman that you keep feeling this pull towards, well, it's a woman. I'm a man, so maybe she's the one, whatever. They don't see the demon behind the scenes doing it. But just so you know, demons want to hide behind people, especially around women, despite they can't stand women, for that exact purpose. And sometimes these entities will give a woman financial ease in her life just as she remains damaged so they can keep using her. That's it. So as a
how
woman,
would,
keep your vibration high. Keep your vibration
so
high
how would a
always.
woman, yes, that's what I was going to ask you as a woman, if you would start to feel this happening, right? And you could keep your vibration high, but how would you get rid of this
Now, first of all,
besides that?
as a woman, demons can't stand you anyway. So the only times they're around you is even when you are actually a tool they can use. If you're all by yourself like that, maybe some fierce spirits want to hang around you because they resonate with your loneliness. But overall, demons don't want to be around you. But the best way to be away from demonic activity as a woman is to surround yourself with healthy, quality meals because no fallen angel even dares to be around that. If you have healthy males who want better in life, demons can't be around that. It's too hot for them. It's too hot. They want a lower temperature to be around.
Okay.
If you're around other women who want better too, that's good also, even better, because now you have other women supporting you to be better. Don't
Hmm.
be around women who are always in a victim mode, all feeling sorry for themselves, or always want to escape all the time, because they may have demons with them too.
Yeah.
And just remember one thing: when demons are done with you as a woman, they will try to kill you because they express a hatred towards you. So just so you know. So I don't understand why some women become witches. Yo. I really don't get it because it's not even a secret that these demons can stand women. So, but anyway, some have
I think
whole
maybe they don't
friendships.
know.
Some have whole
Maybe they don't
friendships.
know.
Some whole friendships with demons. Y'all call them their spirit guides or their guides or that. Some even wanna date one of these skinwalkers. Some women are just gone. But for you ladies who are healthy, now you know how to keep these filthy men called fallen angels away from you. That's good.
Yeah. Geez, yeah, we do. Nadia's having a good laugh now. What are you laughing at? Somebody had a cough. Bianca cough. Okay. Well, no, that's good. We probably have a lot more to discuss with Rashid. Does anybody have any questions? I was going to steal your son, Fufu. Okay. Anyone got some questions for Rashid? I think he's going to come back on again. We've still got a lot of things that we.
No, really, I don't understand why women want to be witches. While they could, if they follow God's path for them, they could be, uh, they could use walk with real feminine power. A lot of women reject real feminine power, which comes with responsibility, and because they don't want responsibility, they want the escape. That's why they become witches. And well, nah, that's a no go, y'all. It, listen, in the Old Testament times, if you were a witch, you were executed because that pollution would harm the community. They didn't want it around. In the New Testament, because in the power of Christ we can cast out demons so quickly, we don't execute witch anymore. I'm glad about that, but it doesn't mean we condone them to freely go around and pollute the environment. We will just limit their influence. That's what we do right now.
Oh, Skomakai, all right, there we go. There's a question for you, Rashid.
Okay, listen, if you grew up in an area where, in a culture where voodoo is a big thing, they know about these things. Voodoo is the strongest spell binding that exists. Also, if you're just aware of your environment, you will notice paranormal things very quickly. You can connect the dots. And if you're like me, you want to know history, you go into the archives, you go into the books, you go into this and that, and it all comes together. You don't have to join a cult. You don't have to join. You have to go through thousands of rituals to get this knowledge. And above all, the Heavenly Father Himself, through the Holy Spirit, guides me in understanding these things, just to teach you all. I've been on YouTube for over 13 years teaching people to the best of my ability. I don't know everything, but what I know, I share. And when I'm uncertain, I always say I'm uncertain about that. But just know these rituals are lame. The people that part of the underworld are lame. And you are lame if you take it too seriously. See it for what it is, shake the dust off your feet, worship Heavenly Father in spirit and truth, and live life. That's what I tell people.
It's true. You can't do anything. That yeah. They where scholars is Los Angeles, and then Nadia said Rashid explained everything so good, no questions. Oh, Nadia, it's so good to have you back. Sorry, I've been away for a bit. Where can you sign up for the cult?
Most of the time, they're the ones recruiting, especially young women. But most of the time, they recruit young women as a future, as a front. That's basically what they do. And there are a lot of women involved in these calls too.
Yeah,
And the women are more
true.
passionate than the men. I don't know what for, but okay. I really don't know what for. They're so excited.
You got a nice compliment here. Thank you, Skull. Guys, the real deal. You can actually go watch his videos if you want. I'll send it to you, Rashid. He makes some very creative videos. So the crowd we've got on our live today is very nice. Skull Makai.
Don't forget to change the thumbnail after the live stream is finished.
I'll do the thumbnail because people watch on replay. So Skull Makai has done some pretty good artwork on this case because he expresses himself through art, which is really great. So I appreciate having you here as always.
In any
And
case, in any
and you,
case,
Rashid, as well. I mean, you're welcome to come on anytime. I think the people who are on the chat love you. So
yeah,
we can do another discussion with
yeah.
Rashid for sure. You
We
guys just
we could do one in the future, especially when the need is for it. Wendy, you can make videos in between, process this in bits for the people also. I think that's good too, in your own
I might
words.
take this video and then kind of like make it a little bit shorter, and then in between, as we have time, we can do it together. It's always interesting to get somebody else's opinion on what's happening. Very,
Yeah.
very interesting.
So
So I appreciate that.
anyway, I'm glad you had me on here. I really do. I now need to get ready for an appointment later on today. So thanks for having me. If you have questions, just message me. You can
Okay.
find my channel, and please don't fear
I'm going
demons.
to put your channel in so everybody can do it. I'm going to hang around for a few minutes after you leave, and then I can put the thumbnail and your channel in. And yes, thank you guys for watching, Rashid. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
And above all, just trust Christ. Okay, He is Lord. Well, that's it for now. I'll see you later. Okay, be at peace.
Thank you, Rashid. Enjoy your day. Hi guys. Okay, I'm here. Could you give me 2 seconds? Who wants to come on for a bit? Skull Mackay, do you want to come on for a bit? Or you can make your screen blank if you want. Thank you guys. Nadia, Skull Mackay, all of you. Sorry, I've been away for a little bit. But we had quite a nice group of guests today. Guests, what am I saying? Group of people watching. Thank you to all of you. So let me just check. Does anybody want to come up? You don't have to show your face. You can also mute your mic. You want to call in Skomaka. I know you always have something to add. That would be great if you want to. We're live with Kane. Oh, are you live on your channel? So yeah, so guys, thank you. Who's here still? Let me have a look-see quickly. I'm just going to quickly turn this off. Give me a sec. Let's see here. Okay. So guys, I don't know. Shame, Nadia, get some rest. Skolmakar, do you want me to send you a link? You can come up and probably stay on for a little bit. Okay. Thank you, Nadia. Please get some rest. I am feeling better. Yes, there's been so much going on, so I've kind of given I gave YouTube a little bit of a break. Let me get Skull Mackay up here. Give me a sec. Invite guest. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I had a bit of a thing going on, Nadia. It's a while. Okay, let's send this to Skull Mackay. Sorry, guys, I hope you can see me still. Okay, let me send it to you. Okay, there we go. Go out of here. Can you guys believe it? I actually know what I'm doing for once. Little bit. Did you get the link? Okay. Yeah, I'll put a post out on that. Just a lot of crazy things going on, but I am going to be doing a lot of more lives. Okay, so Skull, I did send the live. Yay! Here we
Why
go.
didn't you call 911? How are you?
Where have you been? I
Oh,
can't
fuck. Good.
Check Skull's here. He just wake up.
Hold on, give me 1 sec. Oh my god.
I know, it's good. We're going to add a little bit of something to the end. So, did you enjoy the live?
Oh yeah, I'm glad I caught it. Okay, so my mistake. I saw the notification. I read it wrong. I thought it was gonna be a premiere.
Yeah, I might have scheduled it wrong as well, guys. So, who else
I
is
remember
in?
you mentioned him to me not so long ago.
I did, but then I arranged it last week, so that was good. But it's so good to see all of you. I'm so sorry I've been quiet. I'm just putting the video off for a sec. I've been very, very quiet.
Oh, me too, girl. I took a decent break. Um, I had to like check back in with reality again because this case was fucking consuming me. Oh my god.
I think sometimes the person's got to, you just kind of have to take a little bit of a break from everything that's going on in this crazy world. And
I
oh,
think it's because I'm a little bit artistic. I get hyper fixated on one thing and that's all I focus on. And it's been this fucking case. Like, I literally have spent 3 years watching the same podcast on repeat for like
mhm.
2 years straight before I fucking started binging the Amber Heard case. After her bitch ass, I fucking got into freaking Idaho 4, and then I got into the Karen Reed case. Now I'm back to Idaho 4.
When the sick inside your bones, if you have to run out, don't stress. Um, I'm so glad. I did send you a message. I did send you a message on Discord, so you just please get in touch sometime as well. I'll appreciate that.
Uh,
I'm very grateful to have all of you here. So we're going to be going live a lot more. I think.
uh, Kane was asking for Inside Your Bones earlier. But I'm gonna go sit where the light is at.
Okay, do we have a video that we want to play? Do you guys
Yeah,
want to?
so did you see the video of they mentioned Ethan had a dead squirrel on his left hand?
Which video was that?
It was the body cam footage. I sent you the link. Can I don't think I can share. You're gonna have to open it in your end, no? You know how or
Let me see. It was.
it's not let
Okay.
me log in on the computer. Actually, I think it's because
Let me see if I can open it here. I've got to send it to there, and then I'm going to try and open it in here. Where you sent it. Let me see if I can. Everybody was trying to call me, so let's see if I can open the link while we are on a live chat.
oh wait, it says I can share a video file. Okay, but hold on. I'll share it. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, can you share it? I can.
Yeah, or up to you. Whatever.
Let's see if I can open it quickly. Let's see if my streaming skills are getting better. Okay, so that was a link there. Okay, and
Let me see. Let me see real quick. Hold on, give me 1 sec.
let's do this. Let's go back to StreamYard. Okay, so now add you to the stage. Then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to share my screen, and let's see if the video comes up. All right. So let's share the screen. Let's go back to StreamYard. Can you guys?
Oh, there you go. I can see it now. Pay attention, Wendy.
What's he got there?
What's he got there? What happened? Oh, there it is. Okay. Make sure.
Just turn the volume down.
Why did it stop? Oh, there you go.
Is Mitch on the back or what? Better chance.
This
Careful with that knee.
And this guy is fucking scared. You'll see his face right now. That's fucking fear. If I've never seen fear, that's fear.
yeah.
Once it starts getting processed, it's gonna go by pretty smoothly. Like they're already ready, right?
I mean, there's a lot to process now, but
That's probably true.
You maybe want to turn on the closed captioning for your audience.
I just want to know.
Closed caption.
Freaking terrified right now. We don't need some.
Okay, why is it doing closed captions?
Figure out how this is fast.
What's he got there?
That's bro.
The squirrel right here.
Let's go there. What's he got there? Sorry.
Pretty smoothly. Like they're already ready, right?
I mean, there's a lot to process now, but
That's probably true.
it's not like I want this portion to hurry up. I just want to know. People are freaking terrified right now.
He's traumatized. This is real traumatized. This, if Billy would have reacted like this, maybe we would have forgiven her bitch ass.
Figure out how this is fast.
Wow.
What's he got there?
That's bro.
What is that?
In his hand.
What about that dead squirrel? Oh my god. What? Wow. That's nuts, eh?
This is why they knew it was targeted.
What do you think he's got there?
What do you mean?
Where they say, what has he got there? Does it look like a squirrel?
He said that there's a dead squirrel in Ethan's left hand, inside, dead with Ethan.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
And
That's-
when they usually
Wow.
when they leave a dead like squirrel like that, that's a message to the law enforcement. That's how they know it's a fucking targeted event. And Ethan was being called a snitch, a rat, and you got certified informants fucking flooded up in that fucking place. All the fucking how they're trafficking, how they're fucking incriminating these fucking kids, convincing them to become certified informants. It's all getting exposed. They knew what the fuck was going on since day one. That's why they fucking delayed letting the public know how the severity and violent nature of these kids getting killed. They wanted to sell a beautiful package that these kids were fucking asleep and didn't fucking suffer. And he did it in 7 minutes. Ridiculous.
No ways. There's no ways that I will ever believe that they were asleep. Inside your bones, I don't think that they were the targets specifically. I think all of them were. This whole ritual targeted all 4 of them, including Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all of them. This was pre-planned for years.
You know who I have to show you? Have you seen Sloan Bella?
No, we can play it.
Okay, so this chick honestly did a reading, honestly, 2 years ago. It's as if she has watched all of her commentary, and all that she's mentioned, it's what we fucking have gotten, our hands on, like the court docs and how things are unfolding. So
Do you
let
want
me
me
see.
do you want me? Do you have a video of hers, or do you want me?
Yeah, let me get you the link real quick.
Okay. Guys, if I'm not looking at the chat, I'm not ignoring you. Sorry.
And corroborates exactly what you told me, what your friend said. What he mentioned, the ritualistic nature, the threes, everything's in threes, and how they kind of slightly hint at them, or you know what I mean, like, because they kind of somehow have to tell them.
Yes, they do. They have to warn them. This is wild, guys. When I spoke to Rashid before, he said that victim selection means they have to warn them 3 times that this is about to happen. 3 times.
Yes. How many times did fucking Brian Koberger get pulled over?
3.
And then he went to the DMV and they were discussing, and then it's also, the thing is, people are saying that it's so suspicious that he went to change the registration of his car. His fucking registration expires on his fucking birthday. His birthday was literally coming up. Has nothing to do with how they were trying to make it seem like he was trying to fucking switch the registry on the car, clean the fucking car out, and all that. They made it seem more nefarious than what it really was when there was simple explanation to why he was doing that morning at DMV. TMC featured a video, but they were obviously, incriminating Brian, but they gave Chaos Christy Nevada credit because she uploaded the video on her channel. So TMC featured her in the article.
So how it would have worked is they would have had to, the way Rashid actually explained it initially when we had a chat was, they would have to warn each victim 3 times, but they don't do a thing where they warn them directly.
Not warn them directly, but you'll start picking up on the subtle hints where you're like, oh shit.
Like, imagine they would go to Kaylee, for example, and they would say to her, imagine if somebody came into your house and, unalived your friends, just be like part of a casual conversation, and then see how she reacts to it. And then a month later, another warning. A month later, another warning. And they seem to do this. So this is how they would work. They would warn them in.
Look, I mean, okay, so the fact that they went to the noise complaints, why are they fucking going out of their way to contact the person that lives there that's not even there? No, we must talk to her. What the fuck? Why can't you address them at the moment you're talking to them? If the fucking people that live there are not there, but they got strangers, why don't you just fucking kick them out instead of making this whole fucking scene and finding any excuse to fucking harass Santa and harass Katie?
Hi, Kathleen.
Oh shit! I can't say even because I'm not a mod. My bad. Let me go to what's up.
Kathleen, which people?
What's up, Lucy Morningstar? I don't know shit.
Lucy.
We don't know shit.
Lucy. Okay, I'm gonna
Gang,
just
gang.
mute my camera. I have to take a quick bathroom break.
Okay, that's fine. I sent you the link on whatchamacallit.
Okay, don't mention the
WhatsApp.
word. Don't mention.
Oh, okay.
That you are.
What did I do?
Hold on. No, it's fine. All right.
These people. Listen, what? I'm a fucking fallen angel hunger.
Okay. Jeez.
You gonna use the restroom?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me just get my mouse to do something. I have to add this quickly. Give me a see. My mouse is like not cooperating.
Lucy's the mod. I'm not a mod. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't been around.
I have to add mods, like for real. Like wow, yeah. Okay. We're good. Okay. All right. No thanks. Getting all these ads coming up. All right. Did I do this? Share screen. Okay, so I'm going to put that one in, and then I'm going to share it. Okay, cool. Can you guys see in my stream mode? Hey, I'm becoming like a.
Oh my god.
Wow, look at me go. Hey, wow.
And yo, Lucy, I wish I could flash my eyeball. I have like this new bat signal on my live, so when anything hella sus in chat pops up, I start flashing the fucking Dylan's eye.
And I am back with another energetic channeled video.
All right.
This has been a super requested video since the event date, which was November 13th of 2022.
How come I don't see inside your bones?
The Idaho 4.
She doesn't pop up at all, and I see people responding to her.
The 4 college kids, students who were murdered in the middle of the morning or early morning.
I'm watching it on the computer. It sounds great. It's playing smoothly.
2 remaining roommates that survived and were able to walk away in the physical. I've been extremely hesitant to do this video because of the content of feeling that energy. And all week I've been directed to do the video, and I have gone in a multitude of directions. This is not one thing that had these kids killed. This is not like crazy
I've
guy
been
in
into
jail
this chick way before Idaho.
wanting to kill them because he has a murder fantasy. That's what they
I used to watch her on the
That's
Maury
what
show
is
when I was
being
like a fucking
presented
10 years old.
or projected. This is multifaceted. This was a trifecta. There are at least 3 different groups, organizations, or focuses going into the murders, and each person that was murdered for a different reason. That includes being a distraction as to why you would kill 4 people. It's not as it appears. It is integral. It involves university, 3-letter organizations, all kinds of things in a succession of a energy that's coming at one time, and they are pushing it. It even involves human weaponizing. Okay, so the weaponizing of a human brain, which is the case of Brian Koberger, the person that they have in jail currently. So I had to look up the birthdays of everybody, obviously, and also the chart for approximately 4 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, which almost identically Sun in Scorpio and Moon in Cancer, the same as the accused killer. Okay, so, and I did a 6 a.m. chart for him, obviously, because I don't have a time of birth. I can't find a time of birth. But what I found even more interesting is at the time that Brian Koberger was born. Okay, so he was born on November 21st of 1994. There was a penumbral eclipse that happened. I believe it was on the 18th of November of that year, and it hit the axis of Scorpio Taurus. Okay, so he has a Scorpio sun and a Cancer moon. That's as far as I could go into his chart. I didn't even bother looking at the rest. I looked at the aspects. I can see how somebody would.
Oh, you put me back? Okay, sorry, because I suddenly refreshed it.
The way that he is, totally. And Scorpio rules sex, death, and transformation, makes perfect sense to me. But also on a karmic level, that eclipse.
This was 2 years ago, by the way.
His birth. Now, the murders, the same eclipse happened, but the nodes were flipped. North node in Taurus, south node in Scorpio. And then that was on the 8th of November of 2022. So we have the same energy. That's what involved him. Like in my head, I was like, wow, snap, click. There was a click there. And I don't have, both specific charts. I did run 4 a.m. on the day of the murders just to put the energy in. And it was Scorpio, Sun, Cancer, Moon. And I was like, whoa, that's interesting.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster if I use Scribe to show you how to
They
do
run
it.
a PDF for me because now that I look at PDF files, I feel dirty.
I just downloaded Scribe, clicked Start, went through the steps, and Scribe automatically generated a step-by-step guide with screenshots and written instructions.
Okay, I guess we
should start using Scribe for everything. Agreed. Try.
Okay. It's the. Sorry, don't worry about that. I'll play that video another time.
Okay.
I watched that lady as well. I watched part of her video. She was pretty interesting. Anyway. Okay, so let's see who's going. I've got a lightning storm here. It's insane. It's wild.
Really?
I hear it. It's nuts. Have a look. Raining here in South Africa. Just nuts. My little dogs are so scared. Anyway.
Oh, poor babies. They do suffer.
They do. Shame. Oh, shame. God. They're all like curled up in a ball there because they don't like the weather. But yeah, it's a bit wild here. You can see outside. Let me show you. I know you can't see outside. Anyway, sorry. I think it's hailing.
Oh, really? I'm looking at you on the computer too.
Hi. So if I'm shouting, it's because there's a lightning storm.
Okay.
Sorry about that. But yeah. So I actually thought Rashid's knowledge of this is yeah, it's quite interesting. You can go back and just have a look at it instead if you have time. Don't stress if you don't.
Okay.
It pretty much confirms what we've been thinking all along, because you have people saying, I'm not going to mention anybody's names. This was a cartel hit, and no, it wasn't. It was not a cartel hit.
She doesn't mention cartel. She doesn't.
Sorry, I won't offend anybody.
No, you're fine. No, it's because she points out a lot of things about the alternate perks that it's trippy. A lot of things that she mentioned.
About Lucy, no, Lucy's good. This is good. I mean, you've got so many people involved in this whole case. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that none of them were involved. No. I'm saying, I mean, you've got.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm saying either. No. You're good. We're good, Chris.
I've never seen something. I'm like you, hey. I think everybody I know is tired of hearing me talk about this case. They're like, shut up already, just give it a rest. But I probably never will. Because, wow. I get struck by lightning, yeah.
Trust me, there's new footage that's coming out. We're getting a lot of new information. We're getting a whole nother wave.
There's a whole lot of new things coming out. like my bottomist. Lucy, I saw you fighting online a while back. That was quite entertaining. I got quite entertained last month, and then I just took a little bit of a break from YouTube. You know, just let me take a rest from all of this because, yeah, it makes sense. And
I get it. I get it now. Okay, makes sense. You explained it to me before. What creators fatigue or what was it?
what's that?
Oh, that's something to me. Creators fatigue or what is it?
Yeah, sometimes you get you get creators fatigue. So especially if you're doing something on your own, you'll sit and you'll try and do a bit of research, and then your mind will just, I don't know. My mind is very tired. I don't think I have creators fatigue. I have, because you're looking at the case and you're looking for something and you're looking for something, and everything just starts to become mushed in your brain, and then you got to take a little bit of a step back.
Okay. Well, there's not much that you're gonna need to look into because Lucy has fucking created a whole new video, and it tells you and it links all the connections that Green has. He was funding money for forensic data collection, and it's all connected when it comes to artificial intelligence, like Epstein role in this, the connections he had with the fucking universities, dude. It just all starts making sense.
Lucy, where is your video? I did last year. Before I even knew about this whole community, I realized there was something very, very off with the university. And so that I did do a video on that. Because it just, yeah, it felt very strange to me. If you see me like, yeah, then you know I got struck by lightning. Sorry, guys. Do you want us to play a little bit of Lucy's video?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and get it for you. And trust me, once you see, because she makes it where it's so digestible, the way you are able to like learn too. You can pause the screen, and she cites all the sources. So it's not just like where she's just telling you the things. Like it's just so put together, and it kind of like helps you, like, well, it helps me to start learning how to like put the research together on my own.
Skull woke up and he's like, let's go. We were supposed to do a live, and
Yeah.
I don't know, we keep missing each other because
I lost track of time, and I just did a marathon. I did 3 fucking 8-hour streams, 2 hours, 3-hour breaks in between, just because I was coping so hard.
Oh wow.
But it was a way of me fucking trying to figure out my own self-worth and shit, and I got the answers I needed, so I'm in a better place mentally. Thank God.
No, that's good. That's good. Where is it? Oh, thanks, Lucy. Lucy posted it, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Lucy. Duh, she can post it herself. I stress out so much when I don't need to.
Open this. What's going on with me?
Oh, the chat pops up here too. Okay, that's so cool.
Okay. What's mine doing now? Lovely.
Or let me see if I could.
Okay, let's do this.
Oh, wait, you sent it to me on WhatsApp, huh? Okay, bet. I'm gonna try to log in on the computer.
Somehow I can't. Okay, wait. Let's see if I can click on this link. I can't click on the link. Boom.
What happened with the link? Oh, it's loading. Okay, bet. How come I don't see the WhatsApp
link? We want to get Lucy to come up. Just what?
Oh, I don't think no one's ever had the luxury of hearing her voice ever.
No. Lucy. Okay, so let's do this. Let's try and copy this. See what is going on. Wow.
It's not opening the link or what?
No. I'm
Let me. Let me. Can you Can you post the? It's because I'm trying to fucking get streamed on the PC real quick, so I can. Let me see. But copy this and email it to myself.
Okay, let's see. Can't play a bit of it. So the theme of this video is everything is about money. So yeah, I mean, Rashid pretty much did like a really great job of explaining that. I should like doing lives with him. Sorry. Oh, shame. Okay, while you're doing that, let me check on my little one. Sorry, give me a sec, guys. Check on them. They're really not liking this at all. Oh, what's going on here? This country, I don't know. Weather's crazy. Come, babies. Sorry. Come, let's go to bed. Come, Baba. Sarah, let's go to bed. Sorry, guys. Give me a sec. Mute you. Oh, shame. Okay, you guys don't mind if I bring them in here? Sarah, Key, come, my love. Come. Come, guys. Come. Let's go sit there. It's going to be fun. Come, let's go get into bed. Come say hello to everyone. Go in your beddies. All right, guys. Oh, here's my doggies. So hi. Hi. Say hi. Ooh. Okay, everyone, here's my little ones. Say hi. Hi. Hi, Delicious. Come. Are you scared? Say hi. I'm on YouTube now. Wee. There we go. There she is. Okay, guys. It's all good. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button there, guys.
I'm sure you know.
No problem. So hi, guys. Hi. Okay, sorry about that. My little babies are so scared here with this weather. All good. Sick. Sorry about that.
I really myself.
We've got a weather crisis, and so now these little
you know what I do? You know what I do? I get cotton balls and I clog their ear and I put a little bit of tape so up to like less the shock from the sound of the thunder, I guess. So they don't get startled. That's the only way I can calm them down, or else they're like freaking out.
Inside your bones. Oh, Sherman. Oh, it's late by you. It's late night by you. Yeah, the one's a little pug, and the one's a. What what do you call it? It's like a little, so shine. Zara is a little black pug, and Milo is like a little, what do you call that dog now? I can't think of the name. It's like Shih Tzu. Yeah, like yours, like Skull's dog. It's same. Milo is the same as your doggies, and little babies.
Go to your studio. You have to let the screen that I'm sharing into your stream.
Okay, let's do that. Add to stage. Okay, let's do this. Good. All right. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Did it? There you go. Yeah. Okay, so
Thank you guys. I know my lives are not like all pristine.
Hey, I don't know what you did this time, but this if you're using because whatever service you used last time, it was like making your videos so choppy, but this one it plays it so smoothly.
Okay. I think I was probably doing
Good morning, Northwest. Tragedy on the U of I campus. 4 students dead, another in the hospital. The new information we're learning and the questions we're hoping to be answered. We continue following breaking news out of Moscow, where it is still not clear who killed 4 University of Idaho students or why.
The Moscow Police Department is only saying it is investigating the deaths as homicides. Sydney Charles is here now with what else we've learned.
Well, Derek, so we have been tracking this story with the team coverage since Sunday, and there are still more questions than answers as of right now from the police department. From the Breaking Now desk, the 4 students were found dead on Sunday right next to the University of Idaho. Police searched the area inside and outside 1122 Queen Road on Monday. Law enforcement is still looking for evidence and a suspect. Releasing little information has those in the area asking questions.
We have the details of sort of what caused the police to think it was a homicide, then I'm still not entirely sure about it.
According to CNN, Moscow's police department has declined to characterize the deaths as violent, but the Latah County coroner told the New York Times that the deaths were not a case of murder-suicide. The coroner also told the Times she plans to conduct autopsies starting tomorrow. As of right now, we are still waiting for Moscow police to release the official cause of death or any information about the suspect. And there's still a lot of grief, a lot of tragedy around this event. So coming up in 30 minutes, I'll break that all down and what some students and other staff members are feeling right now.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult time on campus, for sure. Sydney, thank you.
We're out here today at the 890 square mile desert site. Behind me, we have the high frequency test bed where we have our customers set up their equipment and test out of. It allows customers to isolate away from various signals and other activities at the site. It gives them the freedom to set up and deploy what they need to out of the unique capabilities we have there. Ports in the wall, grounding, various communication, and other internet drops as well. Also behind me is our new 5G tower. The 5G network we have will support various test and training events to ensure secure comms through 5G networks and to validate new 5G Internet of Things devices.
What I'm about to tell you is going to change the way that you look at AI forever. It's not going to be pleasant to hear, but it's going to be very important when it comes to the Epstein files.
This is the Energy Innovation Lab. This is our main primary integration lab where we do most of the radio development. We've got quite a bit of equipment with like spectrum analyzers, signal generators. We're able to generate arbitrary signals and test to see how the equipment handles up. Every day we get to solve a new problem, a new difficult challenge that has national impacts. And that would definitely be something I put my finger on that is really neat about working here at the Idaho National Lab.
So what's unique about the wireless test bed is we're able to support academia, national labs, and our government customers with their mission. Their mission sets are very unique to this country in support of the warfighter and other activities to excel technologies, interests, and other unique capabilities. The work we do out here, the mission we have, this is the closest we come to supporting DoD, the warfighter, and supporting this nation.
Okay, my bad. I accidentally got booted out.
And the real issue with Epstein hasn't even bubbled to the surface yet. It's a much deeper, darker story. It starts in 2002, and it involves some of the most famous tech billionaires we have in our country today. Peter Thiel.
The Idaho National Laboratory announced a collaboration with NVIDIA to enhance U.S. nuclear energy research and development through artificial intelligence. The announcement comes as part of the Trump administration's Genesis mission, which is a proclaimed coordinated national effort to unleash a new age of AI-accelerated innovation and discovery in America. The laboratory and NVIDIA have codenamed their development Prometheus. They say it will utilize AI to design, license, manufacture, construct, and operate nuclear reactors. This comes as electricity demand for AI data centers is expected to double in 2030.
Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. I'm Ron Chapman, federal criminal defense attorney, former Marine Corps lawyer and investigator, and I'm going to bring you the story of the new eugenics Jeffrey Epstein, the godfather of artificial intelligence. There was a DARPA program. For those who don't know what DARPA is, it's the CIA-backed research wing that does a lot of research into technology, and it's been the godfather of many very famous technologies, including Facebook, as I'm about to show you right now. DARPA LifeLog was a program that was launched by DARPA. You can go online and look for the request for proposal. The design of this program was supposed to capture all Americans' information, put it into a LifeLog, track it, build it over time so that you can create an electronic database of every American, and in fact, almost everybody in the world. Well, when congressional hearings started related to LifeLog, it was quickly killed by DARPA. Why? Because it came to the surface, because people learned about it, and because people became very concerned about the impact of all of their information online. This was 2003. This was back when we were a little bit more concerned about what we put into the computer. We weren't too far away from dial-up modems and AOL and Bill Gates' name that was regularly talked about. As soon as LifeLog became public, DARPA quickly killed it. And they killed it on February 4th, 2004. That date is significant because that's also the date that a young hoodie-clad Mark Zuckerberg, sitting in a Harvard dorm room, launched what he called then the Facebook. The Facebook was designed as just a Harvard campus project. That's all Mark Zuckerberg intended it to be. But then, of course, he met the Winklevoss brothers, two relatively wealthy and backed individuals who worked with him on the project. And if you believe the movies, Mark Zuckerberg went in a different direction than the Winklevoss twins, but that's not the real story. The real story is right after Facebook launched, it got tens of thousands of users. 50% of them were on Harvard campus, and it struggled to get off the ground in other campuses. It wasn't until a tech CEO, Peter Thiel, then of PayPal, and a relatively famous figure in the Conservative Party now today, came to Mark Zuckerberg, a relatively unknown individual on Harvard campus, and offered him $500,000. Now, the one thing that you should all understand about Peter Thiel is at that point, he was what's called an angel investor, but he was a different kind of angel investor. He actually paid individuals to drop out of college and commit themselves to his causes. Thiel's club has launched some of the most famous tech startups. He's been behind nearly every single one of them. Reid Hoffman with LinkedIn was started right around this time period. Now, if we go back and look at Peter Thiel and say, why did he spend $500,000 on this project? Why was he one of the first venture capitalists? Why was he offering this kind of money to people like Mark Zuckerberg? You have to understand about what he built at that point in time. You see, Peter Thiel was the founder of a program called Palantir. Palantir is the connector. Palantir is the brain, but the brain doesn't have the data that it needs in order to figure out artificial intelligence. Palantir is a company that takes existing information and it connects that information together to draw conclusions. It's been going for a very long time. I used it when I was in the Marine Corps in Afghanistan, and I've spoken widely about Palantir because of how much I know about it. But Palantir is nothing unless it has users to put in data. That's where LifeLog came into play. The intent was people like John Poindexter of DARPA, the CIA, and the US military, Department of Defense, felt that they would be able to just get a project to collect this information that was government funded. But when there was pushback by the American public, they had to go a different way. And DARPA playboy Peter Thiel decided to go the way of a young hoodie-clad college kid to get the information that he deeply sought to make the connections he needed in order to control so much about our environment. For those of you who think the rags to riches story of Mark Zuckerberg is some amazing tale that we should tell our grandchildren, think again. Just about every social media entrepreneur back in the day of Peter Thiel's tech startups was blessed by DARPA. Why didn't MySpace win over Facebook? It didn't have DARPA backing. Why did LinkedIn win over the dozens and dozens of programs that were available that did similar things around that time? It was because of Peter Thiel and DARPA. Why did Instagram become so big? Peter Thiel and DARPA. Spotify, Peter Thiel and DARPA. Just about every single aspect of your digital life, Peter Thiel and DARPA backed, blessing people in exchange for one thing: a backdoor of information to be collected from users, cell phone location, and a tremendous amount of user data. Now, what does this have to do with Jeffrey Epstein? That's the curious part. A lot of people aren't aware that Jeffrey Epstein is one of the first godfathers of artificial intelligence. Back in 2002, he had a conference where he supported some of the most famous names in artificial intelligence who were intending to solve a problem at that time. If you wanted a clean, reassuring origin story for modern artificial intelligence, you'd probably start with a university lab, a whiteboard, and a grad student surviving on ramen noodles. You'd not start with a private Caribbean island owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And yet, in the spring of 2002, a group of prominent computer scientists met with Epstein on his property for what was dubbed a common sense symposium. This was later documented in a 2003 AI magazine paper that thanked Epstein for his generous support. What were all these AI researchers gathering for? It was to solve a problem in AI. The topic itself was academically respectable: how to give machines the everyday common sense humans use consistently without even noticing. The venue for solving this problem was uniquely Epstein, and it's the kind of venue that institutional ethics would be very concerned about. The 2002 symposium, located in the Virgin Islands, founded by Jeffrey Epstein, was a gathering that was later described in print, one that brought together the most influential artificial intelligence figures, including Marvin Minsky, MIT's AI lab founder, Ken Ford, NASA, and DARPA ties. Their shared goal was technical: to solve the common sense problem, the gap between machines that can recognize patterns and machines that can reason like a normal human being about normal human things. Like why you shouldn't store ice cream in the oven. This is very important because the common sense problem has always been a yeah, but of AI. It was never really addressed, but it failed many projects. Pattern recognition can be astonishing. Reasoning about the world like a person, that's where AI tends to trip up. And in order to solve the common sense problem, it's common sense that you need a lot of money. And that's where Jeffrey Epstein was very skilled. Some people, in fact, said that he collected scientists like some people might collect art. Why was he doing all of this? Well, it's because he had his own nefarious motives. So in 2002, the AI researchers gather, they talk, a paper is published that thanks Jeffrey Epstein for all of the support. And then the researchers scatter the globe and start working in their individual tech companies. And out springs Facebook, LinkedIn. The technology from PayPal spiraled across the globe and started collecting data for Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein himself. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't stop there. According to MIT's commissioned investigation, Epstein donated roughly $850,000 to MIT between 2002 and 2017. After the Virgin Islands meeting, it was very important that this research gets done, and Jeffrey Epstein paid for it. But he paid a lot more to others. He even paid $750,000 to MIT after his 2008 conviction that everybody's well aware of. Now, the donations to MIT paled in comparison to what he purportedly gave to Harvard. Harvard had an investigation after it was found that they received such a large donation from Jeffrey Epstein, $6.5 million donated by Jeffrey Epstein, most of it in the hands of a researcher named Martin Novak. I'm going to talk a bit about Martin Novak because he's very important here. Martin Novak was the founder of the PED laboratory at Harvard. This was the laboratory that Jeffrey Epstein had a private office in. He had a swipe card and access to the entire building. And even after his conviction, he was able to visit many times, over 40 times. The PED laboratory was part of the program for evolutionary dynamics. Now, you could hear the words evolutionary dynamics and think that this is a groundbreaking concept, but what it really is a dressed up version of eugenics.
What once was a naval proving ground to test reconditioned battle guns during World War II is now more widely known as the nation's leading center for nuclear energy research and development, the Idaho National Laboratory. Throughout the year, EastIdahoNews.com has been highlighting INL's 75th anniversary with a series of stories exploring its history, different research projects, and major accomplishments. But what does the laboratory's future entail? I had the opportunity to sit down with INL Director John Wagner.
It is exciting times here at this laboratory. The growth, the vibrancy, the impact we're having.
Wagner said that moving forward, the lab is expected to continue to grow. There are currently about 6,200 employees. He said last year, INL hired around 800 additional staff.
This fiscal year, when we end, I think it'll be somewhere around 650 new staff members. So workforce is incredibly important for our future success. I do anticipate us growing on the order of 500 to 1,000 additional staff per year for the next several years.
Wagner said one of the biggest risks to the laboratory's continued success is not having enough qualified staff with the right skills at the right time. They are always searching.
We're always looking for new staff. We're looking for interns to feed what I call our talent pipeline, working with our local Idaho universities and beyond, working with our community colleges, particularly College of Eastern Idaho, but others as well, trying to make sure that we are getting the right talent that we need to execute our mission.
What do you think attracts people to work at INL?
We do the coolest stuff there. I can speak for myself, but I think it's not an uncommon story. So There's a lot of opportunities for people who are like nuclear engineers or mechanical engineers, chemical engineers. So there's a lot of opportunities, cybersecurity experts, power engineers. And they can work in the private sector, they can work in academia, they can work in national labs. We're able to do some of the most interesting, innovative, bleeding edge work that has a direct impact to everyday citizens through our federal agency sponsors.
INL has been important to Idaho's economic impact. In the last fiscal year, the impact in the state alone was $3.5 billion, he said.
That's a massive economic impact. We're the largest private employer on this side of the state.
I asked him what he thinks the next 75 years will bring, and he believes that INL's research will be largely focused on nuclear energy, but also fusion energy and areas related to small nuclear reactors for space and defense applications.
Last but not least, you can't read anything or see any publications where you don't hear all the excitement about artificial intelligence. We're right there as well. We see artificial intelligence enabling our research as well as enabling efficiencies in our management of the laboratory.
INL's future is promising as it continues to develop, create, and contribute to everyday life.
I think our future in the next 75 years is only constrained by our imagination of what's possible.
In Idaho Falls, Andrea Olson, EastIdahoNews.com.
Martin Novak is originally a mathematician, and most of his research was based on the idea of cooperation, why some parts of the species might cooperate with others, even if it ultimately leads to their own demise. You see, people like Epstein and Novak were absolutely obsessed with the future of the human race and the problems of the human race that are caused by reverse Darwinism, the idea that as we become more technologically advanced, we as a people will begin to fail. And I think to some extent, we do see some of that evidence present, but they took it to an extreme extent. Investigations later described Epstein as being physically present, treated as a known quantity, and given institutional accommodations that go well beyond a pat on the back and thanks for your support, and look a lot more like integration into Harvard itself. With Jeffrey Epstein entrenched at PED and also at MIT, he had commanded respect in two of the most important institutions that were developing research in the area of AI and ultimately eugenics. MIT's Media Laboratory famously referred to Jeffrey Epstein as Voldemort, or the one who should not be named.
For the first time since its founding in 1889, the University of Idaho will have a vandal at the helm. Scott Green, a University of Idaho alumnus who graduated in '84, will assume leadership of the land-grant institution this July. Green, a member of the Kappa Sigma fraternity while at UI, graduated with an accounting degree from the school before earning his Master of Business from Harvard.
Ultimately, eugenics. MIT's Media Laboratory famously referred to Jeffrey Epstein as Voldemort, or the one who should not be named. They avoided saying his name because they knew who he was, they knew what he was about, but they just couldn't stop taking his money for research. The logic's almost poetic in its candor. If a donor's name must not be spoken, everyone already knows where the money is. If the plan is anonymous and not publicized, the institution's admitting it's not proud of where it's getting its donations. Epstein had positioned himself globally as a connector and certainly inside of the United States as a connector in many different institutions. But he was ultimately the funder of artificial intelligence and this sort of research. Starting in 2002 in the Virgin Islands, moving forward to large donations, he kept very firm relationships at MIT and Harvard, even after his convictions. But what's more troubling are some of the statements that Jeffrey Epstein would later make that reveal what he was really trying to develop with all of these donations.
Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes,
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough.
At the Research and Education Campus in Idaho Falls, 2 major facilities were completed in 2019. The Idaho legislature approved construction of both facilities and financed them through the state's Public Bonding Authority. The CyberCore Integration Center was designed to lead national efforts for securing industrial control systems from cyber attacks. It features 20 laboratories configured specifically for reverse engineering, testing, and improving the security of technology that is necessary for controlling assets such as the electric power grid, oil and natural gas pipelines, and water treatment facilities. The facility's mix of secure and open labs, offices, and collaboration space supports national security programs for agencies including the U.S. Departments of Energy, Defense, and Homeland Security. The Collaborative Computing Center is INL's Advanced Modeling and Simulation Research Hub. It houses INL's newest supercomputer, Sawtooth, which was ranked the 37th fastest in the world at the time of its installation. INL researchers use the center's high-performance computing resources to simulate reactor conditions and materials performance, studies that can improve the safety and reliability of today's reactors. Their work is also helping design tomorrow's advanced reactors, which are in development now. Through an online portal, collaborators around the country can access these computing resources to advance nuclear energy research and other scientific innovations.
Idaho National Laboratory is engaged in solving urgent national security challenges in critical infrastructure protection and resiliency, nuclear and radiological security, and national defense. This is also home to the Wireless Spectrum Innovation Lab for mission-critical communications, where experts use radio development and signal generation to test how equipment handles different behaviors. INL's wireless testbed offers large-scale end-to-end testing for emerging cellular, land mobile radios, wireless local area network, and backhaul like microwave and satellite systems. With its access-controlled boundary, high desert terrain, and sparse population, INL's desert site is uniquely positioned to offer unmanned aerial and ground vehicle collaborative testing and demonstration. The Advanced Test Reactor Complex provides access to the world-leading advanced test reactor and large nuclear material and post-irradiation examination hot cells that support global safeguard training for IAEA. INL's specific manufacturing capability has been the lead manufacturer of armor packages for the U.S. Army's Abrams main battle tank and is designated as the Abrams Armor Center of Excellence. The Radiological Response Test Range supports special training for civilian and military first responders who prepare to deal with radiological dispersion devices and other weapons of mass destruction. Idaho National Laboratory is changing the world's energy future and securing our nation's critical infrastructure.
To protect U.S. national security, INL has interdisciplinary teams who specialize in cyber threats, consequences, vulnerability assessments, intelligence, and engineering work together to assess and correct flaws in these vital systems. Work at the center supports federal agencies, including the Department of Energy, Defense, and Homeland Security. The lab also coordinates with private utility operators and equipment manufacturers. The CyberCore Integration Center is the only facility in the country that's solely focused on control system cybersecurity. This isolated building and its configurable lab space can hold up to 200 staff, host large meetings, and leverage the capabilities that INL has been building for decades. By harnessing these capabilities in one place, CyberCore has become a premier location for emerging research to cybersecurity challenges of the future. CyberCore labs are designed with collaboration in mind. Each lab contains 2 bays, one for project management and one for engineering. Each lab is also outfitted with multiple network connections and its own power supply and a dedicated cooling system. And the building contains office and conferencing space, ideal for hosting visiting faculty members, students, and other government agencies. In addition to these labs, researchers can scale up their testing and experimentation by connecting equipment to other locations, like INL's Critical Infrastructure Test Range Complex. This area contains full-scale test beds for power, telecommunication, control systems, water, explosives, and nuclear materials handling. Idaho National Laboratory's broad strategy to secure the nation's most vital assets incorporates novel capabilities in thinking, technical expertise, and unique facilities.
And some exciting news, speaking of technology, for researchers at the University of Idaho. This is really cool. A supercomputer called Falcon is now available to staff and students. And the supercomputer is based at the Idaho National Laboratory in Idaho Falls. This is really cool. Check it out. The computer offers more than 10 times the processing power of any academic group in the region, putting your PC or Mac to shame. Sorry, you can't probably compete with this, but the Collaborative Computing Center is managed in partnership with the INL and the U of I, and Falcon, the supercomputer, as you're looking at here, it can perform, you ready for this? 1 quadrillion calculations per second. Again, 1 quadrillion calculations per second. Text in if you know how many zeros are in quadrillion. Anyways, in addition to accelerating research, they tell us that the added resource will help the INL in its mission to train and educate the future energy workforce with its partnership with the University of Idaho.
Everyone already knows where the money is. If the plan is anonymous and not publicized, the institution's admitting it's not proud of where it's getting its donations. Epstein had positioned himself globally as a connector and certainly inside of the United States as a connector in many different institutions as well. Now you might say, okay, Ron, what's the connection between Jeffrey Epstein, Facebook, and DARPA? And that's where a gentleman named John Poindexter comes into play. He's a former NASA director who led DARPA. He led the Information Awareness Office. He was actually the founder of the Information Awareness Program that I mentioned to you earlier. He founded the Total Information Awareness Initiative that was the program designed to get information on nearly every single American citizen. And of course, when that went out of favor, he had to find a way to get Americans to willingly give up the information themselves. And according to Wired's reporting, Poindexter met with Peter Thiel and Palantir co-founder Alex Karp in 2004 and told them that he had an interesting idea to apply data mining techniques from fraud detection to counter-terrorism operations. Experts like Poindexter were really trying to solve post-9/11 problems, and that's where total information awareness came about. Of course, they had the benefit of a law passed by Congress at the time that George Bush was president and signed by President Bush, allowing almost complete access to the public's information and instilling FISA courts. At that point in time, the government was at the most powerful. The CIA, DARPA would be able to get as much information as they possibly could. And with the aid of Facebook, and fast forward over 20 years, CIA officials would tell you that the number one source of information on the American public are apps like Facebook, Spotify, and LinkedIn. Shortly after, we would learn that Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn, would sponsor a dinner in Palo Alto, placing Epstein at the table with Musk, Zuckerberg, and Thiel, all of which who would move forward and champion cryptocurrency as a tool for the future. They realized that the information is great, but the financial system is still tied to governments, and deleveraging the financial system from the government would allow this sort of technocrat explosion to occur and ultimately give them the power that they need.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, many of the groups looking to allegedly combat cybercrime in the US and beyond, including the Department of Justice and the FBI, are part of an international public-private partnership housed within the World Economic Forum that is seeking to define these terms in unsettling ways. Not only that, but this group and its partner organizations are also seeking policy objectives that, if widely implemented, would treat anonymous cryptocurrency transactions, and specifically Bitcoin transactions involving mixers and related privacy tools, as criminal. They also, without evidence, assert that there is a direct link between an increase in the value of cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin, and an increase in cybercriminal activity. This public-private partnership, the WEF Partnership Against Cybercrime, or WEFPAC, is run by a former intelligence agent named Tal Goldstein, whose military intelligence career, was marked by his efforts to have intelligence agencies essentially fuse with private technology companies in his native Israel. Today, WEFPAC's members not only include the FBI, the Department of Justice, the US Secret Service, and intelligence agencies of Israel and Britain, they also include massive too-big-to-fail banks like Bank of America and Santander, as well as massive tech companies like Amazon and Microsoft. PayPal is also there. So is the nonprofit that manages the SWIFT payment system. In recent reports, WEFPAC has alleged that there is a connection between the use of cryptocurrencies as well as privacy-enhancing tools such as mixers and the incidence of cybercrime. They argue that, quote, cybercriminals abuse encryption, cryptocurrencies, anonymity services, and other technologies, but failed to note that their use is hardly exclusive to criminals. Though they refrain from naming any currency specifically, the WEF has stated elsewhere on its website that, quote, governments don't like the fact that Bitcoin users are anonymous, and they have concerns over its use for criminal activity and money laundering, adding that their worries aren't unfounded. It's important to point out that WEFPAC doesn't see cybercriminals just as those who may engage in hacks or financially motivated acts like ransomware attacks. To WEFPAC, cybercriminals also include those who use technologies to uphold terrorism and spread disinformation to destabilize governments and democracies. From that, it seems that WEFPAC's inclusion of disinformation as a type of cybercrime betrays an intention to develop policies that, under the guise of combating cybercrime, will instead promote increased online censorship, particularly of independent media.
Recent cyber events, like the attack on Ukraine's power grid or the ransomware assault on Colonial Pipeline, prove that the control systems operating these infrastructures are vulnerable. But what if there was a way to drastically reduce the attack surface of these systems and limit their exposure to cyber attacks? At Idaho National Laboratory, researchers have developed OptDefender, a patent-pending technology that gives operators visibility and control of network traffic. OptDefender consists of two parts, an intelligent network switch and an operator control station. The system displays real-time information, including any unauthorized access attempts on control equipment like protective relays or remote terminal units. OptDefender can either replace or work in conjunction with existing network switches. OptDefender works by using a zero-trust model that assumes any device on the network can be the source of a cyber attack. A device must first be enabled before it can communicate. Once enabled, communications are limited by default to only the most basic commands required for system operation. For a command like a control request or remote access request to be sent through the network, the operator must first enable it. Once a task is complete, the operator can lock down the network to prevent an attacker from exploiting the open pathway. If an unauthorized command is sent through the network without first being enabled, OptDefender blocks it, and an alarm is generated. This award-winning technology has proven itself in real-world attack scenarios. In a recent full-scale demonstration, cyber experts were challenged to disable protections at a substation and manipulate the system to cause physical damages. Without OptDefender installed, the cyber attacks were successful and major equipment was destroyed. When the demonstration was rerun with OptDefender in place, none of the attacks were successful. Each attempted attack was flagged to inform the operator that an attack was underway, and OptDefender alerted operators to the device under assault. Although no single technology can provide a solution for all attacks, OptDefender can substantially reduce the risk of a cyber attack, safeguarding the critical infrastructures we all depend on.
In discussing solutions, WEFPAC calls for the global targeting of infrastructures and assets deemed to facilitate cybercrime, including those which enable cybercriminal revenue streams, which, as we will see shortly, refers to infrastructure that allows for more private cryptocurrency transactions and enables, quote, the promotion of illegal sites and the hosting of criminal content. In another section, the group discusses seizing the websites of cyber criminals as an attractive possibility. Given that WEFPAC and its members, like the FBI, view disinformation as a form of cybercrime, this could potentially see independent media websites and the infrastructure that allows them to operate and finance their work, like video sharing and payment platforms that do not censor, emerge as targets. In 2021, FSI-SAC's Global Intelligence Office released several predictions for 2021 and beyond. Most of these predictions express concern about a coming cyber calamity, though one prediction in particular stands out that, quote, economic drivers towards cybercrime will increase. FSI-SAC claims that the current economic situation created in the wake of COVID-related lockdowns will, quote, make cybercrime an ever more attractive alternative, stating immediately afterwards that, quote, dramatic increases in cryptocurrency valuation will drive threat actors to conduct campaigns capitalizing on this market, including extortion campaigns against financial institutions and their customers. In other words, FSI-SAC views the increase in the value of cryptocurrency as a direct driver of cybercrime, particularly for ransomware incidents, implying that the value of cryptocurrency must be dealt with if there is to be a reduction in cybercrime, and if cybercrime is to be truly confronted at its source by attacking its profitability, as WEFPAC suggests. However, the data does not fit these assertions, as the use of cryptocurrency by cyber criminals is low and is getting lower. For instance, one recent study, ironically produced by WEFPAC member Chainalysis, found that only 0.34% of cryptocurrency transactions in 2020 were tied to criminal activity, down from 2% the year prior. Though the decrease may be due to a jump in cryptocurrency adoption, the overall percentage of crime-linked cryptocurrency transactions is incredibly low, a fact obviously known to FSI-SAC and its members. But what's disturbing here is that mainstream media has widely circulated the claim that Bitcoin specifically is, to quote Forbes, driving the 1.4 billion ransomware industry. Or to quote NPR, Bitcoin has fueled ransomware attacks. Or to quote an executive at WEFPAC member Chainalysis, Bitcoin is the favorite by far for ransomware attackers. I could give infinite examples, as there is truly an abundance of reports just like these that blame a jump in a well-publicized cybercrime events, specifically ransomware attacks, on Bitcoin's increasing popularity and its intrinsic value. Yet here, If the banks, intelligence agencies, and tech companies that partnered with these initiatives see not just financial privacy, but the value of Bitcoin itself as a threat, it goes without saying that their efforts to stop cybercrime at its source would not just involve eradicating financial privacy when it comes to crypto, but also working to devalue crypto. With such groups openly discussing working outside of legal frameworks to accomplish their goals, Bitcoiners must start paying closer attention to these shadowy groups. There is no proof that cryptocurrency, or more specifically Bitcoin, is the key driver of cybercrime, as cybercrime significantly predates the existence of both. However, cryptocurrency does present a threat to the plans of FSISAC members and their partners to begin producing digital currencies controlled either by approved commercial banks or central banks themselves, digital currencies that are designed to be easily surveilled. Central bank digital currencies in particular are being designed and implemented to erode financial privacy and autonomy. The success of CBDCs and related projects depends on neutering the competition, which is likely why FSISAC has called for the economic drivers of cybercrime to be combated by a global financial cyber utility, which is, of course, the very same globalist entity that WEFPAC seeks to create. These American federal agencies, institutions, and commercial banks are playing a major role in developing regulations that will inevitably target Bitcoin. They have made it very clear in media reports, press releases, and policy documents that they see financial privacy, the popularity of Bitcoin, and the value of Bitcoin as direct threats responsible for what they define as cybercrime. Yet time and again, the American people have been fleeced and looted by many of these same agencies and many of these same commercial and central banks. The big banks like HSBC can launder millions of dollars for drug cartels. Nothing happens to them. No one goes to jail. The CIA has laundered untold millions through criminal banks like BCCI, a bank which ran its own sex trafficking operation involving prepubescent kids. And again, nothing was done. No one went to jail. FTX can launder aid money supposedly destined for Ukraine, funnel it back as campaign contributions to the same political party, developing crypto regulations while painting Bitcoin as a national security threat. Sam Bankman-Fried was the only person arrested, and right now he's not in prison. He's in a multi-million-dollar mansion in California, about to get 10 of the 13 federal charges against him dismissed. The current president's son can launder as much money as he wants after leaving the evidence on a laptop he abandoned, and the intelligence community comes to his defense, falsely claiming that the data on his laptop, now admitted to be his, was a Russian hoax. These guys are the real criminals, and if you think they care about stopping money laundering or cybercrime in any meaningful way, you have been had. But soon, if nothing is done to stop these policies that are being drafted behind closed doors, use a Bitcoin mixer and take steps to keep your Bitcoin transactions anonymous or more private, you'll be accused of suspiciously acting like a cyber criminal. Complain about the obvious double standard, you'll be accused of spreading disinformation and become a cyber criminal yourself. What should particularly concern us now is how these agencies, entities, and public-private partnerships plan to manufacture consent for their policies. As things stand right now, a lot of the policies dreamt up by these groups that I've just described, I would hope, would be rejected by the vast majority of Americans. That is, of course, unless the right crisis were to come along and suddenly make most Americans extremely concerned and fearful of cybercrime. While warnings of a so-called cyber pandemic floated around in 2021 as a series of high-profile and highly publicized ransomware attacks took place, we haven't heard as much since. But now, with the last global crisis, COVID-19, officially over, according to the US government and the World Health Organization, some are raising the alarm that a new global crisis is soon to make a dramatic appearance. Given what I've been saying, let's check in with the World Economic Forum and see what they think the next global crisis will be. Well, in January of this year, Jeremy Jurgens, number 2 at the WEF after Klaus Schwab, asserted that a, quote, catastrophic mutating event will strike the world in 2 years. What a confident prediction. So what is this catastrophic mutating event that will strike the world? If you guessed a, quote, global catastrophic cyber event, you win. At a presentation at this year's Davos, Jurgens claimed that 93% of cyber leaders and 86% of cyber business leaders believe that the geopolitical instability makes a catastrophic cyber event inevitable. Joining Jurgens in fear-mongering over a cyber doomsday was Jürgen Stock, the head of Interpol, one of the most influential members of WEFPAC. I should also add that the United Nations, which, as I mentioned earlier, is currently making its new cybercrime treaty, has named Interpol as uniquely positioned to be the implementing partner of a number of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, specifically when it comes to disrupting financial streams of terrorists, securing cyberspace, and curbing illicit markets. Jurgens and Stock's comments about a catastrophic cyber attack before 2025 spawned hysterical mainstream media headlines warning of cyber apocalypse 2023. That same month, Newsweek's print edition featured an ominous hacker on the cover with the words, "Hack attack, how cyber criminals outwit all efforts to stop them." Many of the experts quoted in the Hack Attack article work for companies that are WEFPAC members. In recent years, there has been much talk about a doomsday cyber attack, and now it seems top people at the WEF and WEFPAC feel confident enough to put a relatively short timeline on it. How bad will this attack be if and when it materializes? Considering that the current head of the Department of Homeland Security has claimed that the next cyber attack will kill many people, it seems that a cyber 9/11 could be waiting in the wings, which of course would be followed shortly thereafter by a Cyber Patriot Act or something very similar. If Bitcoin is blamed for motivating or funding the cyber criminals deemed responsible for such a catastrophe, what will happen to public opinion, and what type of legislation might we see rammed through Congress? Commercial banks have fused into the same Orwellian entity, or holding terror-linked Bitcoin or using encryption or mixers makes you a cyber criminal? Or will we fight the groups and institutions that have looted American wealth for well over a century and demand a return to the Constitution and the right to privacy, not just financially, but in all senses? Those that wish to force us into the former scenario clearly and unequivocally see Bitcoin as well as privacy-enhancing technology as a direct threat to their power and their plans, and there has never been a more important time to choose a side.
Now, great. You've got Bitcoin spiraling forward. You've got all of the information that you want on Americans. You have them willingly giving over their information, and you no longer need the total information awareness program. You're moving forward full steam ahead. Then a gentleman named Edward Snowden, who I once would have villainized, but now I might consider championing, came forward with information about a program called PRISM. I've done episodes before on the startup of PRISM and how that came from software that was stolen by the government around the time that Bill Clinton was in office, had the ability to connect information on all Americans and also collect information overseas. Edward Snowden was a whistleblower and told us how the CIA and the NSA would have the ability to collect information on every single American through all the digital devices that they had. That's where your information from Facebook was going. Now, there's a law that prevents America from spying on its own citizens. But when they give that information up willingly, all you need is a back door. That's one of the reasons why it was so important for Peter Thiel and John Poindexter to start these sorts of operations. That's another reason why Donald Trump pushed so hard, along with Joe Biden, in a unanimous effort to try to reduce TikTok in the United States. You see, if your government has control of Facebook, if your government has control of Google, and the Chinese don't have control of those, you're safe. But when a Chinese application starts to come into the United States and collect just as much information, that spells problems. In fact, I think what we did with TikTok is almost the greatest admission that your government is behind the information collection of Facebook and Google. And so, of course, Edward Snowden blows the whistle. We finally learn what PRISM is, and some of the information that we can gain from that is absolutely alarming. But that still wasn't a signal that it was used domestically. And we wouldn't find that out until the Cambridge Analytica scandal. I'm going to talk a bit about Cambridge Analytica, but I think it's important that we get to it in another episode as well. So make sure you hit like and subscribe on this one so that you can get notification of that. Also, in my last book, Truth and Persuasion, I wrote an entire chapter on the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And while I'm going to give you some new information and new research, it would be important to get some background in that book, Truth and Persuasion. It's essentially how the digital environment has changed us drastically. If you got a copy of the book or if you read it, let me know in the comments. Make sure you tag me in it, and I'd be happy to hear your thoughts about the book. The Cambridge Analytica scandal, for those who don't know, started well before it hit the United States. You see, Facebook and Peter Thiel connected a back door inside of Facebook software. That back door allowed certain other institutions and entities to get a hold of information. Cambridge Analytica paid Facebook a lot of money for a contract that allowed it to get not just the information on the individual user, but also get information on their friends and data that might have been already located inside of their phone. That meant that when you logged into Facebook, Facebook was storing not just your data, not just your user data, but also data from the friends that you'd connected with, whether or not they'd opted in on those privacy settings. Facebook settled a very large lawsuit with its users and immediately tightened up after the scandal. But the problem is not just that Facebook leaked the information, it's why. You see, as you know, Peter Thiel was early in on the founding of Facebook, and those back doors are very important, especially when they go to his friends. Now, most of you know that I'm a relatively conservative person, but I fight power wherever power is, especially if it gets corrupt, and I take issue with what happened here. So I hope you're a bit patient with me. Peter Thiel, a well-known conservative, but also somebody who believed that Brexit was a good thing, and also somebody who believed that Donald Trump should get into office in 2016. And while I will not say the Cambridge Analytica scandal was the result of Trump's presidency, what I will say is that it is the result of a database of information that very well can be used for bad. And it's very possible we may not have another free and fair election in our country's future. The founder of Cambridge Analytica was from a marketing firm, and he teamed up with a very smart programmer. They decided that they would try to influence some elections overseas, which was a great way to make a lot of investors a ton of money. They tried it in a few countries, Singapore and others, with some mixed results. They were refining it before they brought it into the UK and also to the United States. When they had almost 50,000 data points on every single American, enough to know just about everything about you, they decided to spring it loose to the highest bidder. What does that lead to? And what's the impact of that? Well, when Facebook knows a lot about you, Cambridge Analytica knows a lot about you, they know that they can split you off into a silo. If I drive down the street and I see a billboard, I feel one way about it. Another person may feel another way about it. If it's a lawyer billboard, I probably want to punch it in the face, being a lawyer myself. But these aren't billboards. These are little personal signs that can be individually consumed, which means if you look for the fear signals that somebody normally reacts to, if you put a bunch of different types of advertisements in front of them until you finally get them to react, you will know exactly how they react to a certain stimulus. I talk about this in my book, Truth and Persuasion, but there's two types of thinking, System 1 and System 2 thinking. And the first type of thinking is the sort of quick reaction sort of thinking that we don't even really think about. The second type of thinking is the type of thinking that is very intentional and logical. We sit down and we chart things out. You probably don't remember your drive to work very well because you were engaged in System 1 thinking. But if you sit down to solve a problem at work, you very well may be engaged in System 2 thinking. When we react to these fear signals on the internet, the Cambridge Analytica signals that get put in front of us, they appeal to our System 1 thinking, which means we aren't as conscious of what we are doing and the choices we're making. I've often said when I'm looking at a jury of 12 as a lawyer standing up in front of them arguing in a case, for the first time in history, these 12 people may have absolutely nothing in common with each other. They may be operating from very different algorithms. They may be basically speaking the same language. One person may be getting a whole bunch of Russian misinformation. Another person may very well be getting a lot of liberal misinformation. And another person may be getting some fear signals that are just completely out of left field. It's one of the reasons why at Thanksgiving, when you ask your uncle to pass the gravy, he might respond with something like, if you believe that the Charlie Kirk shooter did it, no. And he throws it in your face. That's because these algorithms are crazy and they're designed to silo individuals and get them to react to their own different fear signals to get them entrenched into a belief. This is one of the reasons why on my program I spend so much time being fair and balanced and showing you all of the information. I want my viewers who appeal to System 2 thinking. I want you to logically sit down and be critical and analyze this. I love it when people question me in the comments or even offer a correction if I get something wrong. This is a community that builds the right way, not based on fear signals. You won't see that from me. So if you want more of that, feel free to click subscribe. So Cambridge Analytica has a database that knows how to operate on fear signals. It knows how to get people's attention, and it starts using advertisements to start swaying the way people think, the way people vote, the way people interact with each other. Now, this information finally became available to us because of a whistleblower, but if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't know that Cambridge Analytica was silently influencing most people in America in a way that prevents us from having control of our elections in the future. You might question that, but the reality is, a lot of us are powerless with strong appeals to System 1 thinking. That's not from me, that's from a researcher, Daniel Kahneman, who's been very prominent in the field, cited widely, developed these types of thinking, and he developed them directly from test cases in World War II. All right, so we've covered Cambridge Analytica, we've covered Facebook. Now, it's important that we wrap all of this together by discussing Epstein's worldview and the worldview of many of his supporters, including potentially Peter Thiel himself.
Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And we want more than cross-dressing or.
I think that we can sum this up the best way by discussing a breakfast gathering at Jeffrey Epstein's 50,000 square foot mansion. He was surrounded by former heads of state, executives from Google. He was in the presence of a former Israeli prime minister. When he was asked about Novak, about the Harvard research, he said something that was very curious. He informed this group of distinguished guests that Novak was doing research into cancer, but the way he explained it was very curious. He said, when you want to find a suspected bad actor on the global stage, one of the things that you might want to do is collect all the information about them, the signals, the connections that they have with other people. He said that's the way that you would want to treat a cancer cell. And then one of the things that you want to do is you want to starve out that cell by destroying the connection. You see, in conversations with many high-ups, Jeffrey Epstein had repeatedly referred to this sort of eugenics in very odd ways. In many conversations, even with Novak himself, he referred to our species similar to the way that he would refer to biological organisms. And he would say things like, dead organisms need to be washed away. Those that aren't useful to the body or useful to the system or are cancerous need to be wiped away. When he would talk about cancer, he was routinely not actually talking about cancer, but he was talking about those things that are harmful and no longer serve a purpose. Now, there's a lot of other things that you could say about Epstein. Certainly, he wasn't a very good guy. But one of the things that you should be very suspicious of is that he was the founder and, in fact, the influencer who originally started deep research into artificial intelligence. And this sort of mindset that he shared along with Novak, along with Peter Thiel, the idea that democracy is dead, that humans are heading in the wrong direction, that there's going to be this rise of artificial intelligence technology that will likely take over, starts to get him and other people somewhat concerned that the human race is not up for the challenge. And that's where dangerous thinking starts to come into play about tuning the human race in to something that might be sustainable, even if that isn't all of us. These are the same ideas that were shared by Nazis. These were some of the ideas that Adolf Hitler equated to Nietzsche's thinking that was essentially incorrect. It appeared that Jeffrey Epstein was really obsessed with the survival of the species. In fact, in an email between him and Ghislaine Maxwell, talking about another individual who I won't name, she said, wait, she's key. She has all of the DNA research. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with freezing his sperm, and one of the things that he wanted to do was be able to recreate himself later. He was also obsessed with the way that organisms interact with each other through Novak's research, and he was obsessed with the way that society interacts. He was working on some very deep projects along with very intelligent individuals who all shared the same eugenicist mindset. Now, that's a lot for one episode, and the next episode, I'm going to get a little bit deeper into Peter Thiel. I'm going to get into EDGE, the secret group that is promoting all of this research. And I'm going to dig pretty deep into the mindset of some of these powerful people and why they think the way they think and why it is so incredibly dangerous. But one thing's for sure, your use of AI, your use of artificial intelligence, putting information into the machines that we've been putting information into was not designed to help us or save us or help us do our jobs. It was designed to give pieces of your freedom over so that it could be observed, manipulated, and fed back to you in a way that allows individuals like this to control. On the next episode of Off Air, we're going to talk a little bit more about Peter Thiel, the Greenland acquisition, a secret society that he's been involved in. We're going to talk about EDGE and Jeffrey Epstein and why these people in this inner circle think the way they do. My name's Ron Chapman. Thank you so much for joining me on Off Air.
Imagine a hard drive that stores every...
Are we back? Are we back? Hello? Do I have Skull Mackay here? I think he went to sleep. Lucy, I have to run out quickly, but can you send me the link to your video? I don't see it on your channel. Let me play it and see. Okay, hold on. Let me play it and see.
Combo matters because it's saying both we can stash information in DNA and we can design DNA to carry and protect information on purpose. They treat DNA like an engineered material instead of the boring strings of letters like A, G, C, and T that you learned in high school biology. They're treating it as an information platform, like something you can design into shapes that behave like hardware. That's why the venues hit different. The findings showed up in advanced functional materials and Nature Communications. So now the question isn't, can DNA store data? The question I want to know is bigger and way more cyber. If DNA becomes a storage medium, what happens to security when storage is biological instead of electronic? And the scariest part is that biology makes integrity and availability fragile. So before we even talk threat models, you need a clean mental picture of what DNA storage actually looks like. So what's the pipeline? What DNA storage actually is? DNA storage is a predictable mechanical workflow. You take data and encode it. Then you synthesize DNA to write it. You store it, you amplify it when you need more material, and then you read it, usually by sequencing. And finally, you decode it back into the original message. It goes encode, synthesize, store, amplify, read, then decode. It's clean, mechanical, and almost boring until you realize the traditional read step relies on sequencing, and sequencing moves slow and expensively. ASU's first study swerves around that bottleneck. Instead of reading the generic letters, they store information in DNA by interpreting DNA's physical shape, meaning the structure in space. And this is the gold concept. They design tiny DNA structures that act like physical letters in an alphabet. Each shape becomes a symbol. Combine symbols and you get words. Combine words and you get a message. It's like building an alphabet out of microscopic origami. Now here's how they read it. Those structures pass through a microscopic sensor, and machine learning watches the subtle electrical signals the shapes produce. The model translates signal patterns into the intended letters, then into short messages. Shape goes in, signal comes out, meaning snaps back into place. That's why ASU frames this as a bridge between synthetic biology and semiconductor technology. They're pointing toward molecular information systems that don't behave like today's electronics. But biology is pretty noisy. So if noise comes standard in the medium itself, how does that rewrite the entire security model? Biology changes the rules. The second you store data in DNA, the rules change because your storage medium lives in the real world. Biology comes with built-in gibberish. DNA degrades if you handle it incorrectly. It gets contaminated easily. Temperature and time matter. Even the process of making enough copies to read, also known as amplifying, adds variability because the molecular copying doesn't behave like file copying. So this conversation stops being around, did someone hack it? And it starts to become, did the environment actually nudge it? And that's where the CIA triad gets weird in a way cyber people need to respect. Confidentiality stops being just access controls and passwords. Instead, it becomes physical access. Who can touch the sample? Who can run the tools? Who has the lab capability to turn a tube of molecules into readable information? Oh, and just as a side note, I started researching this stuff after reading some Epstein files where he was working with the OG cryptographers trying to figure out how to hack this. So, moving on.
And then Senator Kane.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ditlevson, I want to talk about some reports we had this week coming out of the Pentagon about the use of artificial intelligence. And you know, we all know, or many of us know, we're in a classified race against the Chinese on artificial intelligence. Reports came out this week that Secretary Hegseth was negotiating a contract with an AI company, and this AI company says, look, we just have two conditions. We're not going to allow our AI to be used to develop weapons that can kill without a human being in the kill chain. And then number two, we're not going to allow our AI to be used for mass surveillance of American citizens. And that Secretary Hegseth got very upset about those two conditions, that he refused those conditions. And now I think this is, you know, if we were a healthier country politically right now, we would be putting up left and right limits around the use of AI. We have really no guidelines for you all, really no law. That's not your fault. That's on us on a bipartisan basis that we haven't done it. And I would argue we should be doing some of that for you all in this committee. Setting up those left and right limits, because I think the average person does not think we should allow weapon systems to get into war and kill people without a human being overseeing that in some way. And I certainly don't think any American Democrat or Republican wants mass surveillance on the American people. So I guess my plea is for us as a committee to deal with this in the NDAA. But because you're up for the job on Homeland issues, I have to ask about this mass surveillance. Why wouldn't Secretary Hegseth say, no problem, we're never going to use AI at the Pentagon to conduct mass surveillance of American citizens? You've been the number 2 over there. You're now gunning for the number 1 job, up for confirmation. To your knowledge, is the Assistant Secretary role of Homeland Security, do you have any programs currently going on involved in the mass surveillance of American citizens?
Senator, I can't speak to the specifics of that meeting with Secretary.
No, of course not. I'm not asking that. Just for you. You've been in the number 2 job. You're in the seat. Don't deflect. To your knowledge, is the purview of the position you're trying to get, is there any mass surveillance programs of the American people going on right now in that assistant secretaryship?
To my knowledge, Senator, not within that assistant secretaryship. We focus on policy
That's
writing.
fine. I want the answer to be no. I'm gunning for a no. I want you to say no. Are you aware, and can you confirm that it is illegal under U.S. law for the Department of Defense, particularly intelligence community assets, to surveil or target American citizens for their views?
Senator, I'm not intimately familiar with the exact language in different statutes. I would always defer to the Office of General Counsel to make sure any policy advice that we provide is lawful.
Okay, it is the law, right? Executive orders, the National Security Act of 1947, and then everything that came out of Watergate. American citizens don't want to be surveilled by their government. You do criminal activity, go for it. You should be brought down. But mass surveillance, targeted surveillance of domestic terrorist organizations is a very sensitive subject that you're going to be in the hot seat for. So I would offer that instead of just deferring, you should get to know the law really quickly, because you're going to be asked at some point whether the actions of this government are okay by you. And when it comes to targeting American citizens, using assets of the intelligence community, using AI to surveil American citizens, I want you to answer no, that you will uphold the values that I hope we all share, which is that the U.S. government should never target its own citizens. Department of Defense especially should be focused on foreign threats and the things that are coming at us from abroad. Yours should be focused on cyber threats, things that are important to protecting American citizens, not surveilling our own people. And I will just say, along the same lines of what you will be asked, you know, Senator Sheehy was in Iraq. I was in Iraq too. Do you know of any credible threats of violence against U.S. polling locations that would ever require the National Guard to be deployed? Any actual credible threats, yes or no?
Senator, in this particular forum, I can't speak about any threats that may or may not exist. I need to maintain operational security.
I think the idea that the President of the United States is saying that we should deploy National Guard and potentially others around polling locations when there is no credible threats. You should bring them up here if there are credible threats. We all have clearances, but the idea that we could be deploying law enforcement and National Guard around a polling location without a credible threat should send a shiver down your spine. And you are going to be in the hot seat to say, no, I'm sorry. That just fundamentally cuts against who we are as Americans. And I hope you are willing to uphold your oath when it comes down to it. Yield back.
Mr. Ditley.
So my group works with our engineers and our cyber researchers to take very technical information and boil it down into a so what for industry, for our customers, so that they know where to put in defenses for control system cybersecurity. We look at where we should be bolstering our defenses in terms of particular systems that we are seeing they may have a vulnerability. And so we want to provide solutions and secure defenses for those systems so we can make sure that critical infrastructure remains vital and accessible to the American public. So the research that we do is focusing on securing the technologies and making them more resilient. So when you turn your water on, you know that it's clean and safe to drink. So when you turn your light switch on, you know you're going to have reliable power. Or when you're going on a transportation system, you know that it's going to be a safe and smooth ride. And that is really what we're focusing on, making sure that the devices that are in the systems today are safe, but then also developing methodologies so that we're building new systems that keep cyber security and vulnerabilities in mind so that we have great engineering platforms for future installations of infrastructure. Our mission is to protect the nation. We are in National and Homeland Security within the Cyber Core Integration Center, that part of INL. We are here. We know that our actions help defend the nation. We help maintain its economic vitality, and we help provide those services that our public and our citizens depend on for health and security.
If I were to describe extreme in one word, it would be unity.
Trust. Powering. Powerful. Fun. Special. Dynamic.
Meaningful.
Amazing. The thing that surprised me most about extreme is just the impact that interns have the ability to have.
Everyone was so welcoming towards me. I didn't realize how fun working with real computer hardware could be.
The executives really want to get to know you.
They made sure they answered all my questions.
Whatever aspect of the business they were in, they were very available and willing to talk.
Extreme does a great job with making sure that you can find a sense of community.
It's like the sense of like a big family.
I feel better prepared for my career because I have learned working with like teams in different time zones owing to how global and international Extreme is.
I learned how to be more adaptable, how to manage other people.
It helped me learn a lot of powerful techniques.
I am now comfortable presenting in front of executives, other team members.
Every day I learn something from a different perspective.
I have been able to tap into so many resources.
Through meaningful work and high priority projects, I've gained real world experiences.
My favorite part of working at Extreme was the ability to make an impact on my projects, but also make an impact on Extreme.
The people I get to work with the work I get to do, it's always fun.
I've had the opportunity to meet with so many talented individuals,
work with real equipment, and learn by doing.
Real opportunities to engage with our partners and the great staff here at Extreme.
Everyone is so willing to help me learn and really see me grow.
Even though my internship is remote, it still feels like in person.
And I love that feeling of like working with everybody around and getting to, upskill myself as I'm doing that.
Everybody here?
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police.
We've been reporting on this upcoming trial, and I feel like every time we talk about it, we say it's happening later, it's happening later. It's been 2 years. I think the trial's still another 8 months away. Mm-hmm. What do you think about all this time that has passed from the time of the crime to the fact that we have not been to trial yet?
I don't have a lot of comments on that. I would say that I feel like the legal system is not about the victims, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, let's do this. Video finished? Hello, Skullmakai, are you there? Did Skull leave us? All right, Lucy, thank you. I think he did. Shame, he's so tired. So who do we still have? Just Inside Your Bones and Lucy. Lucy, that was a very fascinating video. You said it's an unlisted video? He is on screen, Showman. Tired. Shame. Okay, I'm back. All right, guys. Thank you for that video, Lucy. I think I've been going quite a while. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and do more live videos. No, I love you. Don't stress. That's shame. I think he's just very tired. And yeah, thanks for that video. I really appreciate it. Wow, people are wild. I don't know how to get this link from here. Every time I try and go into it, no, I can't do that. Sorry. Lucy, there's also a mail in my description if you want to send it like that. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for doing the live. I'm probably going to have to get going. I'll try to be back either tomorrow or Monday. Oh, that'll be great. Inside Your Bones, have you got my details? I sent it to you on Discord. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys. I'm going to just probably end the stream and let me just remove Skull. I think shame, he fell asleep. Poor guy. Okay, thank you, Lucy. Yes, please leave the link in the comments. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. And Inside Your Bones, we'll chat just now. I'll probably be back. I'm thinking Monday, hopefully, if all goes well. Oh no, Monday's my birthday, so let's see how I can do it. All right, guys, have a wonderful afternoon. Chat soon.